下惡下睇漏眼，仲喊都冇能為力。睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡。成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益？看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。感知但係有人好運，有人無計。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞。錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就。
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Inzoy.
It is my pleasure to introduce you to Cruza Chaos. We've set the stage, and Sandhawk stands ready. And now, it must be knocked down. The covert deliveries of heavy weaponry are not just for flash and flare. They are your new tools of survival. Each one finely tuned for maximum destruction. Likely more than you expect. This battleground, once familiar, will evolve into a more ruthless, more cunning, and, dare I say, more destructive arena. Let us begin. Now, we watch to see who will stand atop the rumble.
But you catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map, a rebalance to the SMG lineup, and solo play for the Win Streak Showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos, because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity. and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
PUBG Sports fans, I'm your PUBG Sports guide, Annie, and I'm here again with Paperthin.
Great to be back. Can't wait to get PGC started again this year in Malaysia. I am so excited for it.
So as you said, we're here to talk about PGC2 in 2024. Before moving into the PGS 2024, let's wrap up how PUBG Esports was in 2024 so far. And the first global event, PGS3, was held in Shanghai. And finally, the APEC champion arrives, Cerberus Esports. In the PGS4, Twisted Minds finally leave their trophy in the global event.
And then, of course, after that, we had the Esports World Cup for the first time in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where the Sonics took home the trophy. And then we moved back to South Korea for PUBG Nations Cup, where Korea was able to win back-to-back championships in front of the home crowd.
And the next event was PGS 5 and 6, and here we witnessed a very surprising thing, that Twisted Minds have won 2 consecutive championship. So having all these stories in 2024 so far, I'm really excited to move on to PGC 2024, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so let's move on to the PGC 2024 in details. So PUBG Global Championship 2024 will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia from December 9th to December 22nd. And 24 teams have secured their tickets to PGC 2024 based on PGC points and PGS points. And they will be competing for 1.5 million prize pool and the PGC 2024 trophy. PGC 2024 will be based on Super Rule Set with map Erangel, Miramar, Tego, and Rondo. But we do have a special system called Circuit System before the Grand Finals.
So the circuit system is pretty intriguing. We're gonna break it into 3 different circuits, and each circuit is gonna be broken down into 3 different days. So the first day is 16 teams. The 15 teams that qualified through PGC points, and then the 1 team from the host country, in this case SGD from Malaysia. So then on day 2, it's going to be the 12 teams from the previous day plus the 5th to 8th place teams in PGS points throughout the year. Those teams are going to battle it out. Then the top 12 teams move on to the circuit finals. That's going to be day 3, where the top 4 teams will be automatically seeded from PGS points to face off. And this is the day where you can make your points to qualify for the grand finals.
Then how will circuit 2 and 3 look like?
They'll look very similar, actually. So you're going to take the bottom 16 teams from the previous week, put them onto day 1, and then we just kind of rinse and repeat.
So let's move on to the details about 24 teams participating in PUBG Global Championship 2024. So let's first talk about the PGS points. Teams have accumulated points based on their performances in PGS 3, 4, 5, 6, and the Esports World Cup. And the first place went to Twisted Minds with no surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the best team in the world right now. They've won back-to-back-to-back titles in PGS. This is a team that has tremendous firepower, big brains, obviously goes along with their name. Example's the best player in the world right now. He can do everything well, whether it's rifling, his sniping, everything about his game is top tier. This is going to be the favorite coming into this event.
I've always mentioned that Twisted Minds this squad have been most consistent in PUBG Esports scene, and winning back-to-back-to-back championship have never happened in PUBG Esports history. So second place is Sonics. I'm sure that this team is a big game hunter.
This is a team that always shows up when it matters most. They show up when the prize pool is the biggest. That's just the truth. They've won PGIS, they won PGS2 last year, they won EWC this year. They're a very consistent team when they want to be. You already had Shrimsy and Tiggleton, who have been absolutely lights out at times for this squad. H1's always been a really solid IGL, and Kickstart just gives that extra oomph that the Sonics needs to continue to be a force at global events, and they are absolutely going to be a threat at PGC.
So PG's top 3 team was Severus Esports from Vietnam.
So this used to be an underdog region in APAC, right? And then Cerberus at the beginning of this year really showed that they are a force to be reckoned with. They can win events, and they did that. They win PGS3. Hemos is absolutely one of the best players in the world right now. They always play crazy. He's got enormous potential as an individual player. He can clutch out moments that very few other players can. So I think this team can absolutely still win PGC.
The top 4 goes to 17 Gaming from China, and this team I think has the most second places in PUBG Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a good team. This core won a PGS last year. They won PGS 1. There's still so much potential, getting 2 seconds in Thailand, but we know the potential of this team. We know how well they can frag out. Top to bottom, this team is very well balanced. They're all really strong individual players, so I still have a lot of hope that they can win a title.
So top 5 is TSM. They have not been performing well in PGS 3, but after, they have been performing very consistently throughout the events, and Sparking even won MVP in WC.
Yeah, this is a team that is really starting to come together, find their form. We know that Alo, Luke 12, and Sparking are all tremendous individually talented players. Sparking, one of the best mechanical players in the world. It would be really awesome to see TSM get that PGC trophy.
Next is Navi.
For me, this is like the wild card team here, because we've seen that at their peak, they can be one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, in their plays, they have shown, especially from Hakatoi's clutch and everything, they do have a really big potential. So let's see if Navi can show their peak performance in PGC 2024. So next, top 7 is Patrico Road from China.
So this is a team that's had some ups and downs, regionally and internationally. This team is very capable, but you need to find ways to enable XLEF, get your star player firing on all cylinders, and come out, getting a ton of kills.
So looking at the PGC 2024 roster, maybe Summer will be IGLing again, we don't know, but let's see how they can come back in PGC 2024. Last but not least is FaceClan. FaceClan already got their ticket to PGC based on PGC points in EMEA, but to be in the better spot in the circuit system of PGC 2024, they had to accumulate points, PGS points. They actually came in as a PGS point seed.
Look, this is one of the most veteran teams we have right now. All of these players have been around the block. Good play of players like Jeans, like Vex, Corexy, all these guys are incredible.
So we've talked about top 8 teams from PGS points, and let's move on to the rest 16 teams who have accumulated their PGC points in their regional series. And let's start with the EMEA region first.
So the first team I think we should look at is Eternal Fire. They've been relatively consistent when they make it to the global events. They got 6 at EWC. They had that really explosive game at PGS5 where they got 20 kills and a chicken dinner. You expect to see them at the very least in the grand finals.
BB team is also new team. The name is new, but the players are quite familiar.
Yeah, exactly. It's basically the core of the old question mark team, led by a doozy. They're a very, very strong team. Now they're bringing in Spyro from Twisted Minds, and he is a very, very strong fragger too. So certainly BB team they're going to be scary.
So last was Virtus Pro. Actually, they couldn't make it to the PGC before PGS6 started, but thanks to FaZe Clan, they had the last spot, the MEA region.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ibiza is a very long-time player, one of the most popular players in PUBG Esports, just due to who he is as a streamer and also as a player. Getting to see him back at an international event is super cool.
So next is Americas region. Here we have 2 teams.
I think Falcons is a team that everybody thinks should be doing better than they are. There is a lot of talent on this team. There's a lot of experience that if they can find their right form, they can do a lot of damage. Luna Galaxy, this Brazilian team, the old Legacy squad, well, the core of it mostly. Z-Kraken has looked really good at times this year. He's had some strong performances, but we haven't seen a lot of consistency. They struggle in the early part of the game. What can this Luna Galaxy team do to recover and have better performances at PGC 2024?
Next is China, and the first team is Tianba.
Yeah, Tianba is a really solid team. They have shown really good performances at times internationally. Lin Shu, a great IGL, great fragger. Can he, with the addition of CC108, really bring this team to greater heights?
So next is NH Esports, which we call New Happy. So New Happy not only performed well in PCL, but also shown impressive performances in recent PGSs. I think they're still a good team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you still have Ming Ming there, who's absolutely cracked, one of the best mechanical players in the world. But with Xiaozi and AZ coming into this squad, are they going to be able to continue to improve on those performances we saw?
Next is Weibo Gaming. We have Shen in this team.
Yeah, Shen is cracked. There's no other way to put it. He is a really, really talented player. ZYY also a very good player. So that team has a lot of potential. They could really, really surprise at PGC.
Next, 4 Angry Men, our old beloved team from China. And I saw that Godfrey is coming in the roster for PGC 2024.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a gamble with Godfrey. World champions on this team, quite literally, former NH players. So are they going to be able to use that experience, find some cohesion? But it has been a rough year for them, to be honest.
So China is the region where teams with PGS points and PGC points are quite divided. So let's see these teams who have performed well in their region also plays well in the global level. Next is Korea, which is the region with the previous PGC 2023 champion. But this year, they only have 3 teams based on PGC points, not having a single team advancing with the PGS points.
Yeah, it's been a rough year. There's been a lot of roster changes throughout Korea. The Kwangdong Freaks probably have been the most consistent for Korea throughout 2024, but it still hasn't been great. Yes, you've got great fraggers on that team. Salute is the first one that comes to your mind. He was on Danawa last year, has a trophy, and he's been good. The whole team's been good, but they haven't been great. So we need to see some, better performances from them on the international stage.
Next, T1. T1 was out of PUBG esports scene for a while, but they have created a team this year and participated in PUBG Esports.
Yeah, so it's the old BSG roster, plus you bring in Type. He's fragging very well for them. They're still seemingly trying to get all on the same page and trying to adapt to the international lobbies.
So last could be Gen G with top 3 in the player PGC points. They were struggling a little bit in this year, but they did show a great performance in the last event, PGS6.
Yeah, so it finally started to come together towards the end of the year here. The beginning of the year as well, they looked really, really strong in PWS. You have Barpo, who was one of the best fraggers in PWS in 2023. Adder, a veteran player. So Rex as well, those two have played together. But it hasn't been consistent. And the real question is what we saw at the end of PGS6, is that going to be the Gen G that shows up at PGC?
Last but not least is APAC region.
I want to start with the Expendables. They're the team that kind of ended 17's hopes of winning PGS5. Who knows what they're going to do at their peak? They could be really, really good.
Next is Daytrade Gaming. This Thailand team have been in the top, but recently they seem to struggle a bit, but in PGS6 they have shown.
They finally found their confidence. I mean, I think they just needed to start taking good fights, finding their opportunities. Hopefully they can really push the envelope and show us like a top 8 finish or even better.
So next coming up is Bleed Esports from Indonesia.
They're solid players. A lot of them have been around for quite some time in PUBG Esports, but they haven't really blown the doors off of us this year. So seeing if maybe they can improve on some of that, come into PGC with some new strategies, some new ideas, and who knows, maybe they're gonna make grand finals. There's enough talent there for sure.
Who had qualified as a wild card, Holt City Seed, our Malaysian team, Schweiger Dui.
If you ever watched PCS Asia, you're gonna be familiar with a lot of these players. You have MML, who used to be Tian Tian, who was on Tianba. You have Mings, who was also on Tianba and Petrichor Road at one point. Then you have Jervis and Payne used to be Sophia. That's a player that a lot of people know. I mean, they're pretty stacked.
So we've looked through all the 24 teams participating in PGC 2024. And we also have to focus on each player. Who do you think have a potential to win the MVP?
I think everybody's gonna think of Example first. Guy is absolutely insane. In particular, his DMR has been really, really on point this year. He's got a well-balanced play style as well. He can get it done. So he has everything you could want out of a star player.
Next MVP candidate, I think it could be a Severus Esports Himas.
Him and Example are number 1 and 2 in the world right now. There is no question about that. Everybody thinks that. They are amazing. But there's a little bit different. Himas is probably a little bit better with assault rifles. He's really good in those clutch situations, in those 1vx scenarios. So that's probably where you'd maybe give him a little bit of an edge, but it's hard to compare because they're both so darn good. Shrimzy from Sonics, he kind of plays more of a backline role. He's so good with the AUG, so he could be your MVP. Sparking is another one of those just amazing all-around players. Great mechanics in every regard, DMR or AR, and he's also got just great reactions. It's hard to pick with 17 because there's so many good players on that team. Lil Ghost, Xiao Wu, Xiao Bei. Any 3 of those guys could actually win an MVP. However, I think we should look at Petrichor Road. They do have a really good performance this year at EWC, and Akesleft is a big part of that. So if they pop off at PGC, it could actually be Akesleft.
Today we have been talking about the participating teams, things to watch for in the PGC 2024. I want to explain more about some action and activities that we can enjoy for PGC 2024. First is always Pick'em Challenge. PGC 2024 item is out. How do you think?
I love it. It's got this like futuristic soldier feel. It's quite different from some of the other skins we've had for previous events. So I think these are really, really cool.
Yeah, so if you buy this PGC 2024 items, you can get a voting coupons and participate in Pick the Winner Pick'em Challenge. You can vote until December 20th, 5 p.m. KST. Look at the circuit stage. So don't forget to watch the full circuit system and guess the winner and get this cool EP items too. Also, they have a free challenge, Team Face Off, so please check in game. And this is our pick for the Pick'em Challenge.
And of course, we also have the Twire Fantasy. It really makes watching PUBG Esports a lot more fun.
We also have a drops event. You can earn items by watching live stream of PGC 2024 based on your watch time.
And I also heard that there's another exciting thing to look forward to at PGC 2024. There's going to be a pre-event match before the official event starts.
Yes, we're gonna have a pre-event match on December 8th in 1 p.m. Malaysian time in the brand new Sanok where things are destructible. So I think it's gonna be really exciting pre-event match. But here, 48 players will be participating, so 2 players from each team. And there will be 4 matches, and there will also be 10,000 prize pool. So don't miss out this pre-event match too. From the beginning, we have been talking about everything we have to know to better enjoy PUBG Global Championship 2024. How was it today?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I'm really excited for PGC again. I can't wait to go back to Malaysia. It's a beautiful country. Really amazing stuff that we're gonna see from these players and these teams there as always. So I can't wait for it to start.
We'll have an audience in the grand final, so you can enjoy the grand final and a lot of offline activities. Please check out the ticket information that will be announced in the PUBGESports.com. And not only that, please enjoy our online activities too. So stay tuned for PUBG Global Championship 2024, which is kicking off in Malaysia on December 9th. And check out which team will be lifting the trophy at the end. We'll meet you in Malaysia. Bye-bye.
Well, I wasn't kidding yesterday. I said it was going to be grueling for these teams. We have already said goodbye to 4 for our first circuit, as they are not going to be participating in day number 2. We are live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, to get our day number 2 for circuit 1 well underway. My name's Kalaris. I am joined by Toffees once again, and we now have an opportunity for, well, there are 12 teams to join the illustrious 4 tomorrow for the final.
I mean, some of the big dogs have started to enter today. I've already talked to a couple of the teams that played yesterday. They said today they think it's going to play totally different than it did yesterday. And then obviously tomorrow, I think it's going to be wheels off, completely different. So seeing the teams adapt so rapidly from day to day is going to be fascinating.
Of course, yesterday we had teams like Kwangdong Freaks looking absolutely insane to start things off. Their point that they were able to accrue throughout those 6 games. Were able to hit a high, all things considered, but you do not have 8 of the best teams in the world in that lobby, so there is that caveat to a degree.
There is, and that's the question we get to watch KDF answer today.
Yes.
With these 4 new teams in, they're going to be mixing things up, playing a little more center aggression. Is KDF able to continue that? I think that they do. Is Salute still my captain? No, I did make some changes because, you know, the lobby's getting tougher.
He might be my captain.
Yeah, of course. It's not a bad choice, but with teams like TSM and Na'Vi entering the ring,
there's big options.
There's big options, exactly.
Big options. Okay, but before we get to everything, though, thank you to our partners. We have OP.GG, our main partner here for PUBG Esports. You can overpower your game. Head over to OP.GG and check everything that is going on over there. We have the Tropicana Garden Mall as well as the official venue partner for PGC 2024. So thank you to them. We are here live, ready to go. Below us is the mall. We've had a lovely coffee to get everything energized and good to go before all of this. We also have TT Racing joining us here as the official gaming furniture partner to get all of these players comfortable and good to go, locked in, ready for the big wins that they may be able to get via TT Racing. And Cooper as well, our official esports hand warmer. I also have mine ready to go. I love being toasty.
Now with RGB.
They do have RGB.
You have RGB. It, you know, adds a little flavor text. Nothing wrong with that.
You can like do the little dance and everything.
Right.
That's good.
So keep your hands warm and be the popular kid at the rave.
There you go. There you go. All right. Of course, there's also other ways for you guys to get involved as well. If you scan the QR code, you have the potential of winning a chunk of 2 million G-Coin. That's more G-Coin than I have ever seen, ever. That's a lot of G-Coin. But basically, yeah, exactly. But what you have to do is you have to predict the final team's winning points. And then if you are correct, you will get yourself a chunk of that 2 million. And then we also have, we actually have it as an example here today, live from the studio. If you scan that code, you can potentially acquire yourself this lovely light from PUBG Battlegrounds.
Cool.
Yours was taken away.
I had one earlier. It was too cool. They had to take one over to the casters. They're like, you don't get to have both. You know, we get to, that's a good example. We get another good example tomorrow. But for now, I think the focus is going to be day 2, circuit 1 here. Those 4 new teams that enter the fray and how the 12 that made it through yesterday adapt to that.
Absolutely. So, of course, we have 3 of those circuits that will be going down across the next 2 weeks. And then if you are able to get points in those circuit finals, you can potentially qualify through into the PGC Grand Final. And that's how it all will shape up. Of course, our first circuit does take into factor those PGS points. Today, we will have 5th through 8th joining us from those PGS points. Tomorrow, 1st through 4th. However, the next circuits after that, we will just have the rankings based on the previous circuit. So it's nice and clean cut, but only points from that circuit final, so the last day of each of the circuits, will count towards getting towards that PGC Grand Final.
Which I think we've already seen to play into strategy a little bit. You know, the points super system, what's what you're used to. You get that 10 per placement, you get that 1 per kill. And we talked to some teams today who made that top 12, and they said, well, because of the format, because it wipes clean tomorrow, once we get that one good game, a lot of us sort of play a little more defensive, or start to mess with teams that we don't maybe want to see advance to that next.
Just go crazy at that point, and there's a huge amount of prize pool available for all of these teams, 1.5 million, plus the also pick 'em crowdfunding that is going on. So you can still actually contribute to this.
Yeah.
If you are in-game, picking things up. MVP, 10,000 as well. We always love seeing who ends up becoming the MVP. Chances are there's 2 or 3 names that people are usually thinking of for these tournaments, especially since good old example just went on a tear and got 3 MVPs back-to-back in PGS.
He does. There's a few other options out there. I learned my lesson at EWC for counting chickens before they hatch, but I do think a lot of us are putting example on that list.
Well, here we have our lineup for today. Now, do bear in mind, yesterday we did not see TSM, Na'Vi, Petrichor Road, and FaZe Clan. Those are the 4 that will be joining the already stacked lobby to try and exert themselves, their power, and the potential that they have across all of this is terrifying. Here's the overall roster as a whole, but obviously we don't have some of these teams playing here today. But the thing is that these teams coming in, the one I want to start talking about is TSM right off the bat. They've been unbelievably consistent this year. It's exciting to see. It's exciting to see not the power shift in North America, but the fact that you have this phenomenal addition to bring to bear at the international stage.
I'm sure it makes the Falcons irritated that they are no longer the second best team in North America, but you got to give TSM props. This has perhaps been one of the greatest resurgences of a roster that I can remember in PUBG history. This was a team that was at PGC, finishing well under a different brand, but I think almost 4th place back in 21. Mostly the same crew. They had 2 years where they just couldn't seem to get their traction under them, and then with the addition of Sparking, who I think is the secret sauce, they've sort of have the ability to now pair him with Alo to make these moves. They are a team that has been one of the most consistent this year and consistently at the top. Yeah,
absolutely. Na'Vi is coming in as their 6th seed as well, and after having what was, let's be real, a shaky PGS 6, but we know why
justifiably, right?
Yeah, we know potentially why that occurred, right? They were changing strats. They were looking for something different, maybe trying to challenge a team up to the very top, which challenging 17 gaming on a hot drop is a difficult thing. So it sounds like they're probably going to revert strategies to the alternate paths by which they go.
Can confirm it is reverted. I talked to Alrain, I talked to the boys today, and they said, listen, PGS 6 was us saying we're going to take the risk because if it translates to PGC and we win this and we get 17 out, it's worth it for PGC. But now that we know we didn't get that win, 17 gets to keep their spots, we're going back to what we know better. We're changing our drop spots and we're playing our game. The game that I remind you got a 4th, a 5th, a 10th, and a 3rd this year. So these guys have a good strategy, and that's what's back in play.
Yeah, I think one of the scariest things was when we were interviewing Batulins one time, he was like, Na'Vi, they listen to our comms. Yeah. They ripped everything. Really? It's a winning strategy. I mean, of course. And it would take a look at in PGC history, the annals of history for the illustrious tournament. We have seen Na'Vi claim the very top throne when it comes to the World Championship. However, this is a completely different roster. I would argue eventually this roster wins an international. If they revert back to the strategies that they were employing, refine that, hone that, they are a scary prospect. We've talked enough about Na'Vi, though. There are other teams to talk about. FaZe Clan on the opposite side. Again, they've gone through roster changes as a whole, but still across the board, a veteran roster as a whole, and they've not really disappointed too much when it comes to World Championships, as they've been able to go quite a bit far.
I mean, as you look at the rival screen right there, if Na'Vi is the young guns, then FaZe right now is sort of the old dogs, right? These guys have tons of experience, they know how to play.
Roth from Team Falcons.
But we'll take a look at what went on behind the scenes.
I'm super happy with the way we played yesterday. Obviously, we came out really hot, and then given the format, once we're kind of set and know we're in the top 12, we tried to take advantage of some of the other opportunities out there, like keeping some teams out that we wouldn't want involved. Kuala Lumpur has been awesome. I think it's been a cool experience for me. It's my first time in Malaysia, so it's really cool to be here at PGC, have the venue the way it is. The mall's really nice. The hotel's very nice as well. The food and the weather. I'm definitely a big Southeast Asian fan when it comes to food. More so, I'm a big Japanese fan, so it's nice to be closer to where I can get that more frequently than the US. And the weather is kind of similar to home. I'm from Florida, so it's very hot, it's humid, it rains a lot. Just feels like I'm at home.
안녕하세요. 광동 프릭스의 빈이라고 합니다. 일단 어제 경기력은 압도적으로 1등으로 마무리해가지고 만족스럽고 사실 저희가 분위기만 탄다면 어떠한 팀보다도 더 잘한다고 생각하기 때문에 초반 라운드에 분위기 타는 게 좀 중요한 것 같습니다.
And that is what's going back there. But let's take a look at now the two teams coming out strong from yesterday, as it will be Guangdong Freaks and Virtus Pro. Guangdong Freaks, after the first game, and then kept rolling and kept rolling and kept rolling. I think there was no surprises there. For me, a little bit more of a surprise was the strength that Virtus.pro was able to finish off with 2 wins on Miramar to get it all said and done.
Yeah, and it was the way that they kind of almost came out of nowhere. They were so quiet the first couple of games, and all of a sudden, bam, bam, we get this sort of the Dusty Dunes kicks off, and so does Virtus.pro. So we start here in the Dusty Dunes today. They're coming off of yesterday's incredible games. I think they got to start strong.
Kwangdong Freaks, though, really earned the position at number 1. We had Heaven in Heaven. That was a big moment. I loved that. And some great holds here and there. I think everything really spiraled in their favor as soon as you get that 2v4 against New Happy in that first game. It was an insane opportunity for them to be able to take a lot of 1v1s. You can see it here on the map, and they were able to roll with that.
Yeah, and it's one of those moments where New Happy really thought this was a win for us. No challenge whatsoever, and I think it kind of hurt the rest of their day because it went so badly. But I got a chance to talk to Guman about this moment. He said, you know, I knew I had to push Mingming. I knew I had to force 2 1v1s once we lost Salute. Yeah. He did it. He gets this knock on Mingming, and then did something really cool where he relocates back to the other side to take the 1v1 with AZ. I said, how's it feel? Everyone talks about Salute being the clutch man. You got to be the clutch man yesterday. And he said, you know, my team was awesome. They laughed, we cheered, and then they said, I can't believe he showed you that much of his body. And they just made fun of AZ. So they seem like they were in the right headspace. But that's what they said in the interview. If we can get our vibe right, if we can get our headspace right out of the gate, we're unstoppable.
And then we move over to where it was all in Miramar here as Virtus.pro was ruling the Dusty Dunes, as you were mentioning. And it was very impressive, all things considered. It's not like the games were really coming to them, coming in on the east side here, and eventually being able to dislodge teams in some of these compounds. But at the same time, there's lots of people to be able to tune into whilst all of this is going on. We have co-streamers abound whilst PGC will be going on. So make sure to check out all your favorite co-streamers, as well as stick with us here and open the map and play the fantasy and do everything.
And team streams and but that's the love. That's the point of PGC. It's about getting everybody in the community together, and a great way to do that as well is play that fantasy. You can do it right now. Your $100,000 budget, build the best team that you can, and it's fun during this stage because some of these players, for instance, Phil First and Spyro, are so gosh darn cheap. They open the doors for amazing team combos.
Yeah, and the cool thing is as well is that you guys, even just already in day 2, have an opportunity to rack up big points. And even if you don't get big points, even if you only get something like, I don't know, 20 points or something like that, you still might have a chance to take over Toby. So it'll be quite simple throughout these days.
Rip Toby and Bella.
Well, they didn't take Salute, did they, on the first day? It's kind of unfortunate. And he was significantly picked. 13% going his way. And we have actually recalculated this for what they have the picks today. Guys, you can still change your team. You do not have to have Mingming on your team. You can change that.
Make that change now. I would definitely get him off your team ASAP, as he will not be taking the field today. So I think Salute's still a great buy, but we got a lot of new players who are going to be entering the field. This is who got the most points yesterday. It speaks volumes to the fact that all of KDF is in those top 10 players, the top 8 players. That is absolutely wild. VP up there as well. But Phil First, someone who literally costs $12,000 and opens up your entire roster, 45 points. Go get him now.
As an EMEA sympathizer, I'm going to call myself. As soon as I saw that Phil First was 12,000, I was like, I'll start there and work around that.
That's my favorite strategy. You pick your highest value, you pick your cheapest player, and then from there you fill in the gaps.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff. Of course, the Pick'em Challenge is still active in-game as well. There was only one shift, and it was Kwangdong Freaks going up by about
0.21%.
Point something percent, yes. So more faith potentially in Kwangdong Freaks today. I mean, obviously we've heard from them a little bit, and there is the potential that they think that they're going to be doing very well today as well.
I mean, they seemed very confident this morning when we talked. They have all of their narrative really revolves around, if we can get the vibe right, we can go off. And so I think they're a big team. Game 1, Game 2, watch them. If they go off, it's going to be a crazy KDF day. If not, maybe not.
Maybe. I'm excited to see how our teams are going to be coming in from those PGS points. We have excellent Wolves at the door, ready to go. Let's get day number 2 underway for the circuit here at PGC.
제가 데뷔를 한 지 얼마 안 됐을 때는 제 꿈이었고, 그리고 중간쯤 됐을 때는 희망이었고, 그리고 지금 와서는 증명을 하는 자리라고 생각합니다. PC의 첫 챔피언, 저희가 잃어버린 왕관을 다시 되찾고 한국이 세계 최고임을 증명하겠습니다.
I mean, it feels really good. Obviously, we qualified because of another team's performance, but that's just how it is, and we're going to make the best out of it. We haven't been in the spotlight, we've been in the shadows. Underestimate us at your own risk, and we're coming for the top.
สำหรับผม PSC เป็นทัวร์ที่ใหญ่ที่สุดเลยครับ แล้วก็เราทำมาทั้งปีเพื่อรายการนี้นะครับถ้าฟอร์มการเล่นของทีมเราค่อนข้างดีก็มีสิทธิ์ที่จะเป็นแชมป์สูงครับ แล้วก็ถ้าเห็นว่าธนดลขึ้นโหมดคิวเมื่อไหร่ก็เจอกันครับแชมเปี้ยน
PEC 对我的意义就是也算是个梦想吧，就刚打这个游戏开始到现在，一直都想要拿到一个成绩，每一次挫折都让我们更坚定。我要在 PGC 里留下我们的印子，无怨无悔，只有不懈追求。
PGC means a lot to us this year. We need to end it strong and show to our fans that we belong at the top. Like we are an inconsistent team, but on our day we can easily beat these teams.
我还是蛮有信心的，毕竟就是5、6之后就是休息了也蛮长一段时间了嘛，然后我觉得我们调整了还是可以的。有的时候我感觉我们打短赛制的那种赛程就可能没发挥的就记了，但是如果就是让我们找到状态，其实我们还是很有竞争力的。
Ніяк не вплинули результати ПА-6. Ми повернулися до старих стратегій, змінили споти на старі, та я вважаю, що ми виступимо гарніше, ніж на ПА-6. Ціль – це виграти всі турніри за рік і виграти 3 глобали підряд.
작년 2023년 PGC는 진짜 경험을 떠나서 제 삶에 잊지 못한 짜릿함이었던 것 같고 이번 연도에도 그런 경험을 좀 겪을 수 있으면 좋겠다라는 생각이 드는 것 같습니다.
A lot of the community, they like to talk about this thing called the Sonics money buff, where the bigger the prize pool is, usually the better we play. That hasn't been true exactly for PGCs recently because of a plethora of reasons, but this PGC we're looking to change that. PGC to me feels like the last infinity stone on my gauntlet of PGS, an Esports World Cup, a PGIS, regionals. It's time to win a PGC.
I think this team and NA in general is performing best right now, and I'm just happy to be on this team. Honestly, I think it's the most talented roster with the addition of Sparking, obviously. There's definitely new heights that are reachable for us. It means more, it might mean more to other teams or to fans, but trophy's a trophy for me, and I just want to lift one.
PGC là giải đấu cuối cùng của năm và đó chính là nó khá là ý nghĩa với em vì đây là giải đấu cuối năm rồi nên là tụi em sẽ chấp sức hết mình để giành lấy chức vô địch để cuối năm ăn Tết cho tụi mình đến đây đã chiến thắng và các team còn lại hãy cẩn thận đội môn mình vì bọn mình sẽ lấy hết tất cả các mũ của các team còn lại.
我觉得今年 PGC 我们实习最有竞争力，其他队不行。我们知道我们可以，我们拿过成绩。Twitch 是一个很强大的对手，但是我觉得我们比他们更强。
I can call this year pretty successful. We won 3 PGS tournaments. I expect all of the teams to be our opponents. It's Twisted Minds against the whole world.
If these videos don't get you excited for PUBG Esports, I don't know what does. Getting to hear from all these titans of this game, getting their thoughts coming into this tournament. Oh, Poro, am I excited to see another 4 teams field this Battlegrounds today.
I mean, they kicked off things about as well as you could kick them off yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, Quantum Freaks just came in here and just made absolute mincemeat of that lobby. But will they do the same here again today, Toby? They've got to forget about all that success that they had yesterday and get ready for today.
definitely do. We are fielding, as I said, 4 more teams. Petrichor on your screens right now. Ike's left in the leading seat. Summer there to support as well. Some back and forth between IGL. I'm pretty confident that Ike's left will sit in the IGL role today, and I'm very curious to see what they're going to bring. Of course, FaZe Clan there to join too. I feel like they had an upping performance throughout PGS 6 compared to PGS 5, and now we can see how they kick off today.
Yeah, FaZe is definitely one of those teams that can just blow up when you're not, when you're least expecting it, essentially. And regardless, today is bringing 4 new big name teams into this lobby. So I don't think Freaks are going to have the easy road that they had yesterday. But will one of those other teams come in and just start dominating the way it was done yesterday?
And that's the thing, right? I mean, it's best of 6s. It's full reset for those of you guys who watched yesterday. Might not be fully in tune with how they works today. Leaderboards are at a big old 0 once more. It's right back down to the roots and fighting for top 12 once more. If you don't make it, if you snap back down in the bottom 4, you're out. You're waiting until next week.
Yeah, and I think you brought up, I mean, you said it perfectly. It's best of 6. Like, that's the way these guys got to come in here and think about this. Is anything that happened before, anything that happens tomorrow, none of that matters. All that matters right now is the 6 games right in front of you, starting on Erangel.
And we saw the momentum that the first win for Quantum Freaks got yesterday, let alone the fact that it's, I mean, yes, they got circles early, but to bring home a 2v4 against New Happy in that game 1, completely insane. And I can't help but be a little bit worried that we have some of these heavy-hitting teams coming in now. If they start off with a similar performance in game 1 and get the momentum going that early to then just be able to tyrannize the entire server for the remaining 5 games, that is dangerous.
And, I mean, and you look at the other side of that coin as well. We go back to game 1, and you had an amazing win from Freaks, that 2v4, but look what happened to New Happy after losing that game. You only have 6 games. They were never able to really recover from that, and as a result, they're no longer in Series 1. They're going to be watching this one from home.
And that's true. Can I also just add that I thought I was going to go through this entire year of Global PUBG flawless. This is the first equipment issue I've had throughout the entire year, and it had to happen at PGC. Oh, it was going so well. It was you. It was the other guys getting all the tech issues, but now we know who the real curse is.
Yeah, that falls on me. I don't know what equipment is cursed.
Maybe it's just the wrong screen, because I'm seeing a game about to get started too.
Could be.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe they're baiting. Maybe it's all baits.
And speaking of baits, we aren't starting on Erangel. We're starting on Miramar today, so we get to actually start off on those Dusty Dunes, and that might be a benefit to some of these teams that prefer this map.
Yeah.
And that's a, I mean, like you said, the snowball gets going pretty early. That could be huge.
And for VP, bringing back-to-back wins on Miramar yesterday, if they're able to do it, I mean, even if they don't win the game, getting that plus 20 game to start things off, that will be absolutely insane. For those of you guys who've been watching in EMEA, while there were tournaments they didn't qualify for, they had one of the most insane runs earlier this year. They got 19 kills in a game where I think they needed 20-some high points in order to come through. They got 19 kills in the first 3 circles of that match. They know their way around this map. We'll see, though, today if they're going to be contested down towards Los Leones.
Yeah, they were feasting yesterday as well. I mean, both of those wins on Miramar both had 10 kills. You can hear everybody starting to get hype up in the background. Toby, it seems like we are heading in the plane. Equipment issues be damned. We are going to Miramar.
It was a scoop. There's no equipment issues. Still flawless. No issues whatsoever. Miramar is where we are going, and we are excited to be there. Again, just to underline it for everyone out there watching, best of 6. Make your way into the top 12, and you will be going through to the finals of Circuit 1 playing here tomorrow as we take to the battlefield and get a nice overview of Minas Gerais.
Oh, hold on now. What, you been working on that one? That sounds good.
It's been there all along.
I like that. Okay. Well, you can see, Minas, that is a, looks like to be the Kwangdong Freaks drop spot there. They do have the Expendables just off to their south as well, but we'll see if they get any closer. They get involved in any early game fighting. For the most part, though, everybody that's dropped out looks to be all by themselves. Everything looks to be fairly safe.
As the desk brought up as well, Na'Vi thinking better of it. I was thinking for a moment that, especially in today's games where they know 17 ain't playing, maybe, just maybe, there's a reason to go back and see what's happening in Picado, in Pachinki as well. But T1 already claiming it, so they're going to hop over towards the east. And this time around, honestly, too, a bit of an eastern skewed plane, but as you can see with the predicted drop maps here, for this lobby in particular, it ain't the biggest issue.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Right off the bat.
That's
Flash is going to go down, and, well, they were screaming about it off the bat there. So, okay, we get the El Pozo, that hard northwest shift, And you can see about half of that circle completely unoccupied.
Yep.
Everything off to the west. So you start looking at those teams to the south. How quickly are you going to get moving? How quickly are you going to rotate? And actually, look at this. We got Falcons and Eternal Fire very close to each other in Chumacera.
Somewhat entangled, of course. I mean, some teams will try and stretch further towards the west. It seems like Eternal Fire are going to be the first ones to get weaponry. But Falcons have found themselves a vehicle, should be able to get out of here safely. If you want to watch teams, listen to the team comms as well, you can hop on over to PUBGESports.com and watch the POVs of the teams there. Weibo, Petrikov, 4AM FaZe, Na'Vi, and TSM representing. And yeah, it's always good fun, a mix of both. I feel like when you know a team's about to take a fight, listen in and see what the players are thinking, what their thought processes are in these fights that take place.
Yeah, Kuala got Snakers real low there, and Falcons very lucky to get out of that with all 4 men alive as they make their way a little bit farther off to the west. Now, Snakers still left behind there, but he does have Flood with him, so they should be okay.
You'd think so.
I would think so. But you never know, man. You never know. Especially with this team, man. You just never know how their early games just, they've had some issues.
I mean, I was going to say, it's a mix of two dangers, right? Yes, Falcons have been losing players in the early games, especially in tournaments past. We saw a bit of it yesterday. While the day overall was good for them, there was a few losses for them there too, and they received the initial kill. But for Eternal Fire, who they're dropping with as well, they're not afraid of taking an early game fight. So it could potentially be dangerous when you have Fuel and Fire right next to one another, but it seems to me like the fuse was never quite lit.
Indeed, indeed. And once again, we remind you that this is best of 6, and you do not want to be in the bottom 4.
Oh no!
When those 6 games are up, because that will mean that you are not going to the Series 1 final, which will be tomorrow. And the Series 1 final is where you get your points.
Exactly.
You make it to the grand final.
Honestly, I mean, just I'm going to do like a hashtag, just make all finals, because it's that easy, right? No, you really want to. You really want to be there. And a team that did a really good job at showcasing their worth of the finals. Magnum Freaks yesterday, 95 points in 6 games. Unheard of. And on top of that, to do that on a global stage, yes, we might not have had the very best of the top, but this is global PUBG. This is the first LAN day of an entire tournament. To go out and stomp a lobby like that, that's insane.
I know the trend is to want to take away their flowers because the top 8 teams weren't in that lobby, and I understand. But man,
that's still insane.
Give them their flowers, guys.
Yeah.
95 points in one day is nuts, especially in any international lobby, regardless. And
I mean, regional lobby.
Exactly. There you go. So I mean, they did what they needed to do, and they did it well. So we'll see if they can reproduce any of those results today as we check out Mamu from Weibo Gaming, keeping an eye on TSM.
Yep, got the kill early on Flash. We'll see now as they track the rotation from TSM. They're going to let them through. I think for Weibo right now, I mean, they're in too good a position to really care.
I mean, they're 2-2 dead center, yeah.
Exactly. Might as well just link on those compounds. We have seen circles go back there time and time again, so no reason for them to really try and contest. We are seeing CYY or Psy take a couple of shots towards TSM as they see the rotation come past. That's a Marauder with a pump tire. Could be dangerous as Luke spins out.
He does spin out, but fortunately he spun out outside of line of sight, so it should be okay. Now, you can see on the minimap, though, they are about to have some company, and that's going to be 4 a.m. Coming from Hacienda, they've got the E pickup going right over dead center, so Weibo going to have to be looking in the skies, making sure that they don't end up with 4 a.m. members dropping on one half of their 2-2 split.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst play to make either for 4M, of course. Doing E-pickups means you're not going to bring your vehicles, but look down, C4, look for, I should say, so people don't get confused by utility. Look for any compounds down below without cars present. You can just hop on down there. Issue then becomes, if you get a free one, which it seems like 4AM might, how do you leave there should the circle go elsewhere?
I gotta tell you, this is how you know it's a high-level comp lobby. 5 minutes in the game, and
why did they
4 a.m. is trying to go dead center circle, and they're getting shot at by so many teams right now. But you're right, they popped it super early.
Yeah.
So they are just kind of lame ducking it all the way down. It looks like they're gonna go for the high ground, and fortunately enough, they're gonna get it.
You know what? Mountaintop, fair enough, but again, getting off of that.
But yeah, you brought up the cars
also,
situation, right?
By popping those shoots that early, at least 4, maybe even 5 teams saw them earlier. But let's now go down towards Picardo, despite there being no hot drop. We had Expendables trying to make their way through. This city itself. Beamy is going to be the first one to fall. Nixie there, though, instantly to respond. Phenomenal performance yesterday, but now he's going to have to step up to try and see if he can get Lukarooks back on his feet, too.
And he's doing it by himself, too. You saw Ibby way off in the distance. So Nixie, as you mentioned, big performance yesterday. Got a boatload of points for fantasy owners. We'll see if he can stay alive here. Ibby trying to provide a little bit more support, but you can see the expendables. There you have Clories. That's kind of slowly arriving here. And they look like they might be in the better spot here. I'm not sure if... I mean, yeah,
that's the second one to Tanvu.
Hey, Tanvu.
I know that we've been talking the praises of Clories because, I mean, for sure he's a phenomenal player, but Tanvu too, I mean, every single time Expendables has gotten something going their way, a lot of that has come off of Tanvu as well. Kind of ironic that I dropped Tanvu on my fantasy team today and picked up Nixie when he then takes him out instantly. But that's what I get, I suppose. Phenomenal Nate, though, 100-0 on the side of Tanvu. The flush will come through as Clories gets back on his feet. That's one more down, and all Evie can do is sit from afar and wish things had gone elsewhere.
The curse of winning a game followed up by a bad game doesn't...
Does it transfer day to day?
I guess it transfers day to day, it would appear, because he'd be in a pretty bad way right here. We'll see if Ibby can snake him out a little bit of a few more points anyway. I mean, hey, we've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah.
Ibiza was on fire yesterday as well.
True.
As Nixie, so we'll see if he can find a little bit of that magic as we check in with Navi.
The true Navi on their early rotation coming in from the east side. They are by no means in a hurry. Coming in from the far, far south. They'll have all the space in the world, especially considering how far north a lot of these teams have opted to send up. It's such a weird center that this circle has, not in terms of us not knowing it. It's just you're so limited in what you can play, and when teams get to maintain wide splits early on, it's really making it hard for teams on the outskirts to get anything of value. So any team on the outskirts now, even if it's not to their side, like if you're T1, you would rather have this circle hard shift north than go center to some extent, because you don't want to have to fight into those compounds down in the valley.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things you brought up briefly there, the wide splits. I mean, it's something that you typically don't see early on in tournaments, is these big wide splits that everybody are having, these 1-1-1-1s. But since there's already been one day of play, obviously we got 4 new teams in the lobby. Those guys playing a little bit closer together, but everybody else is more spread out, more going for those information gathering splits. Even Luna Galaxy way up there on the north side, all over La Cobria, as 4 a.m. dancing around the mortars. That would be a hell of a mortar hit, I gotta tell you.
Spiro trying to line them up from all the way over towards El Pozo. Has teammates closer by. Of course, they saw 4 a.m. They were the ones shooting at them as they came flying down.
Everybody was shooting at them when they were coming down.
So Spiro trying to line up a couple of shots there. Unfortunately, just a little bit off. Face in the meantime, new to the lobby here. Joining forces with Weibo down in the valley below. Again, we have seen a lot of these early circles continue to go down towards this exact road, so wouldn't be too surprised if that was to happen once again.
Got another potential E-pickup.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Expendables out of Picado. And so that E-pickup is going directly southeast to northwest. Should arrive right as the circle is closing, so we'll see where they decide to go with it. Meanwhile, FaZe, Gustav, just checking out, seeing where everybody is. I think he might have spotted out those freaks, and we'll see where are we going to go. Hard west, El Pozo dead center. Okay, buckle up, kiddos.
Now, we talked about how the center is hard to play, but it's also horrible to have to rotate through. So hard, if not near impossible, to get any proper info. And I'm seeing the observers dial up something that I think we're going to talk about too. El Pozo.
Yeah,
yep, it's there. And I think that's where half the server, if not more, is planning on going.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see the mad dash of Skittles heading there. You got Bet Boom going in the north side, Falcons coming in the west side, or Internal Fire coming in the south, to TSM rather, already there. Weibo trying to make their way in, but getting pushed around a little bit. And now another E-pick up in the end. That's going to be Freaks coming from the south side of San Martin, dropping right over the top of El Pozo.
Yeah.
There should be plenty of room for them to come and drop. They just have to hopefully not open their parachutes as early as 4 a.m. did.
Exactly. 5 teams in and around the city already. We're probably going to add more to them real soon. Luna Galaxy on the hard western side going to try and see if they can claim some real estate as well. It's still there to be found, but by the second these buildings are getting taken, you can see BB team now under fire from Rello. Falcons trying to get a good read on where everyone around them is coming in from.
And that's the hardest part, right? Like, there's so many buildings, so much verticality. It's really hard to gain that information without really putting yourself at risk and getting shot at here. So Rello and the Falcons, you can see, spread out between multiple buildings, and there's the Expendables. They'll drop right in, and they'll land right on an open building. Looks like Weibo has a little bit of an angle there, but won't be able to get any knocks, and so far, so good for the Expendables. Hopefully the Freaks maybe have the same amount of luck here.
And kudos to Expendables for being able to fully reset out of that Mikado fight. They had 2 players down, a third almost knocked, but they managed to get all 4 back alive and now are safe inside the city. That's incredibly well reset.
Ooh, Freaks going for the west side that Luna Galaxy has already taken control over. Navi, meanwhile, hugging the wall. They've got From the Future on the roadside just off to the east. We're taking a few shots over in their direction, but it looks like From the Future now focused up on getting back in. And yep, Heaven's going to get taken down by Roth as KDF has landed right on top of this split from Luna Galaxy.
Yep, Salute alone versus Posa and Crack, and a little bit of help coming in from the north. Again, so many angles for people to spot one another inside the city. And Human, so now trying to get off this hillside is not a place you want to be.
Oh, that was really good smokes, but really, really close. I know Falcons are kicking themselves if they couldn't get this. Yeah, I would pick them up and just run, yeah. Wait. Don't wait for those smokes to bloom out.
Nope.
Yeah, get in there.
Get
good
the
stuff.
hell out.
Okay, they made it.
Able to reset again. I mean, honestly surprising that we haven't had a single casualty inside El Pozo proper. But that just bodes for a much more interesting endgame. Should this next circle go in there. Keep in mind, we're not shifting away from the mountains on the south side just yet. There is still another circle that can take us quite literally anywhere it so pleases. It could be a hard south, and then all these, what is it now, 6, maybe even 7 teams that are in El Pozo would have to somehow figure out how do we all get out of here alive.
Yeah, I think we're even 8 and 8. 8 inside the city and 8 on the outside. VP still in the blue. As uh-oh, that's not a good place to get knocked there, Chewy.
Way up on the mountain, opens a rotation path with Day Trade.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, Summer's having to make his way over there, but that is, they're hanging out on the edge. They're not committing to this city bit, and if they can get Chewy back on his feet, they're actually not in a terrible spot here, especially if that circle gives them a little bit of love.
Yeah, it's a really, really good split that Petrichor has got going right now, because not only do they see everything, but they set up nice rotation opportunities, both going north and south, if so be. Circle's gonna swing west, and with mountains being where they currently are, the next one should, at least to some extent, give us a northern wrap. So we might be in for the first city ending of the day right in game number 1.
Well, primary indicator that everybody's assuming that it's going to cut there is you don't see any of those teams trying to leave.
Yep.
Right? You still see now FaZe is trying to work their way on the south side of the city and see if they can find a little bit of a place to play here. But for the most part, everybody's staying put. TSM moving in a little bit. We got another E pickup. Navi going for the E pickup now. And I don't know. I mean, do you think they take it? Do you think they go try to make it into the city?
I don't know where you fly, because that's the issue, right? Everyone knows exactly what's going on. City is taken. We saw...
No.
This is the way. No, he got taken down by the explosion. Should be able to crawl to safety there if Gustav can get him. Has to heal too, though. But that's 2 down on the side of FaZe now. Jeem still has yet to leave northwest. I mean, honestly, there is a chance that the circle swings up towards him. I can't see that this circle can go anywhere without including some bits of unplayable anyway. Yeah. We'll see what's going to end up happening as now Expendables continue their onslaught, finding Sparking as well.
Oh, Expendables just crashing into... there you go. That feels bad.
You can see the head scratch.
He knows. Geez. Well, what are you going to do? But no, this is I like this from Expendables. Given the situation and given the lobby that we're playing in right now, best of 6, be aggressive, go in there, push through, 4 strong, and just take your time with it and try to clear out what you can. They managed to get Sparking, but Halo still holding the line here.
APAC, of course, at this point now with Cerberus in the mix as well, has made themselves a mainstay region in the game. But I think what initially got them to be more recognized globally was their ability to get so many points in some of these early tournament lobbies where teams were still trying to figure out how do we want to play it, how do we want to approach it. APAC just said there's only one way, and that's pedal to the metal. Yesterday, we didn't see Expendables succeed in doing so quite well. Same thing for Day Trade. But off of the start for Expendables now, I mean, if they get comfortable like with the Freaks yesterday, if they get enough points that they're like, you know what, we can go out and risk it, look out for Expendables. They could be dangerous.
APAC group stage magic is real. 4 a.m. meanwhile did decide to take an EPEP up as well. Navi didn't take theirs. 4 a.m. did from the north side, and now they're trying to go dead center once again. Can they pull it off as Halo is on the hunt? He's going to find one, and that's Delwyn down and flushed.
Oh, timing for Dilwyn there. Wanted to lob an extra nade over. But Alo, here's the pin pulled, and he's going to peek off of it. Wise play from him as Snakers lops the nade up on the roof. Almost gets Bobo down as well. 2 confirmed now, but I think he saw him. Pro down, crawl to the side. That one's going to bounce! Amazing bounce for Snakers as he finds the 3rd.
Snakers has an arm like Johnny Manziel. He is just dropping them on their pumpkin heads on the top. And there you go.
That's the
dead center on top of El Pozo. And now what do you do if you're one of these teams that elected to stay on the outside, Toby? Look, Navi's already in vehicles. They've got complete control over this western side. They should have an idea of what's around them, but you've also got From the Future, you got Petrichor Road, T1, all coming in from that south side.
Yep. How does James get back down to face? And as you say on the southern side, how do they get that all untangled? Because as you can see here, fight's already now starting to happen. There's really only space for 1, maybe 2 teams on this southern side. It's raining. Peeks on over, finds Spellmuth. He lost Ian just moments earlier, so a little late on that trade there, but at least he gets the revenge.
They got to be quick, man. They got to be real quick because, as we said, From the Future, Petrichor Road, all looking over in that direction. Navi also starting to make their way in From the Future. I think Navi has just put themselves right in the middle of the From the Future split. They've got Happy on the other side of the road, but this could be a safe spot for Navi as long as they don't get snuck up on here by Happy or by Petrichor Road.
Definitely could. They have to try and hold them off without being shot at from behind. As Algren looking on over, tries to get safety. They heard shots from face down below earlier, so they know that that warehouse ain't available. That's why they're opting to stay up here. At least for now, wanting to try and deal with Navi, but it's not going to be an easy fight to take. They have Ferris on an off angle, now trying to reposition, maybe get down towards his teammates.
Yeah, keeping an eye on T1 and Petrichor Road. Petrichor Road, it seemed like they were holding a line right on the edge of that zone, waiting to see what would happen, to see if they could maybe crash in onto a fight that popped off.
Comes
but nothing
Petrichor.
happened. So now they have to go. So they're going to get a little bit closer. T1 also was creeping a little bit further over to the west. They haven't taken any shots just yet either. So it's like a little bit of a cold war going on here between 4 teams. Navi actually just going to dip. They're going to get on out of there.
I don't mind that at all.
Somehow, some way, they have a free compound to play on this western edge of El Pozo.
That's Ferris wrapping on the north side, scouting forward, spotting that this is available, doesn't see anyone inside. That's why he repositioned. He couldn't get a proper angle to see if there was any cars inside the concrete. Wraps around the other side, clears the position, gets a spot for his team. And as you were saying, that was the last second before 3 teams would have engaged on them. So phenomenal read on the side of Navi to claim real estate inside the circle.
Yeah, having that stopwatch in your head to let you know, okay, we've been here too long.
Yeah.
We've got to make moves or we are going to be in trouble. As we see Petrichor Road, they have slowly come in. From the Future hasn't really repositioned in any way. I think Navi left and they were okay, and Ming now going to let them know that they are there. Now, what are you going to do From the Future? They've got that compound, but that compound is outside of the zone.
Oh, the knock coming through. They know that it's FTF they're going up against as well, so this should be the opener for them, saying, thank you, Raiden, we'll take it from here and push forward. The issue is that FTF still has players on the southern side of the road as well, and they can't just blindly push towards them. They need to try and see if they can isolate.
Yeah, this slow collapse from FTF maybe caused them a little bit of trouble here as T1 now in a good position, but you can see them taking shots from the back from TSM, from Eternal Fire as well. So all this stuff going out on the south side, yeah, that X is letting you know that is that spot where Happy is might be the only safe place for all these teams on the south side, but they've got to finish this fight first.
Not gonna be easy at all. Type, they know exactly where they have Happy, or at least approximately. No, he's down here somewhere. Timing couldn't be any worse though. Jumps off the cliffside, able to prone down into cover just fast enough to get back down to safety. Gets up on his feet, and what a great timing. It's actually going to be seen as nice bait by U-Type, allowing for Zenith to get the knock from behind, able to find the second now as well. Zenith doing all kinds of work in order to try and allow for his teammates to push further forward.
Oh, From the Future just taking a little bit too long to figure out what they wanted to do here. They're now down to just 1. The shots from Arkan going to get Ming down to about half HP. But they should be safe now. I mean, they know it's just 1 guy left, right?
Yeah.
You could just put yourself in a good position and then just flush him out. Although Petrichor now down to just 3, and T1 has taken that 1 good spot essentially on that cliffside play.
We were wondering how James is going to regroup with his teammates. I don't think he is. He's just going to be a nuisance to Petrichor on rotation. He should still have a vehicle, I think. But right now, committing to the shots, of course, it's only phase 4, so he can tank for a bit of it. Heal on up, got a med kit, got 5 first aids as well, should be able to rotate. But right now, the path ain't quite clear for him to get back down towards his teammates.
Solo Jeems, best Jeems, and well, there you go. BetBoom team actually opening up with a couple of knocks on the Luna Galaxy. Vinny going to try to go for the res on Oposa as quickly as he can, but it might be too late. BetBoom already on the run, and he couldn't even get the res on Oposa. I don't know what happened there, but Haven slowly bleeding out as well, and Vinny just kind of can't really seem to do anything here.
Type able to get 2, Jeems finds another, that's pitch caught down, that space now for T1 to play on that southern side, hoping the next circle's gonna go to them as well as BetBoom. Gonna try and continue to clear out on their side of the circle. It's just one on their feet. No, make that 2 as the rest does come through, but Vinny and Haven find themselves in a real awkward spot here.
Sure do. I mean, BB team, again, talking about that stopwatch, you got to have it. They will find another knock on a Vinny, so yeah, it's send it now and send it quickly and make sure you finish this off as quickly as you possibly can. Good shots from a doozy, and that'll do it. And that is clean stuff from BB team.
Exactly. Make space for yourself. Find your side of the road from where you know for a fact you are alone. Makes it so much easier to play these urban innings later down the line. Don't have to constantly have a guy looking backwards, fearing there's a snake among you. Nope. Just sit tight, spread out, take control, clear before the fights come close to you. It's all good. Oh, solo player. Speaking of, able to get one. Good on you, Type, to get the flush or the kill in return quickly, though, because that should allow for the rest to come through.
Holy moly. We're down to 37 alive, but there's still 13 teams up, Toby. That's absolutely nuts here.
We're shifting out of the buildings proper, too.
We are.
Face still in. On the southern side, 2 players sat on their own with a big warehouse to share. On the other side of things, it's Eternal Fire and Falcons and Freaks, who right now seem to be in the best positions, trying to hold off the north, but they have a whole other type of task in front of them than face down south, because they need to fend off against all these, make that 4, even 5 if you count Thanadol, teams having to try and make their way into this next circle.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. You got BB team making their way across the road. Weibo is being pinned down by Falcons. Navi has to leave as well. TSM has to leave, but they could push right into Eternal Fire. And then you've got, of course, a couple of snakes still left alive. Ibiza for Virtus Pro still in it.
Yep.
Thanadol still in it for day trade. And now that, ooh, there we go. That's about the best option you had available.
4 guys in a car, you don't like to see it, especially not in the city, but they make it happen with the smokes. Try to poop your friend further forward, not gonna make it happen, though Diffex will fall. It's now the 2v3. Defense here from FaZe has to come through. This is a prime location if they can take them out. Hakatori, first one to fall, will get the flush immediately after 2.
Really nice hold there to start things off from FaZe, and Sosa's gonna go down as well. Gustav quick with it, and now it's all down to Ferris. Knows exactly where he is, but the flash comes through before he can actually finish the spray, and now FaZe will come through, but they'll finish him off.
The 2 HP flush on the side of Gustav. Oh, wow, that could have been real dangerous, and now it will be. Gustav falls down as well. Type rolling, somersaulting into the warehouse, takes him out. That's FaZe out in 12th, and T1 now with a place to play. Control of the entire south side of the circle.
And that is day 1 awareness on the part of T1 to make sure that they kept in mind, kept what was going on down there, and immediately crashed that. They didn't even send everybody. They only sent Type. They knew exactly what was going to be waiting for him when he got down there.
Keep in mind, T1 qualified to today with one of the final kills in the tournament yesterday. So the fact they're able to come off with such a strong start here today, absolutely impressive, Ebi. Well, you might have yourself a rocket launcher in hand, but didn't flick that fast enough to take out Duck Juice.
Nice stuff from Duck Juice as the Expendables now with 5 kills. They're down to 2, but they are doing some work here, laying down some damage in that city. But yeah, there's a couple other people that are still trying to make their way to TSM. I mean, this was always going to be a tough crossing here. You had the Expendables, you have Weibo, you've got Eternal Fire, everybody looking over in that direction, and the Clory's grenade is going to be what takes down Luke.
At least he got to lob it over before his teammate knocked him, so there's always that. We'll see if the rest comes through. Issue is they're in a pretty tough spot here. They are alone in their building, but they're going to have to move real soon in order to make that play. Look at the control that T1 gets. Not only do they have the hill, they now have the warehouse as well. Circle, well, Freaks should get one more. They're going to be very, very pleased with that, as everyone will now have to brawl their way out into the open to try and make it to the west.
Purdy Curdy staying alive as long as the heals will let him, as he is on the other side. Oh, we found just the tiniest little place to hide. Grenade from Ketball will get him low, but he was in the middle of healing anyway. And Eternal Fire may have blown a lot of utility on this, trying to clean up TSM. I mean, with good reason, obviously. You got a 4-man squad, but one makes you wonder how much they're going to have left in the tank for a late game.
Definitely. Falcons, the next line of defense here on the very edge of the circle. Got 4 teams looking their way, hoping that they'll take the fight amongst one another before crossing this street. Much rather battle 2 teams fighting one another than have them both come at you from different angles. Flood trying to get the lay of the land of exactly where these players are.
Kurt just staying alive as long as possible here, and now he's got to move.
You deny here, or just try to heal through? He knows he's close to placement territory, but he's got the smokes lined up too. 1 first aid, tries to commit to the second. Should be able to get it off.
Yeah, I think he's just going to try to survive as long as possible. He stays alive longer than Duck Juice did, so maybe might be able to get them into top 8, but it doesn't look likely as you see Eternal Fire starting to make their way in, but they've got Weibo right off to their north. That's kind of coming in this direction. The Mad will find that opening kill on a Shen. And look at that, shotguns in hand. That's going to find Mad.
Spaceman, bigger shotgun wins. Matt will fall, gets the reload as he runs upstairs as well as Ruin now with the P90 in hand, able to take out Psy. Getting help on the other side too. Purdy finally falls just exactly outside of placement point. You hate to see it.
Oh, unfortunate, man. He saw that kill feed popping off. He's like, maybe I got something here, but unfortunate. As HSM's looking down. Oh, that's Ruin. That's that P90 down. And that is a big, big thing here as HSM. It feels like Falcons has just been controlling so much here, and Roth is going to find HSM with that Panzerfaust. And Falcons now up to 6 kills.
Snakers, 2 kills and 700 damage. He's been popping off this game. We'll see if they can get a lot more, as they would most likely be the next ones to have to make moves here. It looks to me like Spaceman is hunting his opponents on the other side, and he's doing so successfully.
Oh my God, he got him
hits his opponent too on the opposite side, but Marco able to stay alive, at least for now. But you'd have to imagine this crossing is going to be close to impossible.
Spaceman, okay. I see you, son. Well, Falcons now have to move once again. We're just going to completely disregard the fact that Freaks have just...
They're vibing.
They have just magneted a circle yet again.
They did send it into the city, so kudos for making it there on the same merit as everyone else. But when, you know, when you're in the city, you flip those coins, you hope the circles come to you, and so far it's gone Freaks' way.
The coins have been in their favor for sure for at least 2 days now, or at least 1 game through the second day. As Flood just waiting for those smokes to dissipate. The rest of the team actually sending it. Okay.
I love the fact they're pushing this. They know exactly where they have to.
They don't want to be in another position where they have to
just spray.
Where they have to worry about getting points late game, as that will come out. There you go. Nice work from the Falcons. Brings them up to 8 kills. They still have 4 alive, and they have control over the eastern side of this zone.
Great read by Falcons. Nice late game awareness, I think, in this situation. A situation where oftentimes we've seen Falcons crumble when there's too much happening around them. They have been looking a little bit lost, but here, full control, knowing what they have to do. Flood with the nice overhead protection from up high. Solid play.
Nice
now, though,
shot,
having to try and get back to safety. That's not going to be that easy.
Apparently jumping and 360ing does not make you dodge headshots, no matter how much you'd like to. As Bean is on top of things here. Now BB team on the move. So Kwangdong Freaks, they've had to hide out here. They've gotten to defend this for some time, and they'll pop the mollies just to slow things down just a little bit. But Spiro, he knows what's up. Instantly going in with that Panzerfaust in hand.
2 amazing things happening here. BB team pushing on through, seeing that they're looking the other way on the side of Freaks, but Freaks also instantly throws a molly in the doorway, not allowing for the push to come through because they had to reset, but now all for the very, very little util used, they get to fully reset, and Human gets to find the first on Filfrost.
I mean, they're absolutely dictating how BB team can approach this, as Spiro will go down. Best of luck, but actually they're turning things on its head. Human, the last one alive. Can he win the 1v1? He can! And Freaks, can they get everybody back up? Heaven's going to be the first one to get back on his feet.
And it couldn't happen at a better time because Falcons and T1 are fighting on the opposite side, so they might just be able to fully reset. That would be an absolutely insane turnaround. As Type tries to make the play into the blue, can't just relo off guard, but can't connect the shots.
Oh, Type is dancing on these guys right now. He'll find Snakers. Flood will get finished off, and that's going to be Falcons finished off. His T1 now up to 12 kills. Type with 7 in his bag.
It's been a while since I've said it, but Korean dominance to kick things off here at PGC is now a fully reset Freaks. They were 17 health away on Human from all being eliminated. Has now been full reset as they go up against T1, who's been battling it in from the edge.
Oh, Type not wasting any time. He's going to be the aggressor. Use those rocks to get a little bit closer, try to get a different angle. Nice shot from Bean. Once again, we'll keep Type a little bit honest here. But they've got him pinned out. They know exactly where he is. A little bit more utility sent over that direction, and Type's going to go down. It's all down to Raining. It's all down to another victory here for the Freaks. Can they get him? Raining will find Salute to start things off. The flashbang's coming through. Nice angle there, and it's going to be Heaven that gets the final kill. And once again, Toby, the Kwangdong Freaks win our first match of the day.
Absolutely insane performance. We saw what happened yesterday when they get themselves match number 1. They won the 2 to follow. Doesn't matter what map we're on. In 2 days, they are only 1 map away from having had a win on every single map we're playing. That is unheard of. And in an ending like this, too, incredible performance.
Sometimes you're just feeling yourself, and right now these guys are hot. And that is going to do it for us. Let's throw it over to Death. Talk about game 1.
Hello? Is this thing on? What is going on? Why are KDF winning again? And game 1, they set the tone yesterday after getting themselves 3 games after putting up insane points. And now they come into day 2. We hear them say, oh yeah, we're just going to win again.
Right.
And then they win again. What's happening?
They say we're better when we have our vibe, right? And they come out completely unleashed yet again, and they come out with a win on game number 1 on a map that they didn't have the wins on, right? So like Toby said, they have pretty much won on almost every map at this point. These guys seem unstoppable. I regret uncaptaining Salute, and I know you're so happy about that right now.
Well, he didn't have that many kills. It was kind of a smaller win, but a win nonetheless, right? I mean, the thing is that when it comes to a finish like this, Imposer, we're expecting, you know, everybody to get in the mix of things, the kills to separate out quite a lot.
Grenade.
It was an amazing nade. But you're just waiting and hoping the game kind of comes your way, and it does for Kwangdong Freaks, and you know, of course, you've got to win the game from that on out, and they do.
I mean, I think that's what we see in the highlights, is this idea that, you know, you're stuck in Pozo. It's this situation where there's not a lot of options, and it just comes down to a lot of teams, I think, looking for whatever points they could get their hands on. That's why we saw sort of the massacre at the warehouse. We saw a bunch of sort of fights break out where it was like teams saying, you know what, this is the 3 teams that I will be fighting to make my stand here in game number 1. And as long as I pick up 3 or 4 points, my day is not lost.
From positions to try and hold from, as we say, the warehouse, as you were mentioning before. For Na'Vi, a little bit of heartbreak for them to start things off, but again, it's only 1 game goes down. FaZe getting points in a first game.
Yeah,
impressive stuff as well.
I didn't put on my team because FaZe first days, you know, I just want to stay away from them. But again, this is that kind of first game where I don't want to see you write it off. But if you're a team who's like, oh, we didn't perform as well as we'd like, it doesn't mean your system isn't working. This is just a unique end game, Great for you if you start strong, but if you don't, you know what? Let it roll off your back, get into the next one.
Yeah, and we had kind of the repeat good performances coming. I mean, okay, yeah, we're only 1 game in, but if you want to extrapolate from what we were saying yesterday, right? You come in from warm from yesterday, suddenly you have Kwangdong Freaks winning. You also then have T1 up there, who was coming in from yesterday. I mean, admittedly, we had 12 teams coming in from yesterday, but Falcons, as well as BB team, doing well yesterday, doing well in our first game as well.
There is something to be said about being warm, right? This idea that the teams who did well here are the teams that played yesterday and have already started to build up that, here's how the lobby feels, we're ready to be in the rhythm. A lot of these teams, TSM in particular, they haven't really scrimmed since Thailand. So a lot of these teams, I think, are going to need a game or 2 maybe to get their traction back under them. The bad news is we only have 6 games to play. The good news, I guess, is that you'll have to be in the top 12. So first game, if you're getting your feet wet, maybe you write it off and come back stronger.
Quite the curveball, of course, to have this urban ending really style our day as a whole. And it's Falcons here. Got to be very happy with this performance, right? Getting as many kills as they do, being able to hold off some of these scenarios, and then getting to the very, very late game. As a team who, you were mentioning at the beginning of the day, right? In terms of TSM's rise, kind of putting the question of, is Falcons even the 2nd spot in Americas right now? And then having yesterday look so strong, I think really starting on that Takeo game and now being able to bring that into day-to-day as well.
I think it's big. I will say that the games that we've seen them do well on are games that they thrive on. These sort of city style, like last summer they had such good points on Jiaotian. They got those 4 buildings, they held it. They're sort of able to work as singles and duos and help each other from separate buildings. We see the same thing here, an urban fight really favoring them. Snaker's just sitting there lobbing bombs at 4 a.m. They're very in their element when the sort of chaos is going off around them.
BB team as well, another team that was able to push themselves to the very forefront. Well, let's take a look at the overall kills across the board. But T1 was just fighting non-stop. They get themselves 12 kills, so that will be the top kill potential going on here. BB team with only 4, but again, they were really just looking to get to the late game, considering they're having to transition through a bit of Pozo there.
I mean, that's exactly right. It is one of those situations where you find yourself in Pozo, the circle moves away from you, you have to do urban warfare to get to the next spot, and every single turn is a pitfall. So getting those 4 points they're going to be happy with. T1 walking away with 12 is massive. I mean, at the end of the day, I think the cutoff was 23 yesterday.
Yes, correct.
So starting game 1 with 12 means that you are in that same position. KDF is going to have even more than that, where they can now play their game, do whatever they want, and get a little maybe crazy as they go forward the next couple of matches.
Yeah, very impressive. Let's take a look. Oh, is it going to be another Heaven MVP?
It has to be. It has to be. 529 damage. This is a little bit, honestly, kind of a quiet game for Heaven here. Yesterday we saw some, I think, almost 1,000 damage games out of these guys. But again, Pozo is what Pozo is, and you sort of take what comes when those circles shift. So congratulations to Kwangdong Freaks starting out strong. I expect them to continue here because once they get that momentum, they're really quite unstoppable.
I mean, if we do have even just one more chicken dinner from Kwangdong Freaks today, getting what will potentially be 5 wins in 12 games, well, whatever it ends up being, is just an insane start to a PGC. It really does throw a spanner in the works, I would say, because you come into a tournament like this and you're thinking to yourself, who's going to become the world champion? Right. Is it going to be Twisted Minds? Is it going to be Sonics? Is it going to be 17 Gaming? And if Kwangdong Freaks suddenly puts the cat amongst the pigeons here, things completely change.
100%. Now, and we said, you know, you got to see how they do on the big lobby. They came in here, they did not miss a step in the first game. Granted, the favorites that you just mentioned to win PGC don't enter the lobby till tomorrow for the most part. So we'll continue to watch. But the confidence that they're going to have going into that lobby, because they have just been running roughshod on everybody, means that it's a confidence game. They're going to go in, they're going to feel good, they're going to make big moves, and I think that's how you're going to end up in the grand finals here at PGC. Bold plays, not passive choices.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff so far, and that will be our first Miramar on the docket, as we now have just 30 seconds before we're getting into our next game here, Toffees. So who are your eyes on coming into our next one?
The 4 teams that just joined, they're warm now. They got their first drops out. They got the jitters off. Now they got to show up. They're the 4 next best teams. I didn't see a lot out of them last game. Let's see it happen this time.
Let's see indeed. And FaZe is trying to get ready for this as well. They did have a good hold against Na'Vi. Actually, coincidentally, some of our top teams that came in from the PGESPORTS running into each other in this game. Not exactly the best of situations for them, but I'm sure that they can shore up their defenses coming into our next Miramar. And we'll see how everything is going to fare. But already, Kwangdong Freaks somehow, some way, has been able to win another chicken dinner. Will they continue to run away with day 2 like they did day number 1 here to start off PGC? We're about to find out as we head over to the Dusty Dunes once again.
All the haters saying, oh, but Freaks, it was an easy lobby. We just need more top teams coming in. They can't do it again. Well, they could, and haters. They did. Well, here we go. Game number 2 coming your way. And we're going from a hot eastern plane this time around to a hot southern one. So we'll see maybe if from El Poso ending we'll go Los Leones. Who knows?
That is extremely southern plane.
Yep.
Holy. But yeah, you can't tell me there's haters, right? Not for Freaks. Can't be.
They're nice guys. They're nice guys. I don't think they have any.
Hey, look. Maybe they just need the 4 other teams. Right.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, then it counts. Yeah, maybe it has to be grand finals. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things are gonna go down. As once again, I think we're gonna be in a situation similar to when we saw Flash die early last game. There might be teams fighting for vehicles here. A lot of these teams, they want to go further north, and it's not within reach. I'm looking towards 4 a.m. and Kwangdong Freak, as a matter of fact, looking towards Minas. They're both flying in that direction. Seems to me like, I mean, 4 a.m. are just gonna go for cast, but that could cause some turmoil too.
Yeah, keep a real close eye here. It looks like Zenith from T1 getting real close to that Western side of Petrichor Roads drop, but they should be going to Power Grid. Okay.
That isn't...
As far south as that plane was, this is about as good as you could hope for.
It's about as north a circle as you can get off of it, too. This is actually kind of interesting, mainly because rotation paths out of that south side. Look at how many teams are in and around Los Leones. Expect to see a lot of them try and wrap all the way north over, coming in up towards San Martin, as they know right now there's no one up there. Might as well try and see if you can do a hard northern red. BP team face Na'Vi. I mean, this situation here would have been a lot harder before E-pickups, because right now, of course, you can go, oh, rotations? Pfft, we're just going to fly there. If you find one, that is, of course.
Yeah, if you find one, that's the big part about it, isn't it? But, I mean, we saw, what, about 5 of them in that game 1.
Yeah.
Wouldn't, of course, a couple of them came very late, but we did see a couple early on. But there's a lot of high ground really to play that's kind of towards the center, maybe just a little bit north of center on this. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some come in. Once again, here's Heaven's going to take a few parting shots at 4 a.m.
I love the fact that you're bringing up that too, because honestly, I think as late as we saw E-pickups in the previous game going into the city, I wouldn't be surprised to see the likes of BP Team pop one right now. Going, we know, I mean, it's literally impossible for anyone to be that far north right now. If we get a jump on them and we just come in from the north, not only are we going to have plenty of time to loot up there, we're also pretty guaranteed to be the only team coming in on that side of the circle compared to what they're currently set in with opponents, I should say, all around them.
Yeah, it just kind of depends on the luck of the draw, really. If you can find something, as Flood all by his lonesome, taking some long-range shots over towards From the Future. He is
definitely alone.
He is definitely alone. The rest of the boys over down in Chumacera, but they are starting to head down that way. It looks like Rello might be singing again. They may have just sent Flood in towards dead center just to secure a spot here, and it's a good thing they did, because From the Future and Petrichor Road already in the middle of a spot. But let's have a little interview with Salute to talk about yesterday.
치킨이라는 거 처음 해보긴 하는데 PGC에서는 사실 저는 부담이 거의 없어가지고 왕이 돌아왔다고 생각하시면 될 것 같아요. PGS 포인트 4등에서 8등 팀이 이제 내일부터 들어오는데 사실 오늘과 달리 별반 크게 다를 거 없을 거라 생각하고 똑같이 저희가 1등 할 것 같습니다.
Forever happy, forever smiling, and forever skillful, saying we don't have any pressure. I haven't won 3 games in a row at PGC before. This is pretty fun. Let's keep it going.
Love it.
Now, though, for Flood, don't want to keep this going. 1v3, make that potentially 1v4.
We'll get on out of there, my man. Yeah. Fortunately, it looks like he should be able to escape. Yeah, here come the shots. Never mind. Happy.
Do it to him.
Beautiful shooting from Happy, and unfortunately, Flood just can't escape. And yeah, I was wondering why we saw Flood taking those long-range shots. I mean, that is basically letting everybody know I'm by myself here. And From the Future, for their part, they read it like a book.
Yeah, it's kind of two-edged in that one, right? Because it can definitely be there's only one guy, let's just pull up on him. But it can also be a wait, if he's shooting there like a crazy person, no one would ever do that alone. There's got to be more than one. But I mean, credit where credit's due. FTF, they called the bluff. They said, yeah, we are predicting that you're a solo over there. The only thing for Flood in that instance, because he was going towards the vehicle early, didn't hear a second car come in, thought, you know what, I might be able to take them, got locked in the building. Had he left with that bike, which was perfectly parked for an exit, just 5 seconds earlier, he would have been over the hillside, could have potentially regrouped with the teams towards where Falcons is current or now positioned, and that would have been a whole situation. But sometimes things just don't go your way.
You know, it reminds me of something that a relative told me a long time ago, and it was, don't try to play mind games with people that are crazy. Because you're going in at a disadvantage. And From the Future, they did not even seem to care about whether or not there was somebody by themselves. They just decided to push it, unfortunately for them.
They would have pulled up had there been 6 teams in that company.
Yeah. Insanity knows no bounds.
Fair enough.
Knows no fear.
Fair enough. Flash gets to play more than 8 seconds this time around. Congratulations for staying alive through the 1-minute mark here in match number 2. As I believe yesterday, I mean, it must have been yesterday, had the longest kill. 660 meters. Something tells me it was a flush on someone that someone else knocked. But nonetheless, that's a long-range shoot, potentially to the dome, potentially to the leg. Got himself a point off, but there you see it. Oh, there you see it. Boop. All the way up in the...
Look at that. We even got the replay. I love that. Didn't bait us.
And boom. It goes both ways.
Both sides of the replay. That's even better. Okay.
Didn't know what hit him. Sometime, I mean, you know he's really far away when it's not a VSS and you still can't hear the bullet.
Yeah.
That's the distance that they put into it. Eternal Fire, T1 now, and Virtus Pro sat next to one another. We saw a kill just before happened off screen, but Lucarux was able to find, I believe, one of the T1 players. So that's them coming out of Pachinki wounded. And VP saying, you know, we'll take that city over once more. They tried to do it last game, ended up having to brawl with Expendables and lost 3 players because of it. But this time around, they seem to be in more control.
Yeah, T1 losing Type, who has been just having a heck of a time for himself.
Yeah.
He's been, so far through 2 days, or at least 1 day and 1 game, he's been pretty nice. Is an instrumental part of that victory, and, or the good performance at least. They not a victory, but they got a whole bunch of kills is what they got in game number 1. So they are going to definitely be missing him here through the rest of game number 2, as we see everybody starting to make their way in. Once again, everybody very, very spread out, split up all across this circle. Even the edges, just still got teams playing near them.
It's such a weird situation when you have that power grid plateau in the very center of the circle, and you know that there's way more teams on the southern side of the circle than the north, just because of how the plane path was. And we haven't really seen a whole lot of E pickups. You know that you can't really overcommit to anything. If we're going north, it's going to be an open bazaar. Everyone's going to be sprinting for compounds knowing they're available. If it's coming back south, you would much rather right now have something locked in. Like, you know you're surrounded down there. You don't want to leave that to potentially have to go north, then just to come back and see the compound you had 2 seconds ago having been taken by somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, just based off the splits that these guys are pulling, you can see that they're basically gambling here. They're putting all their chips in the pile, hoping that the circle will come their way.
Exactly.
And I mean, but as you mentioned, not a single E pickup to be found yet. But that doesn't mean that there aren't people that are sitting on them right now, just waiting for that C2 pop to come through, just in case it hard shifts away from wherever they are.
Oh,
another DBS creep. What is happening? We saw that yesterday.
That's what you get. Unreal. Ike's is coming. Guys, I'm going to get the arm. I'm going to get the MK. I'm going to get the links. I'm going to get the DBS.
DBS.
You know what? Had he had one of those in El Pozo last game, might have come out victorious.
Would have been huge.
But not quite to be. Just put it in the car. Put it in your car, drive away, see maybe you get some use for it later on in the game.
Well, just in casesies.
Yeah. FaZe, one of the last teams, joined the circle here. BB team just now crawling in from down towards Juma 0. Thank you, Observers. Great timing on that one. Coming in on the southern side. They have been able to get some space for themselves, but again, still up in the north, more space to be found. But also a lot less to really play around up there. So this next circle going to be huge, especially and honestly, regardless of where we go, if it's a hard shift, we're going to see a lot of casualties to follow.
Thing. BB team doing a very good job here, scouting out what the next move is going to be. A doozy in particular, just looking around everywhere here, and they're just slow moving. No hurry, no trying to blind send into center circle for these guys. Not today. As we see Haven from Luna Galaxy slowly creep walking around on that hillside. That is a very dangerous place to be walking around in the open.
Yeah, Kraken must have heard. I mean, they're playing a 2-2 split now, kind of a 2-1-1. Kraken must have heard the vehicles from FaZe coming in earlier. There should be instant info going, bro, don't go up there. There are guys sat on that hill. They'll see you in a second, and you will fall as the circle comes east. Now there's even more reason for Haven to go back down to Posa, because they're now sat on, if not prime real estate, there's something close to it. Observers drawing a rotation north. I don't think FaZe is going to go all the way up there. They might just want to sit in and around Graveyard and scout for a bit, but nice shift for them. But look towards the west. The great migration east has begun.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of where FaZe decides to play, they have their choice. Their pick of the litter really is to anywhere on that eastern side. As we see Eternal Fire trying to send it in on this south side. They've got Day Trade just off to the north, but fortunately they'll be able to avoid him for the time being. Now they do have End from T1. You can see just on the mini-map, he is the solo player on the bottom of this 2-1 split from T1. So it's going to be interesting to see if he decides to do a little bit of that peacocking.
Yep.
There you go. He's taking shots at Day Trade right now.
Definitely. You got to do something to try and keep them at bay. As now Happy trying to make the run on up towards the Falcons players. They already got Flood. One scalp has been collected. There's still 3 left to be found. Up on the hillsides up above. But I don't think they at this point are too eager to take the head-on fight. But as you said earlier, FTF, they're not usually ones to shy away from a fight. So we'll see. Maybe they opt to engage. At least now they know for a fact that they're here.
There you go. Roth starting things off with a nice little spray. Get him low. The grenade not going to find home, unfortunately. And now FTF, I mean, they've got so much room to work around on this low side. Nice spray from Happy, as he has just been the bane of Falcon's existence this game. He was the one that took out Flood, and now he's going to find another one, but he's going to try to get a little bit too greedy there. Pushes right into Snakers. Samoy will go down as well, as Falcons are holding strong. Awaken, the last one left alive. Or actually, no, he's got Trick with him. Okay, he's got a shotgun rider here. But Falcons, I think, down to just Rello.
Yep, Rello trying to fend off in a 1v2 here. Doable, but far from easy. I want to see how FTF plays this one. They have a very good chance to clean this one up. It wasn't pretty on their initial approach, but the nice swing around the side and the double headshot gets rid of Rello and Falcons all together. Dangerous for a second there. I will say, while they come out victorious, Happy, they had a great chance of not losing any players in that push, but he got a bit too eager. Trick wasn't even there yet. Pushes in before his teammate is there to trade him. Not pretty, but they come out with 4 points.
And that's 4 points that you definitely want to have. Anytime you can snake something or
for sure.
Get a couple of them for the late game here, just put yourself in a better position come the second half of the day. So 4 points already. 4 from the future. Now they've got a little bit of spot here, but TSM, they know. They smell blood in the water. They're heading over in that direction as well.
Yep, they saw the kill feed to see all the parked cars down front, but it won't get hurt. Those vehicles coming up the hillside too. Sparkin, first one to fall. Good thing he has Alo by his side. There to instantly respond. Should now, because of that, be able to get the rest. But Purdy, because he has to commit to the rest on the opposite side, will have to play this one slow, as that nade did not go away. Wanted it to, and Trick is able to fight one too.
Oh my goodness, and TSM, they don't have time to be slow about this because they got BB Team taking shots at him from range as well. Trick doing his best to find that utility. It's going to go a little bit short here. He will, looks like he's going to try to retreat, maybe go for that revive. As yet Day Trade, you can see him on that mini map. They're starting to creep up here as well.
Yep, even Day Trades here as they come running over the hillside. Noren's first one on approach didn't have a phenomenal day yesterday. Usually the spearhead of the liberation on the side of Day Trade. They were very, very successful in Thailand just a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if they can start off things here as well. Circle once again shifts east face. Very pleased with that one.
Yeah, Luna Galaxy in the driver's seat compound here, and they know it. So they're going to pull Vinny back down. Meanwhile, TSM back up to full strength, slowly making their way through here. Don't know if they know that Day Trade has showed up to join this party just yet, but Trick gets Karin back on his feet, but immediately goes back down once again. Trick, can he get one? He can. He'll find Purdy. Purdy tries to go for the flush, but he will be finished off. TSM does lose Kurt, but now Day Trade, they want to get involved.
There they come. Timing couldn't be any better. Thank you for the initial knock. They say the Trick, able to do damage on the second as well, as they find one more flash to one to find the kill. Didn't get anything done in the previous game, but here he comes. Barely takes any damage off of that knock too. Able to fully reset instantly. And now it is just Luke sat on the other side, shotgun in hand, trying to see what he can get going.
Unfortunate there for TSM. I mean, they did exactly what you should do, right? They third-partied onto a fight that had just finished, and unfortunately for them, FTF was holding strong.
It's always another team.
Yep. I mean, hey, if FTF doesn't get those first 2 knocks, TSM might just walk right through them. So good work by them. As we check in with Petrichor Road, they're chasing down BB Team on the south side here. They're going to force them to move just a little bit, and it looks like that's just going to be 2 ships passing in the night.
Yeah, it's the race to the south as these 2 teams who were opting to wrap out north earlier on in the game now having to come back south again and again. I mean, they know there's nothing to fight for towards the north.
Navi go
They have to wrap west instead. Navi, they're going to pick up Graveyard?
I guess. Yeah, I mean, there's...
Or do you go into Picard? No, that would make no sense. Do you know what? They might go face. They read the 2-2 split on face. They only see 2 cast on there. Gustav and Vex might get 4. Issue is, James and Corexia up high. You can see Corexia now in a vehicle too. They might be going for it, or they play the dip down below.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous. I mean, this is a really high risk, high reward play if they can pull it off. They'll pop those shoots low, but unfortunately for them, FaZe gonna have the shots in, and Kraken will be the one that gets to knock on Ferris as the shots keep coming, and Luna Galaxy will clean up 2.
You know what? If you get that play happening and you survive, even if it's just with 1, kind of want to call Worth, given where they were and seeing what they would have had to try and rotate through. That would have been very, very hard to maneuver. It's interesting to see, though. Navi would have honestly oftentimes preferred playing that game on the edge, taking slow approach fights. But we've heard from Alrain and the team in the past, they want to try and focus more center, albeit this one being a bit heavy center rotation. I think in the past they would have tried to play that from the edge.
Yeah, very aggressive stuff from Navi. And it looks like they might actually get their...
If they get 3 up, that's
yeah,
I mean,
they might get back up
definitely
to 3 up
worthwhile.
here. Either way, 4 a.m. trying to push into this north side of Graveyard. Let's see if Weibo has the split down. They have no idea. They're still moving around there, or maybe that could be just a bait vehicle. You can see them looking off in that direction as we wait and see where the next circle goes. Okay, right on top of FaZe once again. And will they pull everybody back together? Probably here as we see a number of teams on that northern side. They might get involved in this Graveyard here as well soon.
And that's also why Navi left the hillside early. They know phase 4 is going to shift away from unplayables. That's right where expendables are, so it had to come towards the eastern side. They say we'll lose 1, but get a spot in the circle. And honestly, with that E pickup, that's practically placement points guaranteed, seeing as how many teams are going to most likely fall with this next rotation coming in.
I mean, we've also got this entanglement going on at Picado as well. You got Virtus Pro, BB Team, Pero, and Eternal Fire all kind of trading shots amongst each other, as it looks for the most part that Weibo and 4 a.m. are sharing Graveyard for now. VP, meanwhile, slowly making, they're going to be the first ones out of Picado. And trying to take a few more shots over in that direction. But Day Trade and T1, look at them. They're right on the hillside just across. And Lukaruk says, thank you, sir. We'll take those points.
Full collision calls for these teams trying to scramble down the hillside into the circle. But the issue is, even if you get to the circle, where do you go from there? Not a whole lot to play. It's a big old hillside facing downwards towards Graveyard. And it's just so incredibly open with Luna safe, with FaZe safe. They can shoot at anything on approach.
And Navi now in a really good position too to take care of anything that tries to come up over that hill and get a little bit closer towards the center. Meanwhile, T1, it looks like they're down to just a couple as they're going to dry send it across that road, and for the most part they're going to get away with it because VP is a little bit too busy getting revives of their own. But are they going to fly too close to the sun being Petrichor Road here?
I mean, the fact that they get to go all the way up here, the timing couldn't be any better, but I think it's more luck than skill. The fact that they get to catch 4, maybe even 5 players with their backs turned on this exact play, great for them to somehow be able to not only get to the hilltop, but get there completely uncontested. That was an insane rotation.
Man, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
They drove past 6 teams.
Yeah. they had the perfect line on that here. Now BB Team going to try to do the same. Oh, okay, never mind. We're going to pull up on VP. They want to take this battle, but unfortunately for them, Eternal Fire has that high ground. Eternal Fire on that south side. It's hard to see them because of that brown, but they have a 4-man split all over that south side.
Full control.
They are looking down, trying to feast on this, but good smokes from BB Team will keep them a little bit safe here as they try to make their way over this ridge line.
They should be able to take this battle. The issue is how much are you willing to commit to try and take the shots from up high. You can see Marco getting a tag onto Phil first. They know that they have VP players down in this bowl below, but the nades aren't quite hitting where they want them to. Ike's left will fall, so that's going to be Petrichor out as the push now does come through.
There you go. How much utility you have left? Doesn't look like much. He's got a Blue Zone grenade in hand, but they got Blue Zone on their backs right now. And now Virtus Pro, he's not going to see Nixie. Nixie with a 2-piece will start things off, but he's going to go all of them. Nixie, what is going on? This guy is having himself a day.
BB Team lobbing so much util, thinking there's no way they survived that. We hit every single smoke. But little do they know, 2 people were able to stay alive, and that's why they are, I mean, just swinging out of those smokes, catching them completely off guard. Here comes Freaks trying to make a play happen. That's looking doomed.
Oh, that's looking real doomed here. As they, oh no, that is a lot of people hopping out of a vehicle, and HSM says, thank you very much. I will add those to my points. As what?
And then he blows himself up.
He blew himself up. Gustav is finding mortars onto Delwyn as well. I mean, there's just absolute madness going on all corners of this map right now, Toby.
All Salute can do is sit back and go, well, that didn't quite go as planned, did it? HSMM finds 3 of his teammates. He will fall in return as he runs him over. Revenge was had, but damage had been done already. Able to get 1 more with it, though. Able to claim a few extra points right before he falls. Now, Freaks, I mean, 21 points. That would have qualified them yesterday, or at least almost. So already off to a phenomenal start, despite falling in 12th.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if that cut line will remain the same, considering it doesn't, at least so far, we haven't had anybody feast in the way that Freaks feasted yesterday. So maybe that cut line will be a little bit lower this time. We'll have to see. But Weibo has made their way out. They still got Bobo right behind them, but they know about him. So they're waiting to see if he peeks his sneaky little head out there. They don't want to be taken advantage of by a snake, and Bobo actually going to try to take the spray here. Got a grenade for him as well. Why not? Send it.
got a bicycle too. Not that I think that's going to have any impact of the outcome of this situation. But it's
to
going to
the
try and see
MX.
if he can heal through this as Beamy. Peeks on over, able to find the first with the Orc. Still 2 more left to be found, though. Has teammates on the other side. Could potentially work out for him as Quetpa almost runs straight back into that nade. Able to stay alive, though. Beamy now wrapping around the other side. Up on the hill he goes, but it's Daytrade's Thanadol from up on the other side, spotting him from behind.
Oh, unfortunate there, but great work by Daytrade. Great work by Thanadol. You can see them climbing the leaderboard. They've got a few kills in the bag now. 5 as Ruin, the last player up for Eternal File. Just keep refreshing those smokes. Maybe might be able to get Keppa up, but unfortunately for them, they got the blue zone right on their backs. Ibiza just staying alive as long as he can. See if he can maybe shark a couple of more points away before he goes down.
And with how much action we've had here on the southern side of the circle, there's a lot of teams we haven't really mentioned that have just kind of lived through this storm unscathed. Face on one side, I mean, Na'Vi set circle center right now as well, and then Luna Galaxy out towards the west with plenty of space, currently at least, to maneuver as Gustav tries to see if he can find some more damage with those mortars.
Oh, they're in a great spot right now, and once again, Jeans again on the move as that mortal will foul just a little bit short of Belmoth, but Thanadol is down.
Yep.
And I don't know if Belmoth can try to go for that. You got Ruin on the low side, and I believe he might be the last player up as the Mad is knocked a little bit farther uphill. So this might be snake-type situation for both teams here.
No matter how hard you yell safe rest on the side of Thanadol, Belmoth, I think you're smarter or better off not trying to go for that play. For Luna Galaxy, I love the fact that they're trying to split 2-2 down on the south side hill right now. They want to clear out everything on this southern side before they wrap further forward, exactly where the observers are marking this. Very, very nice rotation on their part. The only issue is Luke is on the hill behind them, and as far as I'm aware, they have absolutely no clue that he's around now. We talk sparking, we talk about how great he is individually. Luke can pack a massive punch as well, so keep an eye on the kill feed to see if maybe Luna's gonna get caught from behind.
I thought they were done. I thought TSM had been finished off. I thought Daytrade had got him, but somehow, some way, Luke 12 still alive, still in it for TSM as Eternal Fire will get eliminated as Gustav finding another one with the mortar. Zenith trying to get some fancy lads as they try to swap their way and stay alive here. Unfortunately, he's going to go down, but Raining still looking for that first kill, that first point here for T1.
Yep, Haven now again from a distance, doing a lot of damage, but still alerting Luke to the fact that there's still players sat here. Luke has seen the remaining 3 leave, so if Haven goes for a run across the street, while it might be somewhat safe, had it not been because Na'Vi is shooting at him, he should get shot in the back. Vinny is going to go and try and see if he can collect him. But Luke is sat here on his vehicle too.
I have seen this episode before. I've seen Luke pull these off.
Yep.
And I mean, I just remember him absolutely mowing down Sonics on a military island circle before. This is a man that knows how to play solo. Very, very patient. And now he's got Haven is the only one left in that compound. The rest of the boys have now gone over to these cliffs on the south side.
And the thing is, one thing is inside the compound, he's also the only Luna player inside the circle. So if all of a sudden Luke finds Haven and clears out the compound for himself, Luna Galaxy has to make up their mind whether they're going to commit to the east side or try and somehow wrap back towards the west, taking that fight to Luke while being under fire from the likes of Expendables, Face, and Na'Vi.
Oh, remember Na'Vi, we talked about the fact that that E-pickup to the spot that they went as early as they did was a very high risk, very high reward.
Yeah.
Well, now, I mean, they've taken the risk. Let's see if they can reap the reward here.
I feel like they already have.
I mean, almost, yeah. I mean, they're down to top 6, so that's something, if nothing else, as we see Luke with the sneaky feed.
Haven keeps shooting.
Oh,
That's
Haven.
all the audio disturbing you need. Can you time it, though? Can you time your steps with the shots? It's like tap, 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 tap. Try and see if you can do it.
It almost feels like that's exactly what he's
doing. I mean, he should be doing it. I mean, Haven, all these players at this level of play have a certain tempo to how they approach especially their DMR shots, because, of course, when you're just holding down left click on an AR, it shoots at a set rate. But for DMRs, Haven has been tapping at the exact same tempo, and Luke is only getting closer.
I need the camera. I need the camera to be on Haven's face.
Look at his health. He tanks so much blue for this.
That's real rough. I need the camera to be on Haven's face and see the jump scare when Luke just creeps up behind
Well, that's a good nade.
That's a good nade.
Bye-bye. Wait.
Oh, wait, what?
How? Wish I could tell you, but somehow that's not going to happen. Closes the door in his face. Might be enough time to reset. And one more. Flash will be lobbed on him. Poser closes the door on him again. As the swing comes through, Kraken will find Sosa, and that's 2 of Na'Vi down.
Oh, my goodness. What is happening here? This is The memes writing themselves here as we see Weibo Gaming will get eliminated here as FaZe is starting to come alive here in the late game. They've lost Fex, but they have control over that north side. Now the Expendables, they have dead center circle, but Clories is all by himself as Duck Juice will get flushed out.
It was a nice initial disengage by Expendables here, trying to wrap further towards the circle center, but FaZe read it like a book, wrapping around the northern side, pressuring them into the middle, into that bowl, from where they would be visible to Luna Galaxy as well. So FaZe now with full north side circle control, and seeing a smoke right there, I think they now too know that there's a player in the nearby area.
Well, Haven,
there he is.
Yeah. Haven was able to rejoin the rest of the team, but that's Luke actually taking the shots from downtown. He's going to find Posa, but I don't know how much
I did what I could, boys.
Yeah, that is pretty rough. As the Kraken will get taken down as well. So Luna Galaxy kept 4 up very, very late here, but now they are starting to fall apart, and that is the snake biting them in the heel here in the form of Luke 12.
Exactly. So incredibly dangerous. Navi's solo now as well, trying to get points. Akatori able to peek on over. Gustav, I think he's aware that they left one down below. At least they know Expendables aren't dead just yet. Shots coming in fast on Insect. Oh, the initiator on that one is James. Unfortunate to connect the headshot on his teammate. It's going to allow for Clory to get the flush. And now, Correxy and James solo, or 2 players left alive on the side of base and try to make the right wrap here, but fully flashed as well.
Oh my goodness, that feels so bad.
4 bullets for Correxy.
He had him absolutely dead to rights. Oh, he drop shots him and FaZe is falling apart here. Clory's pulling off the miracle solo play, and Hakatori will give him a what? Who got the win? Who is our winner?
It's Luna Galaxy. Despite the fact that they're the ones to be bit first, they outlast the commotion in the end. The unfortunate back to the headshot on that initial approach allows somehow for Clories to win that 1v3. A post-mortem nade is lobbed over, takes him out, and then we have the victors in Luna Galaxy. What a turn of events in the last 5 seconds of that match. And you can see it on phase 2. In the 3v1 there, they were waiting for that win to come home.
They absolutely had it. And you can see they were starting to ramp up too. They had all 3 together. They were ready to go clean up, and Clories just refused to go down. Great work by him, but great work here from Luna Galaxy as they get the win here in game number 2.
Top is that time to pick one team to focus on, and who was it? It's Luna Galaxy. They get the win here. Although there was maybe even confusion from some of the teams. Everyone was like, what just happened?
Yeah, that end game, I'm excited we're watching the highlights so we can watch the end of that match again, because it was absolute chaos there at the end, and it did seem like Luna was like, oh good, we're the ones who came away with the win. But they released the Kraken. He came out, he played very well. Luna Galaxy walks away with the win, but it did get very wild at the end. We saw sort of Haven popping off, trying to knock some Navi players, while Luke 12 snuck up on him from behind, but they survived the onslaught and came out with the victory.
And up towards top as well. I mean, teams moving into this area having a bit of a rough time, as you can see, as Navi eventually gets towards that shack and then it gets naded out. A little funny moment though, Sosa trying to close the door. He was getting blinded each time. We were loving that.
Right? It's like he didn't know what was happening, but he knew the F would pop up. I can shut the door.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. As we take a look towards some of the later moments in this game here, unfortunately for Petrichor Road, it's been a little bit of a tough time to start things off on Miramar overall, but as we see, it was difficult even for the team that has been able to take so many wins already. They tried to pull up, and 4AM will dispatch them quickly.
Yeah, similar to that Miramar game we saw yesterday, where it ends inside that sort of dip, the valley, where you're forced to make a choice. Which side of this road am I playing on? And if the circle goes away, all I can do is try to recover some points. Now that worked in Luna Galaxy's favor. I talked to Kraken this afternoon. He said, yesterday, all we were looking for is kills. We know that sometimes the win's not going to come in this format, so let's just get as many kills as we can. I think that's what they did here, and then the win came along with it. So you saw the chaos there at the end. We've been like, I don't even know what happened anymore. But Luna Galaxy feeling great, and that's going to set them up for a good day here.
Yep, absolutely. So not too bad to get things going for a team that I really do like talking about Americas at the moment this year, especially
because fun year.
You've had Lunar Galaxy really trying to join these top ranks. Of course, I mean we've seen some of their players on other rosters in different iterations of things, but it oftentimes feel like they're kind of lurking in the shadows of your Falcons, your TSM, and your Sonic. But them getting a win here, them being able to come through yesterday, and now this win probably puts them into our first final circuit.
They're in a position right now where they want to transition the global perspective away from we're just a regional team who kind of is like, there's an extra spot at PGC, we're going to get it. They want to be that team that's saying, okay, we deserve to be here. One of those big three where we represent the region well. And I think that they're starting to move into that. It seems like the team's starting to really get their feet under them. Their communication has increased, and their attitude, especially like this morning when we talked to them, was a lot more positive. This idea of like, yeah, we're going to play our game. We are sticking to a very strong game plan. We're not going to get flighty with it. I think that's what we need out of these players.
I feel like I almost did, blinked and I missed it with FaZe Clan having gone out in this game as well. Because they were early, so early to this circle on this eastern side. But let's take a look at the numbers coming in from Lunar Galaxy. Now, as much as Kraken has only got himself 3 kills, only 112 damage means maybe the MVP is going to be stolen away by Puzzle for his damage.
I think it would have to be. In the same way that Kraken was stealing away those kills from the rest of his teammates, I think, yes, it'll probably go towards Poza. But that is not surprising. These guys do play very well as a team. This is not a team that is sort of built around a superstar necessarily. They work best when they are supporting each other and sort of covering each other's angles. That's what we saw in this game really well with them up sort of in the compound, another across the street. They made sure that whatever was going to happen, I don't think they went into this end game thinking this is our chicken dinner. They went into it saying, how do we maximize steals? How do we maximize points?
And they will be Posa taking it here. And I mean, I'm very interested to see what this team has done from international to international. Because for PGS 5 and 6, a lot of their success did feel like it came from either snake scenarios or being able to hold a compound and then just be able to take a chicken dinner from that. Here, however, like if you want to aim for the top spots, you can't get away with some of that, right? Like so, we'll see if they can kind of move through PGC at a steady pace.
I mean, that's exactly it. If you go back to their results, they were 22, 23, 13. Like that's their most recent performances, and that's not going to make you memorable, right? That's always going to be. It's going to be like you're the person who lost the election. You're an also-ran, and maybe an asterisk at the event. They don't like that. They want to represent their country, they want to represent Brazil, they want to make their fans proud, and this is the first step to doing that, coming out and getting these kills, getting those points, and be able to sort of run their game and make a name that, like I said, again, they're not just the extra team from the Americas. I think this looks really good for them.
Well, we have a much more even point distribution compared to the start of yesterday, as Chrono Freaks didn't get much on the board after their win, so they're sat at 21 points. T1 already at 19 after 2 games.
Wow.
Considering yesterday, considering scraping by, clawing with their nails at the very end, that's a good start for them as well. But anybody that's already got themselves to that 20 points through 17 points mark after just 2 games is thinking to themselves, wow, okay, we can wipe any potential sweat off our brow and kind of relax a bit more about this because we're probably going to be going through.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that are shocking for me on the other hand is Virtus Pro, who won both Miramar matches yesterday, only walking away with 5 points after 2 games is a bit of a shock.
True.
Petrichor Road, who has actually had a pretty good year, and I expected some big things out of starting today, seems like they're just taking a little long to get their feet under them. And the problem is it's only 6 games. We're 2 down. And as much as I understand, maybe you got to get warmed up. There's just no space for that.
A lot of people on fantasy teams picking Ike's left. Not the best of starts.
No.
For a lot of people.
No, I think when you talk about fantasy, the choices you had to choose with the prices were, do you take a Petrichor and a TSM? Do you take a TSM and a Na'Vi? You know, how do you put those 3 teams into a combo? And I think a lot of people went Ice left for very good reason. He is a consistent performer, and I don't think he made the bad choice. He's still doing damage. Like, they're still out there. They're still getting involved in the fights. They're just not closing them out. And maybe that is a symptom of we haven't really trained too much since Thailand. Maybe it's time to get our practice back under us, but we'll find out.
Yeah. I think looking at how that goes as well, though, 2 games, small sample size.
Exactly.
But it gets scary in this format, right? Because I say 2 games, small sample size. Technically 6 games, small sample size.
Small sample size, exactly.
So you've really got to be on your toes when it comes to the circuit.
And I think it's been a wake up for some of our teams because they're used to coming to PGC and having sort of time to ramp up, but that's not something that happens with the circuit format. So I think we're getting some of these teams being shocked. I think we saw it with Tiamba yesterday, maybe Petrichor today, of there's no ramp up time. We got to adjust fast.
All right, break time, and it doesn't get any easier for these teams either as we go to the wild card maps in just a few moments. So stay tuned here for more PGC.
but you. Catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near to you. No one else but you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map. A rebalance to the SMG lineup. And solo play for the Win Streak Showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos. Because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Korea sits at the top of the table looking comfortable up there as day 2 comes through game number 2. But things are only now getting started. Some might argue things are starting to heat up a little bit here, Poro, as we make our way over to the next couple of maps in just a few moments. But first 2 maps down, currently Freaks right back where they left off yesterday.
I tell you what, it seems like Korea really adapted to these series formats pretty quickly, and so did Virtus Pro. And say, and Luna Galaxy, hey, you got to give them all the credit in the world. I mean, they got a little bit of luck as far as the circle goes in getting there, but the fact that they kind of held on and they won all those fights on the end and really just survived the madness of that end game. Yeah, credit to them.
Definitely. There was a time at which they were starting to peek up the hillsides on that Miramar Plateau. It's like, guys, there's a game to be played in the east. You don't want to be going up there right now. But they thought better of it. They made it work and they got themselves a win. But now we hop on over to Rondo. Still, I feel like a map where there's a lot that's left unexplored. We've ventured further towards the north in PGS 6. We get up there, but the straight up north, like the hard northeast as well, we really have yet to go up there at all. And then, of course, the eventual the Jadina City ending. Someday we'll get.
Someday. I would. Oh man, love that.
Imagine the 1v1 in the end on the escalators. I'd be happy. I'd be happy. It'd bring joy to my face, but we'll see.
Just throwing grenades at five-story buildings, because why not? That's how it works. But hey, yeah, we are heading over into Rondo, and look how beautiful that is. Flowers. Oh, it's so flowery. But we are getting ready to head into game number 3 on Rondo. Toby, where is our plane going to take us?
Far, I should say far, but I mean, in terms of how much there's of playable terrain on this map, it is pretty far towards the west. Now, we know Na'Vi likes to go down towards Test Track. They've been battling for it for tournaments in the past, and well, 4am like the area too. There might be a fight in the making in set areas. We get a flyover of exactly that area near X Factory, Test Track, side by side here, and seems to me like both 4am and Na'Vi is headed in this direction.
Just never going to give up on it. Nope. That's bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it plays out for him here. As you know, at the end of the day, it's one game, right? If it works out, great. If it doesn't, whatever, go next. It's fine. But got to appreciate the tenacity of both of these guys.
I will say in a format where, at least off of yesterday's games, you only need 20-some points to qualify. If there is a time to hot drop, now would be the time. But hey, I mean, we're seeing worse performances come off of games for teams that didn't even hot drop. But hot drop is what's going to happen. Na'Vi 4am side by side, making their way down towards Neox.
High risk, high reward. And Diffix, they have a pretty good idea of what the split is looking like right off the bat, and that's a triple drop there, or at least a double drop for Na'Vi. Getting real close, and Bobo wants to be right in there. He's got. He's not reloaded.
He swapped guns. He swapped guns too fast, and now the reload has come through on the other side.
Oh, that feels so bad, but it doesn't matter. Hackatory's going to go down, and he will be flushed out as well. But Ferris is going to trade it as he's going to find Godby. He's going to find ZPon. And now, all of a sudden, Na'Vi, although they do lose one, and now Bobo going to take it to the face from Sosid, and it's all down to just HSM.
I cannot help but imagine that the momentum would have swung a whole other way had that been an insta-knock and potential flush onto Hackatory right as the fight happened. Because then he could have right off the bat swung to other. He knew there was 2 in there. He could have turned left, caught, I believe, Sosid without a gun in hand at that moment as well. But the accidental swap as he picked up a gun rather than just scoping in and taking the shots. Well, that leaves HSM all on his own.
It's the little things, man. It's the tiniest little things that make all the difference in the world here is 4am. And now HSM could still do some damage. Test Track is a very big spot, and Na'Vi clearly has no idea where this man is, so they have to be creeping around. Actually, it looks like they're leaving. Are they going? They're dipping out.
Just going over to. They're going over to Neox proper. They said, you know, we got our kills, we got them off our backs. Let's go over here, get looted, get the hot spawns on this side.
Fair enough.
Why hunt for a solo?
But look at look at Eternal Fire.
Yep. I mean, General Fire, they're creeping in. They heard the action. They saw there was 3 down on the side of 4AM, 1 on the side of Navi as well. Might as well linger and see if you can get yourself a point or 2, given the fact that, we haven't mentioned it yet, the circle has actually gone north. Now, there is a tendency of these just keep on swinging back towards Neox every time it's in, but I would love to see this game up towards FaZe, up towards Lunar Galaxy, up, get that river in play. It's a hard one to maneuver around. There's not a whole lot of cover, but most importantly for me, it's areas we know the players haven't gotten a chance to explore too much in competitive play, so always fun to see how those areas play in competitive.
Agents of Chaos.
Oh yeah,
that's why we're here.
Agents of Exploration.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll take that one instead.
Like anything we got to do to shine a nice light on our wanting to see chaos.
Exploration.
Yeah. Okay. Exploration. My bad.
Last time we casted, it was explosions. Now it's explorations.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll keep developing.
Well, yeah, we're working it. We're workshopping. Don't worry about it, guys. Well, I got to tell you, man, there are a ton of teams very, very far south in this zone right now that may or may not end up. Oh my goodness! Oh, that was. I'm sitting here looking.
There
at
is a lot of big letters underneath this screen currently that says words. That means that this is not happening right now.
I was looking at the map and I was looking at all our fun teams here on the south. I'm like, oh my goodness, how are they going to get there? And then all of a sudden I hear a gunshot in my left ear and I look over and I see the.
Happens to the best of us.
I'm sorry.
But I will go off what you were saying, and which was
please do.
correctly stated. There is, in fact, a lot of teams down towards the south. What I think they're doing right now is what I would call e-pickup looting. Because if not, then I'm not sure why they would have been there. We are hearing some comms from the previous games here from the players. Lunar Galaxy confused in their victory. FaZe, of course, upset that it wasn't theirs to bring home. But you know what? In the heat of the moment,
why did you shoot me in the back of the head?
Well, I mean, that might be a question that was asked off camera. But, you know, again, I mean, it happens to everyone. And, of course, it sucks to have it happen in what could have been one of the final moments of the game.
It's the little things.
But exactly. And even for FaZe, I mean, sat with 14 points off of those 2 Miramar games. Could have been higher, sure. But already now looking good to come through to tomorrow.
Well, given the fact that, how the leaderboard's shaping up so far, 14 points out of 2 games, pretty darn good here at FaZe. So they're set up fairly nicely. And they've also got a free path here into the center of the zone. It looks like they'll be pulling up just off to the north side of Weibo and Navi and just south of a long split here by Lunar Galaxy. We'll see how exploration-y they want to be, how far they want to go into the center here.
Yeah, it's with them leaving east, Luna going straight south, it leaves a lot of space on the northern side of the river. Muhoban very much available, but also, I mean, as you to go again back to what you were saying with how many teams down towards the south side and the north having centered up. There's not really going to be any space coming in from the south, despite the fact there's 4 teams down here still having to make that play north. Here we see the replay.
Yep, I mean, I have to agree with you. I mean, even though he did end up getting that kill, the fact that he had to chase him all the way into the building itself and instead of just being able to spray him down, I mean, that just changed the whole trajectory of that fight.
Yep.
So, you know, it's unfortunate for 4 AM, but they'll have time to reset here. As we take a look with Falcons, they are pretty towards the center here. A number of teams now have made it towards the center and just kind of playing around in these hillsides.
Falcons got in here a bit later, looking towards the east, but I'll hold that thought for a second as we get a listen in with Type from T1.
Hi guys, I'm joined by T1's Type, who is having such a great day to day 2. So I want to ask him how he's feeling and what changes he decided to make today to have such a great start. T1의 타입 선수 만나보겠습니다. 와,
안녕하세요.
오늘 시작이 너무 좋아요. 좀 어제 경기 후에 어떤 점들을 보완하기로 하셨길래 이렇게 시원하게 이렇게 잘하고 계신지 한번 물어보고 싶습니다.
네, 저희가 운영이 강팀이 아닌데 자꾸 운영을 하려 해가지고 좀 교전 중심으로 이제 가자 그래가지고 오늘 좀 교전 중심으로 시원하게 해보려고 합니다.
We decided to change our things and try to focus on like the aim and the duel moments, and I think it's working out very well. 너무 감사합니다. 제 판타지 1등입니다.
감사합니다.
All right, that was T1's Type, and we're gonna go back to Rondo.
Thanks so much, Bella. And here I was thinking I was Type's biggest fan. I mean, how are you going to have an interview with the man and not bring up or even mention the giant fan in his right hand?
Love to see it. Love
to pretend that that's a normal thing. That's cool. I like that.
And honestly, going from day 1 to day 2, with how T1 only scraped through, I know it's in the game in the past, but I just want to get it out of my system quickly.
Yeah.
With how they went from day 1 to day 2, and how they started off day 2 with that phenomenal game coming off that hillside towards El Pozo. We got to keep in mind now as well that T1 is currently, as of very recently, playing with a PGC champion coach. They signed Sonic on from the former Danawa roster, and he is a phenomenal guy. The amount of work that he did with the Danawa team of the past to get them to become PGC champions is huge. So I think, honestly, regardless of what happens with this T1 team, as long as they stay with him, as long as they play it smart, they have a bright future ahead of them.
Take a look at our
Can we get some
pilots.
Mario Kart music in? Oh, Top Gun?
Flying the friendly skies of Rondo here. Both of these teams on the south side. Actually, FTF a little bit more towards the southeast. Meanwhile, Daytrade on the southwest. And they should spot out TSM, who just popped an E pickup. So we'll keep an eye on that here as Falcons getting a little bit close to VP, playing a little ring around the rosy.
Imagine if you're in a glider, could drive by people in E pickups by just flying into them.
Oh my god.
Just go boing, 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 strike.
I need to see it. I need to see it. And unfortunately, it looks like Daytrade's pulling away from that, but they're still taking shots over in that direction. So I don't know if TSM is actually going to stick with this E pickup. I mean, they know that Daytrade is right there. So this would be a pretty gutsy E pickup on the part of TSM if they actually do it. But
I mean, they can go hard north. I feel like they know that the teams up there wouldn't opt to stay already, and their timing, I mean, their timing could have been 10, maybe 20 seconds early on the pickup. Now they want to hit center by the time the new circle pops, which they will almost get to. Israel's center is already very occupied, so they might be forced to fly north pretty much regardless of where this one sends them.
It looks like Sparking was trying to get there as quickly as possible, but he wasn't able to make it in time, so the rest of the boys are up in the E pickup. Sparking following in the vehicle as we see Daytrade already starting to rotate a little bit farther towards the west. The very tip of edge of Stadium still inside that zone. So that's a little bit of high ground that could still be played around.
Stadium in north side, of course, separated by a river. And again, there's no one on that side of the water outside of just Delwyn. So a lot of area, a lot of playable area in this map that most likely won't be utilized at all. Everyone's trying to play underneath, play into this valley that Falcons currently find themselves in. And there are only so many dips available, and for all of them, as long as there's high ground in place still with where Eternal Fire and other teams are currently sat, it's going to be very hard to try and play this one in the open. It's simply too early on in the game.
Now, the one good thing that most of these teams have going for them is all of them have a foothold inside the zone. One that's getting a little bit close here, KDF having a 2-2 split. They're getting real close to T1, and they're started off with sending in a few well-placed grenades, see if they can find anything. Fortunately, T1, they have their dancing shoes on, and they're not going to fall for it. The Freaks, they should know what's the deal here. You gotta, again, you gotta have that timer going off. You can't stick around there forever. His BD team now down to just Spiro, and he's going to go down as FaZe eating a little bit more here.
I love this setup from FaZe. They take Fex over on the north side of the river very late, but they set up a perfect camp. They know teams are going to try and wrap the edge of the water as the double elimination comes in inside the city as well. It's not going to go the way of Quantum Freaks, though. The points will go to team on the other side. So a lot of commotion happening as these teams try to make something happen off of a Western hard shift.
Well, KDF not wasting any time. I mean, that is an aggressive push, and to really kind of stick it out and make sure you finish it off and secure that 2-2 was pretty brave stuff here from Freaks, and they end up getting paid off for it. So, okay. As you mentioned, everybody playing south of that river. The only teams that are still on the outside now, FaZe from the future, they're taking their time coming in. And, well, 4AM's HSM still alive.
This south is dangerous. TSM has no clue what they're currently driving into. The issue is TSM might not become the victims of this situation because VP2 have a team on their other side, and now Luke is going to be the first one to open up. I'm not sure VP is fully aware of Eternal Fire and how close they are. They know there's somebody in the nearby vicinity, but they're much closer than I think they thought. And now with Nox on both sides, you'd have to think that Eternal Fire opts to engage.
Yeah, this is tough here. TSM
What are
getting
they
a little bit
waiting
close,
for?
but yeah, EF Eternal Fire. Well, they've only got 2 down there. They've got Code Marco that's still looking off to the north, just keeping an eye on Navi, making sure that nobody kind of backfills them. So here comes the pull from EF. They'll find 2 now. Ibiza and Nixie both knocked. It's down to just Beamy and Lucarux. Lucarux in a vehicle, trying to get a different position here.
And TSM turning around on it too. They had a player knocked early on, but seeing 2 knocks go the other way, it's going to allow for them to spread out, take a little bit more control. The double kill will come through to Eternal Fire. So yet another early game loss for Virtus Pro, who, well, they found their success in the latter games of the day yesterday, and it seems like they'll have to do it that way again today.
A little bit of a slow start here. Still currently below that cut line of 12th place, but still plenty of PUBG left to play here today. So no panic just yet. It's TSM going to go eat a little bit of blue zone for some reason. Not sure why, but
go north or just go far enough away to take an e-pickup, or maybe the driver DC'd.
Well, I wonder if there's something back here that maybe they left behind, a vehicle maybe, or something that they dropped down and they just want to go ahead and clean it up.
They drove off the map for a reason.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely reasoning behind this.
No, we need to stick with them now because they've driven off the map. Oh, never mind. We'll go to what's actually important. We'll bring them back up whenever they opt to make their way back towards the circle proper. As Day Trade now will be the only team over the northern side. We get a replay here of the face hold against BB team. Again, nice positioning with Vex being over on the other side. They were just in a perfect position to fully dismantle BB team.
Despite the fact BB team going out early here, they've had a pretty decent day so far, and they're set up for the final half of the day pretty well. As we check back in with FaZe Clan, they managed to hold FTF off in the blue, but Alcarin kind of going up a little bit farther now. He's going to run into Luna Galaxy. Meanwhile, T1, they are scrapping in the dead center of this zone on that riverside with Weibo.
Ooh, Type able to dodge that nade there. Knows now full well there's an entire team over on the other side. Tries to smoke off, try to get to safety. The issue is it's just him and Zenith, and there ain't really anywhere for them to go with Expendables now. Looking in this direction as well.
No shelter if you're looking for shade, and yep, TE starting to look over in this direction as well. Duck Juice laid behind in the compound, so he's got a nice spot for themselves. We finally had a team that did decide to go on to the north side, and that's going to be Day Trade. We'll see if it pays off for him, and that is good. Grenades falling onto Weibo as they dance around that rock. Zenith now the last player up for T1.
Finds yet another one. Delving there to find the third. Nice cleanup by Expendables. I like the utility usage on the side of Weibo, but in sitting back and trying to maintain space from them in T1, they open themselves up completely to the sides of Expendables. Nice push down the hillside, well placed. Nades, and that's going to be Weibo taken out.
It's been a rough day for Weibo so far. Although they are sitting in the dead center of the leaderboards. I feel like every time we look at them, they're dying, but they're getting points. So, you can't fault them for how they're playing here as we check back in with the Expendables up to full strength. But Clory's going to go down as Zenith still snaking in the grass here. Can he flush that out?
Fully flashed, turns around, Tandu there to do the work for him. They maintain full center control, which is actually quite massive, given, if you look at the map, how much space they have to maneuver. Gustav commits to the vehicle play, got the knock on one. Maybe the guy's gonna run over his opponent. Issue is that you have Kraken on the other side. He will find one as well. So Corexi currently on the rest. You would have to imagine that's gonna be Gustav falling down in second.
Yeah. Well, checking back in with the saga of TSM, they finally started coming back in, but unfortunately Eternal Fire had them dead to rights, and you can see a couple of knocked players. I think Luke 12 might be the last one left alive here as we see Luna Galaxy starting to creep out and trying to clean up their sides. There you go, going to find from the future, and that will be it for them.
Yep. Halo falls down as well as TSM with 2 players knocked in the blue and Luke on his own. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what that south side card drive was. We'll have to ask them later as they're starting to fall to blue, trying to make their way north. And they will actually end up dying because of it. Again, big head scratch, but maybe there's something happening that we weren't aware of.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get to the bottom of that one over the break here. But right now, FaZe in a similar tough spot as they have been eating a bunch of blue. James all by himself. Corexi off to the south here, but it looks like Luna Galaxy just lost track of them.
It's only phase 4.
Sure.
And we've had 5 people die to blue. It's not something you see too often, but again, I mean, we're going north on Rondo. It's not really an area we've charted a whole lot in the past, and teams are opting to salvage, saying, you know what, we don't know what's in the center. Let's just take these fights on the edge because we can't really go anywhere else. As James opens up, oh, damage done, but Diffix from afar, able to take him down, keeping Luna Galaxy alive.
Oh my goodness, Diffix from Narnia actually getting that one on the low side. So Na'Vi actually looking in a pretty good spot here. They are down to 3, but they've got control over the road on that south side. The Expendables actually in the best position. They've got the compound, they've got the hill, they've got everything they could possibly want. But as you mentioned, a bunch of people still eating blue on that south side, on that eastern side. Day Trade has made their way across the river, and now they're taking it to Luna Galaxy.
Beamy is in the blue, Lukarook's in the blue, 4AM's HSMM is still out there, Corexi too out in the blue, not doing a whole lot. And we'll have to wait and see exactly how things are going to pan on out here as Day Trade still 4 alive, yet to find any kills, but they are now in a perfect position coming off that north side to get kills and start making their way into this circle.
And they're going to blow up the vehicle. And they'll make sure they flush out that kill and get that point as well. As yeah, you know, I wonder on that south side, all these people that were playing in the blue, it almost feels like Eternal Fire was the cause, the root cause of all of that.
Yeah,
they were just in a perfect position, and they're still 4 strong, and they are just in a great spot here to kind of take care of everything that's coming in. But we'll see if they can get a little bit more off of this. Meanwhile, FaZe down to just 1, but they've got 7 kills so far, looking pretty good. See if they can get inside the zone.
Haven taking a few shots towards the south, trying to again make more space for themselves, but little do they know. Oh, well, they should be aware because they got a player eliminated to Day Trade just before. They need to be very cautious.
6
need to have
Eternal Fire.
They need to have a player looking north. Yeah, I mean, not only do Eternal Fire get 6, but as you say, they keep all 4 alive, and now while they're on the edge of the circle, they have made a lot of space for themselves.
Look at how many. You see all those blue bars on the leaderboard right now. It is tough sledding, to say the least, for these guys, as Luna Galaxy continuing that measured aggression, seeing if they can maybe find that Na'Vi duo, do a little grenade fishing. But fortunately for Na'Vi, Sosid is on the clock, and Zakraken will find one, Haven will find the other. Unfortunately, Sosid can't do everything. He is down and out in Luna Galaxy, showing out once again here.
A comfortable Luna Galaxy is the Luna Galaxy I like to see as they come up and tie with Expendables. Now, Expendables still have the numbers advantage. They have the circle center as well, so they're looking poised to come away from this game with a lot of points. But they too now have to deal with Eternal Fire. They pulled up in Pico crosses, so not sure Expendables is aware of these silent electronic vehicles. Do make it hard to realize the pull-up is happening. Oh, watch out. Don't want to get smooshed by those.
Happy feet. Okay, they're in a good spot. But yeah, I mean, there's still so many solos, duos. There's so much good stuff going on. Corexi has made it in for FaZe. So he is inside the zone, just off to the north side of Luna Galaxy. I don't think they have any idea he's there. Meanwhile, Beamy still trying to make it out on that south side. Lukarux has made it in. Day Trade, meanwhile, they're just working this ridge line. They've got all 4 alive. They just don't have vision on anybody. Okay. Corexi going to get spotted by Zakraken.
And that's an important one, too, for Luna Galaxy, because he had them completely caught with their backs turned. But again, smart about it. Luna Galaxy always having one looking behind. They're counting kills you can see on the side of FaZe. And I mean, again, while the game wasn't phenomenal for them, 7 kills, 7 points on a match, you'll take that in the other week.
4 AM, that'll be HSM. That solo player going out as they have the Panzerfaust in hand, but Chewy can't get it off. Not sure what kept him from pulling the trigger there, but I mean, that is just more Freaks magic at this point, isn't it?
Kwangdong Chiefs, somehow it's written in the stars that they were made to make it. That's, I mean, the fact that he sat there with a potential
Shout out to the 5 people that got that joke. I like
the fact that he was sat there for something told him, do not take this shot. It's not written in the stars.
Unfort. Well, now they got Petrichor Road 3 deep in the compound on that south side, but Freaks, they're playing around on that low side. They're trying to see if they can get Salute over here as Petrichor Road. They're taking the shots, but they've got to be more concerned about what's right on their doorstep here. As the smoke wall is getting laid out by Freaks. Really methodical stuff here from Kwangdong Freaks.
And again, even if they don't get kills off of these nades, they're forcing Petrichor to fall back. They're allowing themselves a funnel, a transition into the compound. Issue is there's so many open angles once they try to make the run up that hillside, and Tanvu is going to be able to find Gumin because of it.
That's the other thing. They're forcing them to move around. They're forcing them into TE's line of sight. So the aggression coming out from Freaks so far. Ming back on his feet, though, so Petrichor Road, a nice little reset from them. And now, actually, the TE shouldn't be able to pay attention to this as they've got to worry about Falcons.
Important game for Petrichor here as well. Only 1 point through the first 2 Miramar games. A Summon now able to find Salute. That should allow for Ikeslip to wrap the corner. One well-placed flash here could keep 3 players blind at least for a bit. Ikeslip is going to underhand it. This could be huge. As he wraps around the side, picks the other side, though. Finds the first one, goes to the second, finds him as well. Needs just one more as he swings the corner, goes for it, but it's going to be him down. Bean with the 4-piece able to stay alive.
Jeez, Pete. Okay, Bean. We see you, buddy, and that is actually huge from him. I mean, Ikeslip does manage to get at least 3 kills there, but, I mean, it is mutually assured destruction on the south side. You got Beamy looking over in that direction as well. Meanwhile, Falcons were taking shots over at the Expendables, but they had to pull back as Day Trade still has that high ground as well. So you've got 2 teams, 2 full 4-man squads on that high ground, sharing it for the time being, but they all are being controlled by what the angles of sight, the lines of sight that the Expendables have right now.
Yep, it's quiet in the north. Meanwhile, the chaos has never been more lit afire.
It sure has.
Fortunately, now it's calmed down. We have 4 players, make that 3, that has to cross this road. 2 of which are on the side of Virtus Pro. Then it's Bean. No, I'm not even going to do that. Having to try and see if somehow he can make his way over towards the north. He's going to run into a full set of Eternal Fire holding the road. Then all of Expendables holding the compound, and Falcons with eyes on in just a moment.
There's so many thoughts and prayers attached to those bullets right there. Just hoping that it finds something through the smoke clouds. Zakraken, he will find Luca Rux, though. So Zakraken, it's paying off.
Meanwhile, B made it. Yeah, B somehow managed to cross the road with no one looking.
There you go. Luna Galaxy will get finished off in the end. But Eternal Fire now, as soon as they get rid of Beanie, they have this south side here. They're looking pretty good, all things considered. Now, obviously, they still have to worry about that Expendables compound, but, you know, if they have enough utility, if they have enough smokes to get them up there, they could get right in grenade range.
And the thing is, Eternal Fire saw the fight happen in the southwest as well, and they know a solo player from Freaks managed to make it out alive. If they're smart on this one, depending on exactly how much util they have available, there is a chance for them to wrap around the western side, stay out of vision for Expendables, and make it into this next circle. The key element for that to work, though, is that Falcons and Day Trade start fighting. If Eternal Fire can apply enough pressure to Day Trade that they make it think better of it and take the fight to Falcons, that's a potential wrap on either the eastern or the western side that they can make without Expendables being able to engage.
I like this from EF. They all hands on deck. They know, they know that somebody's behind them still, though. They're not giving up on looking for that final snake of Beamy, who's just trying to heal himself a little bit more, most likely donate himself over to the blue after this shot spray, but nope. Ruin will collect the 7th point for Eternal Fire, and they still have a little bit of cliffside to work with.
Yep. Gonna spread out, gonna take control again. They don't want to allow for anyone to come off the hill in this circle. While it ain't perfect for them, it's gonna force only one team to stay alive in the north, meaning that fight will have to happen one way or another, and therefore Eternal Fire should be able to, if they want to, take the fight to Expendables without any third party engaging from the north if they can time it right.
I mean, Expendables doesn't have to do anything, right? Like, they can just sit in this compound as long and as late as they want and just
I mean, they could throw the game if they wanted to, but just running out.
Well, they could. I mean, I guess
I don't think they will.
Throwing is always an option, but they've already got 6 kills, so it's not like they're sitting on 0 points.
I don't
so,
think
like,
they're going to do anything.
They're feeling pretty comfy, and they can just wait for this Day Trade Falcons fight to play off and then keep track of what's going on to their south side as far as Eternal Fire is concerned. But this fight now coming to a head, and Bean's been spotted.
Oh, no. Oh, no, Bean. Yeah, he's dead. You know what? Fair enough. He got the points needed in order to stay put, and that one wasn't the best of games for Freaks, but they'll take the 4 points plus placement points off of what could have easily been an Ikeslip sweep that would have left all of Freaks dead.
Man, Eternal Fire has so much room to work around with here in this circle, too.
And they wrap west on it, too, smartly.
Yeah, really, really well done by them. We'll see how that pays. Oh, Keppa going to get spotted out, though, and he's actually out in the zone, too, so they got to get down there quickly. But meanwhile, Falcons and Day Trade slow playing it around these ridge lines. And you can see the utility, not much in the pockets of Day Trade there.
You have to be clean on this fight. You have to come out, preferably with 4 alive, maybe with 3 if you can, in this fight if you're Falcons or Day Trade, if you want to come out victorious in this game. It's a massive one, and Norwich is going to open up, finding Snagus.
Good push here, coming using the terrain, nicely done, but Thanadol will go down. Rello with the good spray, and now the push coming. brewing. What on earth? Day Trade just making short work of Falcons. And they will be able to easily get Thanadol back on his feet. Nobody from Eternal Fire or the Expendables wanting to come up here and take advantage of that fight.
Welcome back, Norrens. Yesterday was Thanadol doing the damage, the little damage that Day Trade was able to push on. But Norrens makes sure that no one forgets about him. Belmoth there.
Oh,
a little more of a trophy, like lifting in the end there. Woo, I also did something, but incredible performance. Nice double from Norrens to start things off. And again, just as I said it, they wanted to do it fast. They wanted to do it completely without casualties, and they do exactly that. Now they can spread out. Now they can take the hillside control and hope that this final circle goes anywhere north out of that compound.
Yeah, I think if you're Day Trade, you're really hoping the Falcons had some more utility on those on their bodies that you can pick up, because we saw how low they were as far as smokes are concerned, as far as offensive throwables are concerned, and they're going to need every last bit of them to try to make their way through in this 4v4 end game. Eternal Fire, everybody managed to get everybody back on their feet.
Yep.
Eternal Fire just slowly making their way, and I think they've started figuring out what the Expendables' lines of sight really are here.
Exactly.
And they're just kind of slowing things down.
Tanvu almost 1,000 damage this game. Yes, they've had the compound for a while, but they have been doing so much to try and dictate the flow of the battles that have been happening around them. Solid play from Expendables. What I hoped to see them off of yesterday, but didn't quite happen this time around, though.
Terrifying.
Stepping up. P90 now in the hands of him as he spots Norrens on the other side. Watch out, though, my friend. That's an arm looking your way.
Who wins the peak battle between the P90 and the ARM? That's terrifying. I don't think I want to know the answer.
Nope.
Honestly, I think some questions just need to remain unanswered. As Norrens just continues peeking the same angle here. Not going to find Joy though, as he will get back on the move once again. Yeah, just realizing it's been too long. Can't keep peeking the same spot.
And I love the fact that Eternal Fire is waiting on this one. They're hearing shots being fired towards the compound, obviously realizing they're not shooting at you. If a knock happens on Expendables here, Day Trade ain't going to push down that hillside. They're going to allow for Expendables to make a play on the compound as a result of it, or at least try and see if they can get some pressure, force them to make mistakes. You can see because of exactly that, Expendables are now slowing things down. They're going, guys, we cannot risk. I know we have the compound, theoretically the best position right now, even if the circle ends just outside. We do not lose a player here, we're going to get collapsed upon.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to yesterday, day one.
Yeah.
First game of the day. That is how the Freaks managed to beat New Happy in the 2v4. Was New Happy just being impatient and peeking things early, but now the circle is going to force EF to make the push here, and the Expendables more than up to the task. They are down to just Quepa. And Day Trade, they're gonna use this opportunity to crash. Yeah, this is the best opportunity they have. Leave Norrens with the high ground, with that arm, feeding that information over to the boys, as he will find Clories as well.
Knocks on both sides could not be any better. Eternal Fire down to 2 Expendables, with the chance to potentially get Clories back up alive, depending on how fast Day Trade wants to get this one done with. But that molly just too far. Could have been amazing. Flash now, though, gets a chance to lob a nade up on the roof, does so, and finds the flush on Clories.
Eternal Fire not out of this either. They've still got 2 up in there. You got Delwyn trying to make the push in. He's going to find Code Marco. But the Expendables, Delwyn down to about 5 HP. Duck Juice is on his back as Day Trade still full strength. They are just crashing through this compound and cleaning it up and securing themselves a victory.
Phenomenal breach from start to finish here from Day Trade. Clean sweep all the way around as the trade comes through there in the end as well. And that is the Day Trade we saw in Thailand. That is the Day Trade we want to see more of, out victorious here in game number 3.
Beautiful play from Day Trade and beautiful show of patience and understanding the situation. And as soon as Eternal Fire made that push, they had no choice, right? They had the blue up against their backs. They had to make the crash. As soon as they did, Day Trade immediately on top of that.
Their ability, else of, I will say, the addition of Thanadol, not that he's the only playmaker on the team as it's been proven, but having more firepower enables your entire team to make things happen. Their ability to go from 0 to 100 in an instant, click on the switch, and there are 3 people peeking, hitting every single shot needed. Phenomenal to watch. This is Day Trade that we wanted to see now. Let's hop to a break after this game.
Well, 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 even Dave Trades here. They get themselves the victory on the board on Rondo after being able to breach the all-important compound that we were having held by the Expendables. And it was perfect timing from them. I mean, as soon as Eternal Fire go for that push, they know that their opponents are distracted. They have to dislodge them, and they did so in kind.
Yeah, I mean, they got him out, but I mean, you know, you got to talk to me about this compound, because it seems like if you're watching from a basic, you know, as a casual viewer, this is a really strong position for the Expendables, but I don't feel like it was. It felt like it was really defensive.
Yeah, I've got so much experience going to this compound. Man. It's so irritating. Like, the thing is that the lines of sight aren't phenomenal from it. They're not great from it. I oftentimes use it as a checkpoint compound, really, when I'm coming over the bridge from the east side. But the thing is that if you allow day trade to exist in the high ground above you and then allow a team to slip in underneath, it's difficult to dislodge those teams. So once they want to go for the bridge, it's hard to stop.
And you have no control, because the reason that went bad is because Eternal Fire was able to get in under them while that fight went up between Day Trade and Falcons. You can't control that, right? You just have to wait for it to play out. And I think if you know what, they hadn't made it under, if Day Trade hadn't gotten a clean win on Falcons, maybe Expendables walk away with that. But all you can do as Expendables is sort of just watch the kill feed, because the vision is so rough on that spot. I think you nailed it on the head. But the Expendables are going to be happy with those points. It comes out great for them anyway. Falcons, I think, are going to be a little bit unhappy with how that fight went up on top of the hill. Day Trade was pushing on them. Falcons had the set position, they had the circle, and Day Trade just got the best of them on that push.
You can see eventually that Tamvu and the boys were able to kind of stop and stem the tide of what the aggression was coming from the south side, but once the north hits as well, there's just too much for them to deal with. But I mean, regardless, you know, having that compound for as long as they did, Circle coming their way and kind of trying to stave off some of those threats to get things going was good for the Expendables. They've already put up some points today. They're going to be putting up even more from that. But Day Trade, some much needed points to be able to boost their chances going towards that top 12.
Yeah, I love to see this. I remember you talk about Nuren's Belmont Flats. You guys have been together since 2021. They added Thanadol to the roster this year when Puchil's retired. And I think it's taken a minute to get rolling, but I really love what Thanadol's brought to the team with his aggression, is willing to take these fights. And this is Day Trade I expected to see on day one. Aggressive, APAC style of play, and they have not walked off of that. The way that they pushed those Falcons, were willing to sort of go at that fight full steam, speaks to Day Trade's style, and it was good to see.
Yeah, no, Thanadol, for me, the addition of Thanadol was almost a revelation, right? Initially, they added him to the team, and they weren't able to play with him on the tournament that they, you know, basically acquired him for. And then we got to see PGS 5 and 6 unfold. PGS 6, we had an insane performance coming out from Day Trade. They surpassed my expectations, because I'm sometimes a Day Trade denier.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's because they've been on this progressive streak, and to be honest, Thanadol had some big push shoes to fill when he joins the roster, but he does, and I think that that's what you want to see out of these teams, especially out of the region. Cerberus, similar vibe, right? They have been growing so aggressively over these last 2 or 3 years. Day Trade's another one like that is just getting better and better, and it makes you wonder how much of the future of PUBG Esports is going to be out of that region, because these guys seem to evolve a lot faster than some of our other teams.
Well, the game definitely didn't come to Day Trade. Day Trade went to the game. They traveled so far. I mean, admittedly, it's Rondo, right? So you're if the circle's far away from you, you're going to have to go far, but Day Trade was in hot pursuit for this one. 12 kills will go their way. Eternal Fire existing on the south side of that compound gets themselves 8. And again, Quantum Freaks gets deep into this game. Not the biggest game for them, but it's enough points.
And that's all they're doing at this point after they've had a couple of good ones. Now you're just kind of grinding out those points. And that does happen with the way this, you know, if you don't have the compound that Expendables has, you don't have the high ground that, you know, once Day Trade and Falcons, there's no other options for other teams. At that point, you're doing what we saw in the last game, where you're just trying to get some points off of these fights as best you can. I think KDF's going to be happy with what they walked away with.
Here's the numbers coming in from Day Trade. Belmoth will take that #1 spot, and alongside Nurens and Thanadol doing a lot of damage across the board. Flash, happy to be there.
Happy to be there. Didn't take as much damage, but you know what? You need that person. You need someone who's sort of watching, falling from behind, making sure that they're there for the trades. And honestly, what I think it came down to is Belmoth came around that corner with the Falcons. He had Flash on his tail as the flanker, and Belmoth just hit every shot, right? Like, he closed the Falcons down so fast that I don't think Flash was like, "Wait, what about me?
I want something.
I'd like to kill something, please."
Well, Belmoth will take man of the match here, so good stuff by him, and Day Trade getting this victory as a whole. I do want to bring up the Falcons, though, in the fact that, well, I mean, you've brought them up, but I want to kind of go to that, and the fact that, yes, they got themselves 5 points here, but once again, this is another situation where Falcons is getting deep into these games, not getting the most amount of kills, but it does feel like a bit of a shift, I suppose, from our PGS results from Falcons.
Yeah.
It really took a long time for them to get rolling. The very last day of PGS 6, they were getting really rolling. But now they've got themselves 20 points on the board here, but getting into those late games.
Yeah, they get into late games. Maybe they're not letting Roth drive anymore. I don't know what is going on necessarily, but I'm glad that they're getting to late game because that seems to be where they thrive the most. When they get into this spot where they can sort of rely on their twos, they can work as duos, especially, I think, they seem to be doing really, really well. Now, that said, I wish they would have held that defense a little bit better. I think there's some fine-tuning that the guys are going to obviously recognize. You saw them talking after that wipe and saying, okay, maybe we try something a little bit different on that hold, but things are really lining up well for the rest of this event.
Interesting that it's going well. I mean, it's clear that obviously we're seeing Relo wearing a mask. Maybe he's a little bit sick.
He is.
He's usually kind of the guy that's kind of leading the charge as a whole and making those calls happen. But yeah, I mean, the dynamic's so weird because in our circuit days, you only need that top 12, and once you've got to that kind of that 20-point barrier, etc., and things like that, as we saw it yesterday, you're feeling pretty confident that you're going to be able to make something happen. So before we go into Tego coming up, who are you keeping your eyes on this time? Not Luna Galaxy, not allowed to choose them.
No, I can't choose them again, but I will say what I'm keeping an eye on is the fact that 3 of our new teams that have just joined the lobby are all on the right side of that leaderboard. 2 are actually in danger of getting knocked out today at this point, and that is a little bit of a shock to me. So I did expect particularly TSM and Petrichor to come in today, guns blazing, put a name on the board, and make some big plays. Both of them are under 8 points, and that is shocking to say the least after 3 games. Like, I'm watching them because this cannot continue for another match.
Brief moment of brilliance in the previous one from Ike's left, right? Who feels like he's almost carrying
the weight of the team.
Yes, and obviously eventually getting shut down there. But if you're relying on just moments like that, it's going to get very dicey for you to try and move through.
It's PGC. Ixlef can't win this event with a Petrichor-shaped backpack, right? The whole team has to be on fire right now. I'm not sure what's going on with TSM. It doesn't feel like they're necessarily making huge mistakes. They're just getting caught in awkward positions.
Let's get to it. Tego on the way as we have game number 4 of the day. It's day 2 of Circuit 1.
It is Tego time, and once again we go towards the east. We've been here before, Poro, and towards the east.
I don't know why you said that funny.
I feel like I said it as I always do. Maybe I just always say it funny. I don't know. But nonetheless, it's time to hop on over to Tego. We get a look here at Shipyard, an area we don't really ever go to, but an area I'm sure Na'Vi wish we would go to this time around as they're flying right there.
Yeah. It'd be great if it actually went there. But no, well, okay.
Into one of the boats. That's got to be rarer than Miramar Island then.
You think so? Probably. It's got to be.
It's got to be.
Who knows? Who can even say? Well, one thing I gotta agree with the desk. I gotta agree with Toffees, and I hate that I'm saying that, but Petrichor Road. You know, talking about the teams that are kind of underperforming a little bit here, especially seeing as they were, the big top 8, right? Like we expected a lot of TSM, we expected a lot of Petrichor Road, but Petrichor Road in particular, it's like, man, and I found myself thinking this as he was saying it, but there's been so many times I feel like we were just saying, oh, well, Ixlef had this amazing play, but then Petrichor Road just kind of went out. But it looks like we got a little bit of chicanery here as Eternal Fire, and is that Weibo?
That's Weibo. Off of that previous game, Eternal Fire is practically already in as we see reloads coming through on both sides of Sai and Code Marco, but it's gonna be Code Marco up victorious.
Oh no, he ran out.
Able to get the first one, but as the cross come through, somehow able to have him ruin there, ready now with a shotgun as well. Swaps on over as fast as he could, finds Spaceman, takes him down, and Eternal Fire is up 2-0.
Got some bandies there too. Okay, got the first aid, so we're good. Turn it around, make sure you secure that, get your points.
I can't help but feel a little bad for Sai when the first thing you look is a crossbow.
Yeah. Well, that's...
You know you're going to be in trouble because it takes forever to load, and the chance of him hitting with that thing, well, not exactly big.
But it would have been huge. And it would have been replayed for time eternal.
First PGC crossbow kill ever. Don't
quote you on that?
Don't fact check me on that one. I'm just gonna say it because I cannot.
That's fair.
I cannot remember having seen crossbow kills in PGC before. let alone the fact that crossbows themselves haven't really been around for a while. But nonetheless, 2-0 for Eternal Fire. Of course, they want to do this clean. They have a rotation to make, and now, well, they have Falcons and Daytrade to worry about as well, because they've heard the action taking place down in this very isolated compound. It should be pretty easy for both teams, should they want to get off ankles.
Yeah, Weibo just slowing things down a little bit here, and at least they've got, well, he's got no armor. At least he's got a helmet, and he's got a gun. That's a step in the right direction, I guess, if nothing else. And Ruin still has those shotguns, and he's going to find Shen right in the face. That is going to be him going down, and now all of a sudden, it's all down to Mamu, and they know exactly where he is. But you can see Falcon still kind of circling around like vultures. Daytrade in there as well.
Mamu trying to flank around. Solo player, but still, when it's close quarters, you never know what's going to happen. We have seen Eternal Fire be really wise about their pushes, though, not really leaving anything up for chance. Nade thrown early on. Shots taken. Damage done, but not enough to fight the knock. But the issue is, we're saying just before, here are the snakes on the side. Here are the guys lurking. The issue is they're running into one another. And Norins is able to find both Rod and Flood out in the middle of the open. They did not anticipate Daytrade being around here.
That is brutal for Falcons. I mean, they're doing exactly what they should do, right? They're going in third partying. They have the outside. But it just feels like that this happens all the time on this map, where you feel like you're safe enough to do a little, hillside kill stealing, and all of a sudden there's just a team right on you, and they're riding bikes around on the hills, and you just have no idea that they're there.
For Eternal Fire, the fact that the Sharks kept started fighting one another could not be any better, because it allows for them to reset, get the rest on up, and now, I mean, Daytrade might still kind of stick around for a bit, but they too have a rotation to make, and for Falcons, well, damage is already done, down to just Relo and Snakers. Got a dip here. Now, from one fight straight into another, TSM against 4AM.
Boy, it's been an active early game here on Tego Zipian. He's just going to hold the line here, waiting for that grenade to explode, looking at the windows, looking at the walls, looking at everything, and he's got everybody dancing around him. He's going to find one. He gets curdy. Can he jump out of the window and make sure he flushed that kill? He can.
Phenomenal timing on his part, able to get out. Got V able to find one as well. TSM, the aggressors here, but shut down on approach is now finally Alo. Able to start turn things around. Xiaopian does go down. They have a teammate up on the roof as well as Sparking. Trying to play protection up high as Godby is caught out in the middle of the open.
Sparking, he's got some work to do. He's there's been a lot of expectations placed on his shoulders. What a spray from Alo. We'll find Bobo, and now it's just down to HSM.
Look at this. Ixleft found the knock from afar, or the flush, I should say, from afar. So they now know that they have Petrichor looking in this direction too. Limits the angles you want to leave yourself exposed to. Uh-oh.
Oh, he's got that Panzerfaust in hand. Yeah, he's just waiting for. I wish you would run up those stairs.
Is this a if I go down, you go down with me sort of situation?
Seriously,
it's just him left alive. If he pops that there, he dies too.
Most people, they're like, I'm fine.
Wait.
Yeah.
No, I think. Did they shoot the rocket in his face as he shot it, or did he just hit the window frame?
I don't know. We're gonna have to see the slow motion black box on that one, because that was unfortuitous.
They might have blown up the rocket in his face. That was that was unfortunate. You can see hands to the face on the side of 4AM. They were being pushed. They were looking good. They found the initial two, but HSMM could not make it happen.
I mean, they're in 14th place with 8 points on the day. I mean, this is every game that passes where they're going out early is one less chance that they have. And look at this, already 51 alive. Well, making 50 alive here, and it's not even. I mean, Circle 1 hasn't even closed yet.
Yep,
not anywhere close.
Nowhere near. As Petrichor went for loot, Luna Galaxy did the same thing. Issue for Luna was that Petrichor got there first. So SumUp will be able to get one. Ixleft will get himself looted on up, while the rest of the team is trying to figure out what the plan is for them to. I mean, with where they're currently sat, again, we're seeing so many circles go towards this east side river on Takeo these days. So I would not be surprised to see Petrichor not really flex out any further than where they currently are. Probably send Ming or Ixleft back down towards the compound closer to the bridge, just to make sure they have a 2-1-1 split. But outside of that, stay where you are, play it smart, play it safe. There's no reason to really go anywhere else.
And you also got to throw in that additional factor that you see that there's 50 left alive. So you know now, all of a sudden, there's a lot more real estate available. So you can kind of, if you're not getting shot at, if you're safe where you're at, there you just scout out, see what you can find, just in case that circle decides to shift away from you here. As we see the Freaks and VP, they have a 2-2 split towards the center of the circle, but we had a chance to sit down and talk with Nixie. Let's hear what he has to say.
So at the start, we were kind of nervous, but we let the nerves kick off. We brushed it off, we started to pick up our pace, and we just finished it off with a banger. So bringing Beamy into the team has personally impacted us because we had to do a whole new structure of the team, and I feel like we have really improved because of that. So I would feel like Beamy added like another level on top of our gameplay, I guess. So yeah, he's really good.
A calm player added to a roster of calm, smart players, and as smart and good as they were yesterday. Hasn't really gone that way today. Human, well, he's basically looking towards Vex, but look at who set up high. Correxy. It's one flow up, and with how much everyone knows where he is, you'd have to think, wait, how do they know? Where's the spy? Where's the camera? Well, you'll find out if you run upstairs.
Indeed, and now the rest of the Freaks are arriving as well, so that's a good nade. That's going to fall.
Never mind.
Okay, never mind. All right, well, Gumin down to about half HP. Is he?
Oh, the timing.
It looked like he was going to try to go for it, but Gustav, he's baiting. He's baiting, but he's not biting. Good stuff. Good discipline here from Gumin. And that's going to be Gustav going down to salute, and all of a sudden, FaZe, that was not the best flash I've ever seen in my life, but in the end, effective, as they now have down 2 players from FaZe, and Vex is just going to try to escape.
Now this, I mean, while FaZe have had up and down performances as of late, one thing they rarely ever, if ever at all, do wrong is to play too slow. Whenever they engage, it's oftentimes them just running it down and then dying because they opted to engage. Here, they hesitate. They play slow. There's just a solo player there. I think they're aware of it because Corexy, I mean, was set up above for as long as he was.
Freaks crashed into them.
Well, that's the issue, right? They alert. I mean, they give the info across that, or to Gumin that faces around. But because they then don't instantly flush the guy or aggress on the guy, that allows for Quantum Freaks to regroup. Kudos to Quantum Freaks for being able to reset as fast as they did. Issue is, FaZe should have engaged on that much faster. Even if you miss a nade, even if you miss your flash, you run in 3 people and you take out that solo.
Yeah, no, okay. So I see what you're saying. The fact that they knew that they had Gumin by himself,
they knew it was a solo.
They should have collapsed a lot quicker. I see what you're saying there. Either way, Jeems and Vex now make their way across the river. They'll survive as a duo for a little bit longer here as we see Luna Galaxy over in the airport. I think that's just Vinny now remaining for Luna, as they had run into, well, a number of teams really, I think, in rotation. So Vinny all by himself. But at least he gets the circle, and the airport is in the zone. Look
airport is in, albeit only half of it. We still got parts of it, and James is not upside down. No one saw that. Running side by side with his EMEA comrades in Virtus Pro. They'll go further north. VP will go further south. And yeah, I'd be surprised to see them run into one another. But James, I mean, is currently wrapping around Virtus Pro. Not sure exactly where they're planning on setting up shop.
Yeah, VP looks like they're doing a 2-2 split on both sides of the river here. Now they've got 2 towards center right now, and you can see them just kind of taking shots over towards that retreating FaZe, and this is not the worst spot ever, I guess, for VP to hold at least 2. But yeah, just keeping guys on that western side, making sure that nobody comes in backfill.
Exactly.
And eventually, and right now, the only one they are to really worry about here is the Expendables.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're hitting the nail on the head here. It's so smart on them to not just fully like collapse everyone to the east side of the river. Keep 2 behind. Make sure you're playing backs free, because then once the circle, if the circle shifts further towards the east side, you know you're playing without any pressure from behind. It's something that VP has fallen victim to a lot in today's games. Now they finally fall up mid game. You want to play smart.
And the other part about that too is if you do have one of these teams that are playing to their south, if they do start trying to push north, you now have 2 Luca, Rux, and Beamy in perfect position to do off-ankle fragging and just kind of push him and punish anybody who tries to push from the south. So we'll see if that ends up coming into play. As FTF, they're getting a little bit rowdy here. Now they've got the southern half of the Navi 2-2, but I don't know if they know. Actually, they have to know. Yeah, look at Walker.
Yeah.
Looking over in that direction.
The crosshair leads me to believe that they might have an idea.
I might have got a clue from that one,
we'll see. Navi split currently waiting this one out. No kills, playing it slow, coming in on the north side edge. Again, not in a hurry to really go anywhere. They are hoping to see this next circle go north, but of course, it can't go anywhere. No guarantees. We've seen a lot of them go down towards where these crates are, towards where TSM and Falcons are. Keep in mind, TSM had themselves an 18-kill win from this exact spot in PGS 6, and they're almost sat in the exact same spot from where they started that tremendous game. So could be a potential remake. Of course, the circumstances were different. They were playing in with a lot more teams.
And a lot more players, probably.
Well, true. But nonetheless, they're in the exact same area where they made that happen from.
Well, I mean, this is kind of where you're seeing the results of those early game hot drops here. Things are slowing down massively here in the mid game just because there's so much space to play around. No team's really encroaching upon each other just yet. And Falcons, they've got a little bit of their duo remaining, still holding this nice little spot here.
And there we see the replay of the early game fight that took place. Eternal Fire, clean sweep against Weibo. Not a whole lot they could do. Frustrations, of course, on the side of them. Not really what they want to have happen, but they got 13 points. While it's by no means safe, it's still not 5 down at the very bottom.
Yeah, could definitely be a lot worse. Well, we see an E pickup called in. That's going to be Petrichor Road. I don't think they'll take it, but
they won't.
They definitely won't now. Yeah.
I mean, maybe you send one. It's too dangerous. It's not worth the risk to send one up and scout. I don't think it is. I'm curious, though, to see in response to that E-pickup, I'm not sure what those X's are for. It's just don't go in the river.
Well,
I don't think we're going to set up any sort of perimeters there. I will agree that Virtus Pro will most likely go over towards VP, and the Na'Vi will group up. But I'm curious to see what Expendables are planning on doing here. They're opting to go north, it seems, but they're leaving. No, Chloris is joining as well. They're going to come in from the north.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Big question is what the Expendables are going to do and how far to the north they're going to go. And it looks like for the most part, everybody that had their wide splits, all they're doing is really just collapsing on each other. So Na'Vi going to bring back everybody together. FTF, Kwangdong Freaks, they still have a little bit of a split over on that northeastern side. T1, they've still got airport, but they've got EF pinned up against the wall. So that might be what slows them down here.
I love the fact that we're seeing this from the observers now, 2 Expendables wrapping north. This is only possible for those of you guys who watch the map stream as well. You would have caught it. They, after realizing the VP had control of the edge side compound, they massively spread out. They had a player all the way down. There was Chloris towards Kanyong, looking in that direction, just setting up on the hard edge, saying, what do we actually have available here? There's no one behind us. Let's make space. Let's see what's the smartest play come the next circle. If it comes to us, great, we don't really do anything. If it doesn't, where is the best place to go? And up on the northern side, Delwyn, he was there. He was the one set up there looking and said, guys, come to me. I got a route for you to take. I've already kind of tracked it down. Sends them all forward. Now he's going to be the last one to join them. Very, very smart edge play from Expendables here.
It's going to be really interesting to watch what these freaks. Well, yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, you had to cross that river eventually, right? So,
yeah.
Chloris, the fact that VP left Lucarus and Beamy over on that western side of the river, that's paying off dividends right now, at least in the form of the knock on the Chloris. Now, they haven't been able to get the flush yet, and it looks like Delwyn's going to try to send it over there. So this may be a little bit ambitious on the part of the Expendables here.
Do they know that Duck Juice made it across? I hope they do, because Logarux is seemingly going underneath the bridge to try and take the fight to them. And again, it should be a pretty clear flush, but you don't want to over-aggress on this. You don't want to get greedy. Logarux down to half HP. Now he might be visible underneath this car.
Oh, this is the problem with being in 13th place, right?
Yep.
VP in that position where they absolutely had to come out here and secure that point, secure that kill. And a great shot from Nixie will take down Delwyn. So now TE, they've got their backs up against the wall, but it looks like Tombu and Duckshoes, they are going to be a little bit more aggressive here.
They know it's a solo set underneath. What do you do if you're VP now to try and help Lucarux? I mean, Nixie has practically done what he could, and that nade getting the flush should be him just now backing off. Even if you have to make a run for it, get back to safety. Yes, he's going to leave the car behind. They know exactly where it is. There could be a nade underneath it for all he knows. Get away from there. Play it smart. Play it safe. You know you're in a 4v2. You have Beamy still on the other side of the river. There's so much more to play for than trying to over-aggress here.
No, absolutely. And I mean, even just playing around this rock, that's a step in the right direction. It looks like he's just trying to set him back to that vehicle, and got all that information being fed over to him by the rest of the boys. Ibby going to go over there and make sure that they secure that knock onto Delwyn. And Tombu and Duckjuice, well, they've just found a little bit of a small compound to play with on the inside of the zone.
Ibby, come on. There you go.
Hey,
there you go. He got it. He got it. Fair enough. Shots now being fired. That's Expendables' last couple of players. Tombu and Duckjuice trying to do at least some sort of damage in return, but seems sounds like. Yeah, you should get back to safety. Shots now fired from Na'Vi. That's further inside the circle, still in the northern side, but with VP leaving Nixie on the antenna, that's them at least with a foothold inside the circle. The thing for me is I want to see them collapse in that position and has to do it soon. They're waiting for the circle to come in because now Petrichor is starting to flex down in this direction.
Yeah, that's kind of what I had my eye on is Petrichor. But meanwhile, on this southeastern side, BB team, they had Eternal Fire. They got forced into playing a position that they most likely might rather not have played in those fields a little bit earlier. But so far, so good, but BB team still looking over in that direction, but no angles presenting themselves. You can see they've got places to play here. FaZe in that compound, they still got the duo. They're still sitting pretty currently, and now BB team starting to get a little bit more aggressive onto Eternal Fire here.
Yep, Ruin has to reposition. Knows that his teammates are under fire. Needs to try and get back up towards Code Mago in the map. They're inside the circle, and they're now starting to get pressured by T1 as well, exactly. On the other side of the ridgeline there. Not an easy fight to have to take. Good thing for them is that BB team, they're currently helping them out to some extent by suppressing.
That's the somewhat good thing about playing around these open fields with all these ridges here is you get a little bit of support that maybe you weren't expecting.
Yeah.
As they are trading utility across the burns here. Quepa, Ruin gonna get really low from that blue zone grenade, but will survive.
A big fight happening in the picture-in-picture as well. It's Falcons and Petrichor Road up on the hillside fighting, and the reason this is big is because, as we saw before, VP were able to clear out their western side. If they make a play up on this, that could completely catch Falcons off guard. Daytrade is in the nearby vicinity as well, and we saw in the previous game how good they are at third-party engagements. So a lot of pressure up on the hills where Petrichor currently find themselves as Phil first. Spots Matt wide out in the open, goes for Ruin as well, but can't connect.
Well, Ruin just barely able to escape, but Kepa has been left behind here, and he is just waiting for BB team to get a little bit too aggressive. And T1 also continually peeking over that top side here as the zone is about to finally collapse. Looks like Falcons have retreated back to their compound. VP still playing around on that north side, but you see Ibi getting taken down as he get a little bit too close to the Expendables.
That's dangerous. That is real dangerous. Flush now confirmed as well means that VP can't fully commit to the hill. They need to be aware of Expendables trying to flex out on the western side, even if they're only two. With only Lukarooks there holding, they have to play smart. And yes, they're regrouping. They're setting back down towards the bottom side of the hill, next to the remaining two Expendables players. The circle centers up.
I was trying to see who was sending those mortars out, but could not spot it. It might have been T1. It might have been Zenith back in that compound here. Is somehow, some way, Quepa just refusing to die, refusing to go down as he's continually being a thorn in the side. And there you go. Phil first will find him through the smoke. Now BB team, they have to turn their attention back there. Good stuff here from a doozy, but they've got their attention pulled in so many different directions. But look at that kill feed. It is all BB team.
Nice flank from Belmont. Came in a little late, so they do take 2 losses, or at least knock players initially. But we'll see if Belmont can do something to keep his team's hopes alive from up high. If he can get Spiro as well, there should be at least one rest possible, but it's not an easy angle. He wants to get down the hillside, wants to get him up. But Flash, first one to fall, and Norin should fall immediately after.
Yeah, Daytrade may be biting off a little bit more than they can chew here. The Expendables will finally get eliminated. That's going to be Na'Vi that takes care of them. Meanwhile, VP took out one of the Falcons, so they're down to 3. They're still playing from that western side. They've got to find a way to get in here. Long-range shot from EN will spot into Norins. As we see the picture-in-picture is showing Petrichor Road. Snaker's just sending it towards the center of the circle, trying to find anywhere to play.
It's not the first time he's been down around this area. He almost got naded to doom yesterday by Quantum Freaks in this exact area. We'll see if he stays alive for longer. This time around is Rainin. Tries to get the lay of the land of what's in front of him. Spiro falls to blue. Belmont gets to live with the scare as he now tries to regroup with Thanadol.
And unfortunately for BB team, even though that kill feed lit up pretty nicely for them, they still only end up getting 2 kills out of it. As Daytrade was able to either the kills got stolen or they were able to get the reses back here. As T1 is, I'm actually surprised at how much T1 has been able to stay alive here on this western side. Checking in with VP, making their way down and dealing with a high ground Petrichor Road. That's scary.
The good thing for T1 is that TSM opted to play compound over field kills. I mean, TSM had a good chance to third party the fight, but with T1 leaving Zenith behind, they were set really sharp. Now Petrichor pushing down towards VP. This has been a fight in the making for a while, and with Petrichor seeing Falcons leave, they know this is a fight for them to take. Issue is Ike's left missing shots he usually wouldn't, and Beamy finds the first knock.
Why did he pull off the spray? He still had 22 bullets in the chamber.
Yep.
I don't know. That might just be a little bit of rust on the part of Petrichor Road there on the Ike's left.
Stolen.
VP. Yeah, Hackatory actually. Navi has actually gotten a couple of different thievery actions here.
And it's a massive fight for both of them. I mean,
Yeah.
VP in 13th, Petrichor in 14th now as they make one spot up. FaZe is starting to backfill this. It's Fex who's running up close teams. Of course, they're just down to a duo. Not a whole lot they can do as we get a look into the coach's room. Trevor sat there watching. Not overly happy with the situation as it stands.
They're fine. They're in 7th right now. Everything's okay. As long as you're not in that bottom 4, guys. You don't want to be lower than 12th, as now Petrichor Road will go down. And now their opportunities to climb above that 13th place, coming to the top 12, are down to just 2 games here.
Yeah. James,
easy for me
knowing
to
that
say.
he has day trade nearby, needs to... I think he's hoping that Fex is coming back down the hill. The issue is Fex 2 knows that VP is up there on the other side, and James is technically inside the circle, so he doesn't have to go elsewhere. Issue is now he's been seen by Belmoth, so James has to make something happen. Let's try and pressure Thanadol, but little did he know, Thanadol was right around the side.
Good spray from Thanadol as day trade up to 4 kills, and they move up into first place overall on the day with 34 points. 2 left alive on that southern side. Vex still alive for FaZe though, so they've got some climbing left that they can be doing. Navi, meanwhile, in a good position to try to finally find a win here. Now, it hadn't been a highlight day for them, but it's been effective. They're in 9th place. They've got 17 points.
Yeah.
And they're sitting pretty.
And look at this. T1 is pushing north into Freaks and TSM. I mean, VP is falling back north. This leaves Thanadol's duo with so much space on the southern side of the circle as Fex does finally fall. T1 now peeking on over to their counterpart from Korea, Quantum Freaks.
An eye on this as Belmoth is now down there. Code Marco also down there. So as would be a straight up fight between Freaks and T1, but no, they're going to turn their attention towards TSM. They'll take out Alo. Now Sparking is going to go down as well. So TSM out in 7th place. Well, I was looking at it's okay. They've climbed up above that cut line a little bit, and they're holding.
Yep.
It's not great, but look at all those teams with 13 points right there. Holy moly.
Yep. T1 opting to wrap south around, but they're still in vehicles as Quantum Freaks. I mean, they have ankles on them. You would imagine that they start shooting at them sooner rather than later. And Daytrade still, I mean, with the entire southern half of the circle to play, Type has come down here, and don't count out Code Marco. He's right behind Ian and should be able to shoot at any moment. Ian, though, finding the double, Heaven and Guman both down.
Nice way to start things off here for T1. But I tell you right now, FTF is the one that stands to gain the most here. They've got 4 alive. If they're going to strike, if they're going to get above that cut line, they need to do it now as T1 and KDF continue to trade back and forth. I believe they should be able to get that res back here onto Freaks, and Rainey is going to send it over towards end. But yeah, you mentioned Code Marco is just snaking it over there. He's right next to Type.
He's chilling, do a lot of damage, catch the team by surprise, disrupt the momentum of this fight. They're only down to 2, but Heaven and Salute are not to be pushed around, even if it's just them 2 left alive. They could still come up victorious in this game. Saying that, though, a little harder now as Heaven falls.
All right, you see T1 definitely needs to finish off this KDF fight, and From the Future has a decision to make. They know that Navi is right there. They could take that fight with them, or they could just kind of hold the line and wait for whatever happens between T1 and KDF and cross the street and then clean up that, gain some more points, see what they decide to do.
Yeah, Marco is going to play this as slow as he possibly can. Daytrade, in the meantime, with all the space in the world, they can just spread out. I mean, as far as a duo can spread. But with Thanadol knocked, Belmoth goes, you know what? I guess I'll just go rest my teammate. Freaks fall 6th place for them as T1 takes them out. All 4 kills going their way. T1 on the side of Freaks.
T1 stepping up in a big way here today. They didn't want to leave any doubt as they pulled it out at the very last minute in the last game yesterday. This time, a lot more secure. 30 points in 5th place overall, and they can stand to gain a little bit more here from the Future. They've got to get to work, though, but that's not a way to start things. Zenith getting the knock and the flush onto Happy.
It's such a tricky low ground position because you know that you have T1 on one side, and every time they try to peek over towards him, Navi was shooting them in the back. But here is Marco, finally peeks up and over, finds Type, 5th kill for him. That's Eternal Fire push into 2nd.
When is Navi going to wake up here? When are they going to get involved? They have been playing it so quiet, so slow over here. Yeah, they've already got 4 kills. Code Marco will get finished off by Raining. But that's 9 kills now for T1. They've got control over the eastern side. They're going to have to cross that road eventually, but they don't have to do so yet. They can be patient here, and they can wait.
I think Navi right now, as you say, is playing a game of, you know what, if everyone's going to keep fighting all the time, we might just get top 2 guaranteed and bring home the chicken dinner in the end of it. And, well, I mean, so far, that strat has seemed to work out for them. Sat 3 alive. Not really with a whole lot of space to play around, but it's really only T1 that has space under control. Because as you can see here in the middle, it's just open.
You see what's in the trunk there, the Panzerfaust.
And there it is. It's been taken out.
Yep, yep.
Oh.
Ooh, they're going to send it over there. It's not going to find any luck, unfortunately. But, yeah, there's not really much FTF can do about this. Navi just being over there, I guess, I'm assuming just right out of grenade range.
Yeah.
They still have, FTF still had some in the bag, but they're just not throwing them.
Yep. They trade. Chilling. I mean,
why not?
All they can do really right now is say, can we get a south-touching hard shift they want, but
yeah, we'll take that.
As close as they can get. Issue is, I think this ruck is all Belmoth has for cover. He has no smokes. There are 2 smokes on the side of Thanadol, and a small ridge line to work with, but I think it's just exactly going to be outside the circle.
Yeah, well, the key here is that Navi and FTF both outside, and T1 still has a little bit of that other side of the road still in.
Yeah.
So they can afford to keep peeking this and pulling back down.
It's a weird situation where one team would always try and claim center here, but as you can see, there's literally not a single player inside this final circle, and it's for a good reason. Going there would mean death. You need teams to fight first. You need teams to get greedy, so everyone's going to be forced to push into the circle together. Now, Navi has made the first move. It's not much, but they got a toe inside the circle, and they're making good angles off of it.
There you go. Hakatori will get the knock onto Arkarin, and Sosid will have to retreat back to the wall as Diffix and Hakatori also just... They managed to get inside that zone using good smoke work, and now Day Trade, they're getting a little bit more active here. They found Raining and EN, but won't get the knock. And oh no, Diffix will find more FTF, but Zenith will find Hakatori and get the flush.
Collateral damage, all teams taking casualties here. As one more nade gets lopped on over, forced out of the vehicle, it's Trick, and he falls down because of it. Tried to get out of the car to get to safety, but the vehicle bumps into him and takes him out. Thanadol, in the meantime, tried to get to safety. Belmoth now alone and on the edge.
I could have swore I just saw somebody got knocked by a parachute thing, by a deployable cover. It happened so fast, and the kill feed was moving so quickly. I don't know who it was. It might have been Thanadol, but here we go. We're down to a 3v2v1. Navi, they know exactly where T1 is. T1 will have to cross that road eventually.
Yeah, but they're inside the circle at least for another, let's give them 15 seconds to play with. The issue is, do they know that Diffix is just on the north side? Once they cross over, they know for a fact that Sosis is on the left. They should be aware that Belmoth is playing somewhere in the south, but have they locked down Diffix?
They gotta blow up Sosid's car here, don't they?
Sosid's doing everything he can to try and bait their attention.
I don't think T1 has enough ammunition.
I mean,
I think they're
Sosid
playing
is set with 29 bullets. And
yeah, I think everybody's kind of conserving right now. And now Belmoth will try to be a little bit more active. The shot comes through on a Raining, won't go down, but he's gonna get low enough to die to blue. And now it's just T1 and Navi.
Exactly, doesn't see him now. The head gets seen.
Nice
Ian,
eyes.
perfect eye. Spots one, spots the second behind the tree now as well. This should be on lockdown. 41, but I say that too soon. There's still Cruza in the hands of Sosin. Able to find the first flash lopped on over. It should allow for Ian to wrap around the backside of this tree. Spots him, takes him out, and that's a T1 win in solid fashion here on Tago.
Big stuff from T1 there at the end, and that was about as good a teamwork as you're going to find here, especially on Tago. And you know, at the end, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for FTF. They had a really good spot. Now, we still got 2 games left to play, obviously, but, you know, really well played by T1 there.
T1, night and day from yesterday to today. The way that they're able to spread out and take control on the east, and with how many snakes there were in those fields, the fact that they're able to keep 3 on their feet all the way till the end. Working with Freaks to take out TSM, then take out all of Freaks by themselves, and then flex further back towards the west side. A phenomenal game here by T1.
So many opportunities for that to go wrong, but they came in so strong. We're going to take a quick break and throw it over to the analyst desk to talk about that game.
South Korea just taking it in turns to look awesome throughout our first 2 days of PGC 2024 as we get T1 once again being able to rack up a chicken dinner here on Taego. Being able to dispatch some big names as well towards the end. Na'Vi gets themselves into that late game, but not enough. That was unfortunate.
That was unfortunate. I got to give it to T1 though. Yesterday they barely eked out of getting eliminated. They you saw that last fight where they just got in by a point. Totally about faces today as they walk away with the chicken dinner. But even before this chicken dinner, they were in a great position to go forward. T1 looking very, very good. And honestly, this was a team that as I went into this, they were kind of newly put together right before EWC, largely untested, not a lot of S tier experience. I think Paper might have been one of the only people that I know that believed in them from the jump. And it seems like they've really started to figure out how to work together and turn into a much better, stronger team.
Yep, no, I mean, individually, there's names on that roster that I think are components of a great team, and now it needs to all gel together. It is slowly in some of these games for sure, and we'll see how throughout our World Championship if it can really culminate towards the very end. But as we can take a look at some of the highlight clips coming on in, once again, still a tough circle, right? We get so many Eastern circles on Taego, and it gets even scarier if you really kind of focus down on those fields south of airport, around airport, and things like that. Thankfully for a lot of these teams, they didn't have to deal with the majority of that, but it still played a bit of a focal point.
Yeah, I mean, one of the hardest parts about this map is if you don't have very specific locations, keeping your cars safe is almost impossible, right? And that we saw Na'Vi committed a lot of resources to trying to keep that last Jeep up and running. And they did ultimately were able to use it to make a quick rotation and got a little bit deeper, but it's a tough part of this map in particular to be able to sort of manage those late rotations, especially when the circle shifts away from you. We see Na'Vi gets there to that last second, this was not a human situation. There was no way that Na'Vi was going to win that in a 1v3. But a noble effort, and I think that they fought really well, which has been encouraging because I feel like Na'Vi's been a little slow here today. So to see them have a good game, come in that second place, get some big points is going to be nice.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, they've had games and moments where you run into a phase in that first game. You get taken down via that avenue, and then you get onto, it was Rondo, where they lose Hakatori almost instantly in the drop on test track, right? So they're losing names in situations early, but then getting towards a late game here. I mean, who knows? It might be enough, considering that we are expecting again around a similar cutoff point to that 23-point mark from yesterday. But it is 7 kills for Na'Vi going their way, 12 for T1, doing phenomenally well. And speaking of doing spectacularly, Day Trade is probably clinching #1 so far on the day off of the 4 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is I expected them to come out and play aggressive and have some fun with it, but they're one of those teams too that once they start to have a good day, they're willing to take some crazier fights, to make a few weird pushes, and it's been fun to watch. I've also loved Eternal Fire getting those 7 kills in this one. I honestly, this format, I think works really well for Eternal Fire. The fact that they can play a little, they don't have to be aggressive. They can look for their position. They can play for these late games. They don't have to go for the chicken dinner necessarily. They just want to put some points on the board, placement, and then the kills that come with it. And they're going to continuously advance to the next round.
And I think that the way in which the Turkish region has evolved and all of the names dispersed, the old names dispersed. Now you've got some of the newer guns, and you've got guys like Code Marco being able to kind of be at the forefront of this as well as one that I would say one of the bigger names on that roster as a whole. They're able to take the fights as well as find their position. So that makes them all the more dangerous. But taking a look at the numbers coming in from T1, Ian will get that #1 spot. 6 kills as well as 760 damage. And for a brief period of time when it came to Korea, this guy was the business, the bee's knees. He was the guy we were looking at thinking to ourselves, this guy could be the next one.
Yeah, I mean, apparently anybody who's ever had that Freaks tag on their jersey came here to PGC to play big time, right? So Old Freaks has been a great player on T1 and is sort of bringing that experience to the roster. Walks away at 764 damage and looking really good. The big one for me, I think, questioning when they put the roster together was Raining and how he was going to sort of fit into this whole thing. Old ATA, but not really experienced, and I think S tier. But I felt like watching them play, he seems like he's really slotting into the team well and has adapted over to the PGSs to get that experience that he needs to feel comfortable here.
And I mean, the likes of a guy like Type turned heads as well, right? If you think about the hold off over on PGS 6 against Petrogor Road, and Type just kind of dismantled them, and has had moments here as well already at the World Championship. So 22 points for T1 will be their I was about to say swan song, but there's still 2 games.
There's still 2 games to
go. They're qualified through into the final for our circuit number 1, so good job for them. But let's see how far South Korea can push it even more. I thought Day Trade was going to be number 1, but no, it's T1 after victory, taking that number 1 spot.
They got placement, kill. I mean, they literally the full packages. They come out here to put up those 42 points. But as we go into those last 2 matches here today, we really have to kind of focus down at that cut point.
Yes.
Because yesterday it was 23. Keep that in mind, right, for everybody who's watching at home. And there are a lot of teams who still have a very large climb to get to that cutoff point. Now, there's no freaks here today who are already sitting at 70 points, I think, at this point yesterday almost. So that does mean that I think our cutoff might be a little bit higher today. Or do you think we still look at that 23 spot?
It's a good question. I think it'll be very similar,
yeah,
right? If you think about like where the current bottom third is with 2 games to go, because we're only 2/3 through the day, then we would probably see something very similar. But I mean, the names that are there right now in that danger zone, a little bit concerning, right?
Shocking, to be honest. Virtus Pro had 2 chicken dinners yesterday.
Yes.
They were literally in our head-to-head comparison with Freaks because they were the 2nd best team on the list, and then here we are, like, danger of not going through.
Yeah, BB team in the danger zone as well after having a really good day yesterday. TSM, who we were kind of bigging up basically at the beginning.
They've been one of the most consistent teams this year. To see this happening is shocking. Petrichor Road down there on the very bottom doesn't make any sense in my headcanon, but I'm seeing it happen, so something's going on. The good news is, because of the circuit system, even if they have a bad one here, they don't make it through, we do have the next 2 circuits so they can get back into the groove of things, but you don't want to be chasing.
No, absolutely not. It gets a little bit spooky. I mean, even having to take extra days off, in inverted commas, means that you might come into some of those stages a little bit cold, but we'll see how time goes on. All right, we're going to a break. When we return, we have got Erangel, the Grassy Pastures, on the way. We'll see you soon.
No one else but you. Catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near to you. No one else but you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map. A rebalance to the SMG lineup. And solo play for the win streak showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos. Because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Two matches left to play here today as we head on over to Erangel to finish off day number 2. For those of you guys that are familiar with the format, top 12 goes through to tomorrow's finals. Bottom 4, they're out. They have to wait for Circuit to be joined by Poro. And Poro, over to Erangel we go. The leaderboard is starting to shape up, and there's some of those teams down on the bottom that are starting to have some really good games to catch back up.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, they don't have to be huge, right? They don't. I mean, the cut line isn't that high, but it's just there's a lot of teams that are all vying for it. Right? There's a lot of teams. There's about what 6 teams that are all kind of moving around in the same little level there. So it's going to be, we're going to have our eyes everywhere, chat. Obviously, we got to keep our eyes on the top of the leaderboard as well and give the flowers where they're due, but we got to keep an eye on that cut line.
Definitely do. Definitely do. And it is far from settled. As you say, I mean, win and you're in. That's pretty much how it is right now. You want to get, yesterday was just in the low 20s. Looking to see it being somewhere around that same margin here today. 30 seconds out of match number 5 as these players are getting ready. Who do you have your eyes on now, Poro, here coming in to match number 5?
I mean, it's got to be our teams that were in the top 8, right? Like the ones that just got added to the lobby today. Yeah. Can they pull something out? I mean, I know it's coming in a little bit rusty. Everybody else in the lobby has played another game, but you know, this was your quote-unquote reward for doing so well during the year, and you don't want to miss that first series final because you're coming in cold.
Was it a blessing? Was it a curse? We'll have to see now as we take to the battlegrounds once more. Over to the Erangel we go for 2 more matches to figure out which 12 will be heading into the Circuit 1 finals tomorrow.
Love that green lighting too, don't you? It's such a vibe in here. They cut out the lights and everything's green. It's just very comforting, calming, relaxing. Good vibes. Well, for us. Yeah. I mean, these guys aren't feeling, they got the pressure.
They're a pressure.
Right I mean, maybe it might be helping a little bit. I don't know. We'll have to ask them. But so far, right off the bat, just a western, central western to south plane. So Millie Island is in play, just in case you were wondering. But other than that, everything pretty much copacetic.
Planes haven't been overly kind today, and this one is one of those 2. I mean, yesterday, one of the Erangel games barely even allowed you to go to school. This one is practically the same. Petrichor happy that Twisted Minds ain't around. Will have to stretch quite far in order to make it up to school, as Na'Vi, last team to leave the plane, will hop down. I would imagine not settle for Novo, but go up towards Mills of Power instead.
Yep, that looks to be the case. Okay, 4 a.m. going to be the only team on Military Island for the time being. And yeah, Petrichor Road will avoid Falcons on Pachinki. Or not Pachinki.
They also avoid that.
Yeah, but it's just weird. I just don't think I've ever seen Falcons and Pachinki before.
You know what? If it's available, you take it.
Yeah, no, I mean that's kind of one of the side benefits, or I guess the other things that you got to worry about. Okay, right off the bat, wait, T1 is down on Military. How did I?
They definitely are.
How did I not see them? I saw 4 a.m. I didn't see T1 though.
Definitely are. Sharing Millie, at least for now, with just one other team.
Blind as a bat,
Sooner rather than later, that will be a lot more teams coming this way. The FTF, too fast on the buggy. You hate to see it as Lugarooks goes for, I mean, even Brett Favre couldn't hit that throw. That's like 100 yards.
Yeah. I mean, that was...
I'm limited to my quarterback reference.
I know, yeah.
I could have gone Dan Marino, but that wouldn't have been cool.
I don't even think anybody knows who that is at this point anymore. You know, I mean, we're really stretching it on Brett Favre at this point. Like,
yeah, I know.
Get some molds in there.
Yeah.
Talk about Josh Allen and Joey B. But right off the bat, TSM popping that E-pick up from that South George location, so immediately sending it over towards Military Island. As you see, 4 a.m. has managed to avoid that T1 onslaught and giving T1 the lion's share control over the military base, at least.
They are insta e-pick-upping.
Yep.
E-pick-upping. That is now a word. I would imagine they hard commit south on this one. They know.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, 100%.
I would assume they take for granted, at least, that the south are available. Not only that, but they will get vehicles down there once they see that the hot spawns haven't been taken.
Yeah.
That should be them playing that one pretty free.
Yeah, no, I imagine this is not going to be the last E-pickup that we see either.
No.
I mean, we'll see quite a few coming down here because all of a sudden it turns in, if you're a team that loots and drops far away from Millie Island, the presence of that E-pickup, all of a sudden it turns something that where, okay, this is a game where we're just going to try to get as many points as possible, a salvage game. All of a sudden it turns it into something completely playable.
And speaking of,
there you go,
Freaks
second
doing
one.
exactly that. Opting to go for the E-pickup as well. It's kind of funny with how E-pickups came in, and initially we weren't sure the impact that they were going to have. Oh, they'll just shoot them out of the sky. It turned out to be quite a bit more difficult than you thought. Let's now, though, listen to Belmoth, who Bill had a chance to talk with in the break.
Hi guys, I'm joined by Day Trade Gaming's Belmoth. Indeed, Belmoth.
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ
Congratulations on that chicken on Rondo and getting man of the match. So I want to ask you, how would you describe Day Trade Gaming's performance here at PGC 2024?
ครับก็ยินดีด้วยกับไก่เนาะแล้วก็ Match of the Match อยากทราบว่าตอนนี้ผลงานโดยรวมของทีมใน PGC 2024 เป็นยังไงบ้างคะ
ครับก็ผลงานของทีมเราในรอบนี้ก็ค่อนข้างดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆครับจากวันแรกแล้วก็คิดว่าเราจะทำได้ดีในรอบไฟนอลของเซอร์กิต1 Day 3 ได้ครับ
So I think our team performance is getting better every day and we think that we will keep this performance until tomorrow.
All right, best of luck to you for the rest of the 2 matches, and we're going to go back to Erangel. Bye!
Love what we've been seeing from Day Trade so far in this tournament today. Volde stepping up massively. I love what we heard from them as we're seeing Falcons take shots at BPT making their way to the shorelines. Love what we heard from them in PGS 6. Had a chat with Belmoth and he said, I asked him, what is the key to your success in this tournament? He said, we have gone from having everyone have a say in the comms, like everyone is kind of feeding in. We realized too many chefs in the kitchen. This doesn't work for us. Comms get cluttered, get muddled, whatever you want to call it. We need to just have one guy make the calls and everyone has faith in that guy to make the right decision and we follow along with it. I think that has helped so much, especially in their team fights. It's so obvious that they all know exactly where to be and how to approach the engagements. Norrens, Belmoth, Thanadol, all their fracking lights out performances by them. Love to see it. And again, it's those very, very small changes at the top level of play that we're seeing here that make all the difference.
Yeah, that's a huge phase in the development of any team is when you kind of realize, okay, this is no longer a bunch of buddies playing together, like this is something real and let's be serious about this. And that's one of the first steps is you got to realize like you have to have trust in your shot caller. Oh yeah. Regardless of whether it works, whether it doesn't, you don't question it, you just commit. And you know, that's what you see the most successful teams do. That's why Twisted Minds is as successful as they are, is because there's just no question as to who is the loudest voice in the room that you're going to listen to.
Exactly. If you don't feel like you see Eternal Fire on your map feed, look to the very bottom left. Marco is slowly getting in on the map screen as Eternal Fire is doing one of the widest wraps we've seen in a while. I think they saw Luna Galaxy get in boats too, and that's why they opted to go even further out. I don't know if that's where they're going to approach from, but we'll see if the observers know something. I don't. I think Eternal Fire, should they have the gas and the boat to do so, would opt to go further south.
Yeah, I mean, it is available, but we don't see the south side of that circle right now.
True.
And I imagine that we did see a couple of early E-pick-upping teams that went over in that direction. And I believe TSM might be down there right now, but it looks like EF is going to go continue down to that ferry pier as we check in with Luna Galaxy, getting everybody across from Primors.
Now, one thing the observers are highlighting, which is actually kind of interesting, is that Freaks, they set up an E-pickup in Boatyard, but they're in Rossok. They opted not to go with it. Maybe they saw more E-pickups in the air and thought it's not going to be worth it. If the South is taken already, we're going to have to commit to something we don't want to play. As we see a chase going on, and oh, Chewy have the back tire pop. That should be him going down soon, unless if the cavalry can arrive fast enough.
Oh, he's managed to make it away from it at least. He used it as cover, and now it's just a 1v1 in the wide open here. Shen Chewy gonna have got the first knock, but Mamu right on time. Good stuff from him as they secure the kill onto Chewy.
Yep, good trade instantly there. Now with a player knock though, you have to be smart, you have to play it safe. Exactly, Ixleft getting up, getting shots fired in, and Petrichor Road, they need all the points they can get here. And if they see a knock player in the open, they will try and see if they can capitalize on it.
Yeah, this is not obviously the circle that these guys would prefer to have when they've got so much riding on the line, but they've got to make do with what they got. And Chewy already down, and now the throwables coming out. Ming will finish off Spaceman. But yeah, Petrichor Road, they're swarming on this. They want to make sure that they get these last two out, as Mamu will get taken down by Ixleft.
Yep, sum up, nice off angle to deny the wrap around the side as well. Able to get the flush confirmed there. It's going to be Ixleft. I mean, now they have Weibo isolated in these buildings, and, well, I say that, but not quite the case. One prone outside, not a whole lot of places for him to go, and, I mean, for Petrichor, I think we got what we came for. We got 2 points. Let's play it smart. Let's back off. Let's not risk too much.
Yeah, fair enough. They'll stick around a little bit longer, but yeah, they don't want to take that risk of losing anybody else. Look at Thanadol, this sneaky, sneaky little lad on the high ground, but not looking over down the bridge. And I don't think he knows that the Expendables are over there, and Delwyn on foot making the push through.
They're going to hear him.
They've got to, but yeah, Thanadol, I mean, does he have an angle on this?
Oh, never mind, he jumps off. Okay. Parachute, boop. Easy.
Okay.
Well, now he's running out into the open, and then Thanadol sees him.
Yeah.
Unless Thanadol should have an ankle here. Oh, sorry, Delwyn should have an ankle here. The thing is, why would you, I mean, on a cross, look up there, and yeah, now he's caught in the open. Ooh, all bullets connecting. Great job, Thanadol.
Good stuff there, Thanadol. Yeah, while we keep an eye on this, worth noting that there are 2 E-pickups back in the air once again. Virtus Pro taking one from north of the river, and Freaks did find a second E-pickup, so they're taking one out of Razok. So coming in very, very late. We'll see where they decide to go.
That's what they were doing, Freaks. They used that E-pickup early because they had 2. They go into Razok, and then they sit and wait for rotations to come their way. But once they see VP having set an E-pickup of their own, they go, great, no one's going to come in from the north. We might as well just rotate.
It's still real dangerous to try to send that out at this point in the game. I mean, you're almost 10 minutes in, and you're going to just basically hope that the south side is free. As Eternal Fire, well, they're not the best pirates, but you have heard of them.
I mean, they're trying to find America at this point. It's it's been quite the journey on this side circle going up on the island. Na'Vi is spread thin, and they should. You'd have to imagine they either see or hear this boat coming in at some point soon. The thing is, if Eternal Fire can catch them all in vehicles, they might not realize.
Well, this is the thing. You got the boat coming in, and you've got the helicopters coming in. So it's kind of a pick your poison, choose your own adventure for Na'Vi here. Now, they are going to go ahead and try to, looks like they might reconnect with Sosa, but Sosa's on the move already as T1EN. Going to take a few shots up there, and looks like he should find, well, something here. I'm not sure. Did he get him up?
I didn't.
I can't
Did not.
Freaking kill feed,
not.
man.
And Luna, they're split thin. They are split thin. Not easy for them to try and defend this position with one player still down on the other side. Vinny looking back up. They're trying to collapse in this position now, trying to make sure they have the police station to themselves, but not the case just yet, and now Freaks are coming in as well.
Jeez, they all decided to send it right for the dead center of the zone, in the dead center of military base, and I'll be darned if they're not getting away with it. Ibby will get knocked by Haven, but it doesn't look like he's been flushed out, and Bongo Freaks, they've managed to find all 4 down on the ground as well.
Yeah, it's building to building knocks, I don't think. Oh, as I say that, never mind. Haven actually able to get the flush. I thought it was going to be isolated for long enough to get the rest, but not quite to be as expendables. Now up to crash on over, able to make landfall on the other side, but not without presence of Daytrade. Belmont missed a couple of shots, 2 players down to just 1 HP.
Oh, the worst time to run out of rounds in the chamber there, as Thanadol is just kicking himself for that one, but TE, they managed to keep guys alive, so they've got Tanvu, Chloris, and Duck Juice all making their way in, and they may actually run into Daytrade again as they're going for that intersection.
Look at that. Duck Juice, 1 HP. Chloris, same thing. And I think Tanvu was down low as well. Unfortunate for them. As FTF, again, I mean, knowing that they have to make something happen. I mean, right now, honestly, it's just 3 points. Because look at this bottom of the leaderboard, all the way up to 10th. I didn't even realize. That's just 6 points.
It is real tight, man.
Bottom 8. Wow, or bottom 6, I should say, sorry. From 14 points down to 8 at 16th, that's... wow.
And I mean, even if you're Falcons, if you're FaZe, I mean, you can't feel safe. I mean, there's guys right behind you that they have one big game, and all of a sudden you're getting pushed down. So everybody really, from, I would say, Luna down, is still playing here for these final spots.
It would require very select teams to go out and somehow get things done here for Luna, FaZe, and Falcons to fall. But for TSM and down, I would say for sure, there's by no means safe.
I mean, Weibu's down to just 2 players. Falcons have lost another player, and
Boyum down to 2. Petrichor lost 1. It's a lot of casualties early on for the bottom teams.
Real rough sledding here. So it's going to be... we've got eyes on everybody, chat. You just don't know how this is going to go down, as at least everybody, it seems, has now made it over to that military island. Guman will finish off Posa, so that'll be another point in the bag for the Freaks. And it looks like Weibo, their duo, is now just crossing the eastern bridge, so they should have a pretty safe patches in. I'm just worried, where is FTF? I just don't even know
they're not
where they're at.
They're not on the island.
No, not at all.
Far north. Far north, making their way down towards the south side. In the meantime, 4AM also split quite thin. You have Xiaopian to the east. You have HSMM far down towards the southwest of Millie base proper. As we'll see if they manage to group up at some point. Circle send us up on the base itself once again. Right onto FaZe, right onto Falcons, but we'll see what they can make of the circle going their direction.
That's actually pretty good news for most teams, really. I mean, the only ones really suffering from this one, Na'Vi, TSM, and Eternal Fire, really. There's another E pick up in the air, but I don't think Na'Vi's going to take that one. I mean, if nothing else, Hackatory maybe doing a scout. No, not even going to bite on it. So Eternal Fire will find ZP on, so that'll be one more down for 4AM, as they are struggling here in the late day.
Definitely are. Just 1 player left alive. It's HSMM trying to make something happen. Sat dead last. They would need a phenomenal final game. Or I say that right now, it would just be 6 points. They would need a good game in the final game, depending on how this 5th match shapes up in order to happen. A lot of red circles, meaning a lot of fights bound to happen, and this is one of them.
Well, one of them just pointed out FTF taking the E pickup, but yeah, BB team going to run into Weibu. They're going to find ZYY, and there you go, clean up, and that is going to do it for Weibu. They are out. And now have to sit there and watch the teams that are chasing them. How successful will they be? You see Chloris, Thanadol right on his backside here.
Yep. Oh, does he know? He's looking uphill. He swapped very quickly over, but Thanadol has not moved at all. Also got to say, I mean, I think Weibo got caught by surprise. They ran into a UMP MP5 combo. It's not something you see happen too often.
The confusion really just set them off more than anything.
Exactly. Yeah. Down they go. 14 points shared between 3 teams in 11th through 13th place. Weibo.
Here comes FTF.
Dangerous.
FTF in the E pickup.
Welcome.
Going right across the middle of the zone. Let's see where they decide to go. Are they going to be greedy? Are they going to go for center? Or are they going to try to play edge? Will remain to be seen. Nice spray from Ferris. Gets Code Marco down about half HP. But he has got to be on the move once again. Code Marco not Taking that, sitting down, he's going to do a bunch of damage.
I love how Na'Vi has backfilled this Eternal Fire rotation. They saw the shots, or heard the shots being fired onto Xiaopian earlier, opted to run up, push them further north. Now, fortunately for Eternal Fire, they found a vehicle, so they can drive off. Keep in mind, they came in with a boat early on, so they did not have cars to work with, but able to make their way further north. And if they continue their rotation far north here, Eternal Fire, that could actually be a huge game for them as we take our eyes towards Day Trade and Expendables, who have been fighting one another all day long, and this game is going to be no different as Spillmont falls.
That's a nasty off angle there from Duck Juice, as you will find him, and Clories will get the knock on to Flash with that grenade, and Nurin's just on the run. So Day Trade now down to just one, and they know exactly where he is. So really clean stuff there from the Expendables, getting revenge for that bridge camp. And we'll see how Norns decides to play this through.
How does he get out of here alive? I'm not sure if it's going to happen at all. He's going to opt to go further north. Good thing for him is there's actually space to maneuver. Issues, the circles come up here too. And now Type, Panzerfaust in hand, able to get Soset down initially. They have to take out the remaining players of Na'Vi too, though, as Hakatori is going to be the second one to fall.
Oh no, that is an instant 2 knocks, and T1, they are just springing traps so quickly here. Na'Vi going to have to try to reset as quickly as they can. Hakatori, you can see, has not been flushed out just yet. But we got a number of fights breaking off here. You see the circles just everywhere. Somehow FDF was able to get most of their team into the center of the zone, but all of a sudden, everybody's going to have to leave Military Island. And look at Petrichor Road. They are sitting absolutely pretty. So is BB Team.
Exactly. TSM might have the perfect third-party opportunity here out the side, especially with Divix doing what it did just there. Able to find the double, opening up the opportunity for another team to swing the corner and help out on their side of the circle. Issue is that now Eternal Fire opts to join in on the fight too, but they too are going to get shot from behind as BB Team from up on the hillside are starting to flex in behind them. Everyone is trying to play contain on the east, not aware that there's a team set behind them holding on too.
It's just mutually assured destruction at this point. I mean, you got TSM now starting to creep in as we see the Expendables trying to get rid of that last player from Day Trade. They would love to be able to flush him out. Oh, the Clories stays alive by the grace of the fence poles, really, as Na'Vi will get taken out. Okay, Day Trade going to get taken out as well. TSM, do they have time to even try to go for this res?
Phase 4, if he has a jammer pack, should be possible. If not, then it's going to be a no can do. As Phase falls, so does Expendables. Finally, that fight comes to an end, and who other than Salute to flex out from that north side. Up the hill he goes, gets the double, and now Quantum Freaks can start pushing their way further east, but it's an open field towards the east for them. So how do they opt to approach this rotation?
Once again, just in the perfect place at the perfect time. Everything's just going Freaks' way so far these first 2 days.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can continue that. TSM managed to get 3 back on their feet at least. They will lose 1, and they're still having to play in from this south side, but FTF is our late arrivers. They still got 3 up, and they're still sitting there. They're still waiting for somebody to creep through and see if they can take advantage.
I like that Luke is trying to wrap on this. Issue is BB Team has got this east side on lockdown. He's trying to go all the way around as wide as he can, because in all fairness, there's a lot of space to be played in the north, and HSMM is realizing this now. Wait, I get all of this for free? Sure you do, at least.
Oh no, Heaven.
Now, but Heaven, well, that's... Get him in the car.
Yeah, just
get him in the car, get going. There you go.
He's fine.
In the car.
He's fine.
Well, you say that. Phase 4 still hurts.
It does.
But unnecessary knock, which fortunately for Freaks shouldn't, I'm not going to say won't, but shouldn't amount to too much.
Petrichor Road flexing out from that compound position on the hillside, spraying down the Freaks, but just not finding what they need. As you see, FTF is cleaning up what's left of TSM in that military base. I think that's going to be it for TSM.
29 alive, 5, make that 3 players inside this next circle. Everyone's fighting out of the open on the southern side as the last remaining TSM player, and Luke is now trying to make a wild send towards the center.
Well, he's got the hillside he can work around here, and so he might be able to survive a little bit longer, but I mean, it's...
How many fingers do you have? Can you count the seconds? I'm not sure how much longer he's going to stay alive for.
I don't know, but I feel like I've seen solo Luke here, the last player alive for his team, quite a bit here today, and TSM, they need him to do a lot here because they're sitting in 11th place right now. They need as many points as they can get.
True. Thank you, Luke, for not proning behind the tree that's right next to your burning car. That would give away that pretty easily. So it's going to try and reposition, and as you say, see how much you can get, as TSM is still trying to make their way into the finals tomorrow.
This is just a mess down here in the base as they're trying to PvP, trying to make their way through C block. Petrichor will find another kill onto Haven as Luna Galaxy tried to leave on the hillside, but Petrichor Road there doing a great job. They flexed out to the north, tried to get rid of Freaks, realized they didn't get anything, pulled away from it. Now they're keeping eyes on south, but that is going to give the Freaks an opportunity to start making their way up here. So they've got to be careful, watch their backs.
Got to be fast about this one. If they can take out Luna Galaxy and maintain control here, and as you say, left an eye towards the north, they might just be safe, but Freaks looks like they're on a mission. Thing is, for Petrichor, I mean, they know full well that Freaks wrapped north. They were shooting at them as they approached that compound in their cars, but do they know they've opted to get out of it?
Oh, and you can see the kill feed, that VP Falcons fight coming to a head over in C block, and FaZe is in there as well. They've just got 2 left alive, but Petrichor Road in perfect position to clean up anything that might be coming out of there, as Rello is going to get kissed by the blue zone, and that's going to be it for Team Falcons, as Nixie now the last player left alive for VP. Will FaZe let him live, or will he go down?
Yep. Jammer pack comes to an end, so phase 5 will tank through his health. Still got a single first aid to work with, but that is it. Corexi Jeems sat here waiting for him to push forward, but they too have to make a play forward. Jeems doesn't know.
He just missed.
Oh, spot him.
Yeah, there you go. See him now.
That's going to be him dead to blue, if not anything else. Oh, they're both going to go down to blue, maybe. No, Nixie able to get the first. Will fall immediately after, and have to imagine. Nah, James can't do anything to try and rest him. 2 first aids to work with. He has to make a play for himself.
Unfortunate that shotgun hit. So well played by Nixie. Gets another point for themselves.
He goes for first aids on Corexia, I suppose. He might as well.
Yeah, maybe. Trying to make a shot here. Samoy just going to eat that blue. He knows he's being spotted out. Spiro just all day long, no pressure. TSM managed, Luke managed to snake away one of Alcaran. So another point picked up for them as they're going to climb the leaderboard a little bit here.
And that's the thing, right? 19 alive, you think we've got to be in placement points, right? But there are so many solos that have snuck into this circle. HSM up to the north, Luke as well, and then Jeems still in the C block. Fallen just there before. It's it's a lot of solos trying to make things happen here.
Well, at Petrichor Road, they needed this game, and they need a little bit more here as well, as they are trying to climb out of the cellar. They've got 5, I think that's 5 kills already. And they've got 3 alive, but Kwangdong Freaks starting to head over in that direction, and they're going to lose. Oh, actually, from the Fruitier, going to go down here. Ike's left, though, spotting out. BB team from range. Don't forget about Luke.
Yeah.
Still that thorn in the side here.
You said he was going to stay alive, and he has indeed done just that. 6th place guaranteed for TSM as Eternal Fire's duo trying to creep a little bit closer towards BB team, trying to figure out what their approach should be, but thinking better of it, not wanting to push into BB team from behind. I think they were hoping that at least one knock would have gone on to BB team. Maybe they could have then tried to make a play off of it.
And you see Luke staying alive. Staying alive. But he's got a long way to go. He's got a long way to go to get in this next zone. Here's a BB team will hop into double vehicles. Where do you go here? I mean, you see that compound where HSM, but you got to assume that that's occupied, right?
I mean, they've had a chance to scout it from where they were, or at least seen bits of it, but I think they're going to stop on the hillsides. Yep, they are. They're going to try and go underneath, make sure that whoever is coming towards them from that southern side is having to do a hard push down the hillside where they'll see their feet before the opponents running downhill will spot them. Looking backwards, but at the same time trying to make sure they have space to the north.
You got Ketpa and Ruin there from Eternal Fire also making that wrap around on the southern side. The same one that Luke's making. Petrichor Road being a little bit more aggressive here. Phil first will find Luke, so that'll be it for TSM. But this is aggressive from Petrichor Road. But you got, I mean, they need it. They need the points.
This might be a bait too, because Petrichor seeing Luke go down, thinking now it's clear, right? Little do they know Eternal Fire is up here as well. Ming is up close. Now, when does Eternal Fire off to shoot? They might just now as Ming finds Phil first. Goes for the flush on him as well. Can't get him initially, but able to get him in the end.
Gotta secure. And there you go. Ruin actually going to find Spiro. So, unfortunately for the BB team, a little EU on EU action is going to ruin their chances. But big pickups here for Eternal Fire. Ruin will go down. 2 Ikes left, and now kept the last one alive, but BB team is cleaned up.
Nice cleanup duty on the eastern side. Summer trying to fend off here now, as well as the remaining teammates sat down below. Freaks, of course, going to try and make a play off of this. In the meantime, to the north, HSM is still chilling, but here they come, Kwangdong Freaks. They've played a phenomenal tournament thus far, and they want to keep just exactly that going. Had themselves back-to-back wins yesterday on Erangel. They want to win all of them if possible.
Oh, Summer doing so much work right now, keeping them at bay and allowing Ike's left to go for that revive on Ming. Well, it seems like it's taken a really long time here. Okay, he's back on his feet. Freaks, they will pull away, although, I mean, they know exactly how many people are left, right? Yeah. I mean, they just don't know. HSM is just hiding in a sniper tower, right?
You know what? I mean, sitting in 16th place, currently 0 kills this game. If he can get 6 points off of just surviving, he will take that any day of the week.
Exactly. Considering they're in dead last right now, those are huge, huge points for them. At least set them up for a run at the last game, right?
4v2. Coming into this tournament, I would have said, I accept there's a world. But having seen how Freaks have played in this tournament, even if they're 2 up, I don't see how Petrichor wins this game. Even if Ixlef is running close to a 1,000-point game. 1,000 damage game, I should say.
Oh, this could be huge.
They're going for
HSM, oh no.
They know where he is. No way, they're going for the solo point.
I mean, get it. There you go. Another point picked up. I mean, look how much Petrichor Road has jumped up in the standings since the beginning of this game. 9 kills, and now they've got some hard cover to play around. So, Freaks, how patient are you? Or how impatient are you, I guess? Do you want to wait for them to have to push out of this house?
I kind of wish it was New Heavy playing in this building.
Man. Holy moly.
Yeah, it's been a weird game, this one. I kind of wish it was New Heavy sitting down here, and then it was Freaks' turn to throw a 4v2. With them having the circle and everything. But we'll see. We'll see how long this one's going to drag on for. Even if Petrichor gets a knock, it would have to be a kind of a gimme by Freaks to let him get the flush on it. Salute. Set in a good spot. Outside nade range. Going to find the first. Get all the... satisfy all the fantasy players that opted to go for him. As now, Ike's left. A little bit of damage
Ike's left fantasy owners are pretty happy right now, too.
True. 1 HP, this should be game over.
Yeah, clean them up. There you go. As the fist collapses on top of Petrichor Road. But it might be job done for them. That was absolutely a huge game. It's exactly what they needed. But once again, just, I mean, what do you even say about Freaks at this point? They are just on one.
It's insane. Coming in as late as they did, they opted to not go for their initial E pickup, opted to try and camp. Ross are coming in as the second to last team and still coming out victorious. Impressive performance. 5 wins in 11 games is insane.
Everything going their way right now. Well, that is you see 4 AM. They managed to pick up some points out of that one, but they've still got so much work left to do in one game, and they've got to figure out how to do it. You can see them already just talking to each other, trying to come up with some kind of strategy for this final game on Erangel. Can they make it to the Series 1 final, or will they be watching as we see the Freaks once again flexing? Let's throw it over to the desk to break down that last game.
Well, as is now tradition here at PGC 2024, you can't turn the corner without a South Korean victory. We have got yet another one on the board for Erangel. When does it stop?
Tradition. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't. Look, it's just wild how well they're playing. The region in general representing themselves well, but KDF came on fire. They've got the vibe, as they said during their interview, firing on all cylinders, and they just don't seem stoppable. You know, I was like, oh, we'll see what happens when the better teams get in the lobby. Well, I'm an idiot. They're just that good. I'm not even worried about tomorrow. I'm going to re-captain Salute, and I can tell you that right now because this team looks off the rails good.
A big statement with Twisted Minds coming in.
Oh, good point. Okay, maybe not. Okay, but you know what? I trusted the teams that were coming in today to play well, and they've had cold feet, I guess, or something. Most of them aren't really stepping up, so maybe that is the play tomorrow. But you're right. No, example's going to be used. My bad.
But don't worry, Toby won't captain him.
No,
so actually, no, I think he's probably regretting the decisions and probably will captain him. Anyway, we have got ourselves, the military circle, the military ending, kind of in terms of the actual locale as a whole here. And I think that for a lot of these teams, right, they know where they want to be in a circle like this, north of military, on those hills, on the top of them, and they're just trying to fire down on any teams that they can. And for Guangdong Freeze, again, it feels like they're just playing relatively carefree at this point and just really being able to flex out with it, take those high ground spots and just dominate.
And I think what pickled a lot of teams in this game was every single team made it to Military Island. There was nobody picked off on the way there, so there was just no real estate whatsoever. I mean, we saw that moment. TSM, who's been struggling, was just like, we're going to split up and just go out with cars because there's just nothing out there and see what we can find. And I think a lot of teams felt that sense of desperation in this match.
No, definitely. As, of course, we saw that Ike's left was, and Petrichor Road, obviously a big recovery for them in this game, being able to push themselves up nicely. And even towards the end, I think they realized dislodging Kwangdong Freaks up the high ground was going to be difficult, so just blast into that compound, try and get for that second place. And 4 AM, obviously, yeah, you get a third place here. Godby didn't look too happy about things going on just at the end of that.
No, I mean, when we talk about teams having to make a play here in the last game, you're going to be honest, like, we watched Godby, and the faces of his teammates did not look like they were enjoying his pontification. But you have to sit there and listen, I guess, and maybe shake it off. Hopefully they can bounce back in this game. They need to get the points as well.
It will be just 6 kills going the way of Kwangdong Freaks, but they're happy with it. As we will have Petrichor a very important 9 kills as well as that second place, considering that you pointed out just before this game, right? They were one of the 4 teams that had just come in from PGS placement, and because of that, being that far down where they were, it would have been rough if that were to have continued. But this should have probably recovered them from that.
It's got to recover them. I would be more comfortable putting Ice Left on the roster tomorrow. You had that Ice Left focus, and they cut to his camera a couple of times in this game. It feels like they sort of went, okay, guys, now we have to sort of play that aggression. We have to get out there and do this. Almost like they were just trying to passively roll through the first couple of games. But they feel on, they feel good. Eternal Fire, once again, puts up big points numbers. And BB Team has been really just a breath of fresh air for me.
Yeah, I think that before this game, they were one of the teams that actually, considering that they did well yesterday, they were kind of in that danger zone a little bit, but this should be able to push them out as well. So we're narrowing down the pool of who could be bottom 4 after this one, but it will be Salute this time, taking that man of the match with the 4 kills going his way. Again, not the biggest game, but it doesn't need to be.
A quiet chicken by KDF standards,
yes,
but a chicken nonetheless. And a delicious one. And there's been a lot of Korean chicken here at this event, and I'm not shocked by that. It has been enjoyable to watch too. It's not like they're passive or boring games that these guys are winning. They're taking some pretty impressive fights. They're making active choices. The only thing that surprised me is they didn't jump in cars and chase down Petrichor a little faster, because they've just been playing like that, like nothing to lose.
Yeah, very, very strong showing coming out, and Salute oftentimes is at the forefront of that, but what has been shown very clearly over these last 2 days is that every single member is a threat, is a force to be reckoned with. So the 16 points will go the way for this game, 15 for Petrichor, as we say, pushing them out of that danger zone. Does feel like BB Team will also be out of that danger zone. I think 4 Angry Men was down there, and considering they only got themselves the third place, no kills with it means I don't know exactly where they are right now.
Well, the problem was TSM, Virtus Pro, 4 Angry Men were all the teams that were sort of in that spot right there, and all of them got the same point value, right? So they're still going to be in the same race in a second when we see this leaderboard. But that's what we got to focus on, is where is that cutoff? The cut was 23 yesterday. We might get back into that position here depending on how this next round goes, but it is shocking how close a couple of these teams are. In terms of getting knocked out.
Yeah, you need a pop, right? Okay, so who is really in danger? Yesterday, I think going into the last game, we said maybe the bottom 6 was in danger. This time, it kind of feels like the bottom 5. But, I mean, if a lot of these teams do something and Petrichor Road or BB Team goes out early, then things could be slightly different.
It could. I mean, BB Team's been pretty consistent at least making sure they get 3 or 4 points out of a game. Petrichor, not as much, but it feels like they're on right now. So I think they're probably going to safely move up into that 26 spot. So really, it does come down to TSM, I think Virtus Pro are going to be really battling for who gets to be that point to advance. Weibo's really just kind of let me down today, so I don't expect them to have a huge popper.
No, they've not been totally visible, right? I think if you look at, okay, let's theorize for a second. The bottom 5. I think we started the day off with the narrative of how ultra consistent TSM has been, and I do think that if they, in particular, were to drop down into that bottom 4, I'd be quite a bit disappointed considering the 2024 that they've had.
Yeah, because it's been such a stellar year, it would be difficult to see that. Now, they are a team that has a very good mental tenacity, and I think they're a team that could bounce back next week. Virtus Pro is also one that I'm really shocked to see in this position, especially after we watched them do yesterday. They seemed like they were very on their game. They had good pace and they had good communication. To see them only having 17 points after 5 games is actually pretty shocking.
Yeah, a bit of a rough spot. We will see if they can kind of make things happen at the very last moment. We did see it happen at the last moment yesterday in terms of the double chicken dinner, which was huge for Virtus Pro. But leaving it to this, leaving it to... I was about to say chance, but it's not chance.
No.
You have to just take the bull by the horns for this one.
I mean, a spade. If you can't put together 20 points plus in 6 games of PUBG, you deserve to be knocked out. And we'll say that. So the teams can't be mad if that's the situation they find themselves in. They can only be mad at themselves for not having capitalized earlier on in the day.
There are other chances, but again, like if you suddenly do not qualify to a finals and you're losing what could potentially be 1/3 of your points to try and qualify through into the PGC Grand Finals, then that would potentially be catastrophic. Well, let's get to it then. It will be the final game of day 2 of Circuit 1 to figure out which of our 12 teams will join already 1 through 4 from the PGS points in our first circuit final. And it's been a test so far, a grueling test for some. Some are already find themselves in a comfortable spot. Let's get to it then. One final, Erangel figuring out who moves through to tomorrow.
The leaderboard is shaped up perfectly. It's a tie at 17 points with VP and TSM sat on each their side of the cutoff, Poro. One more game left for us to find out who will make their way through to the finals tomorrow.
It's sweat time. If you weren't sweating before, you are now, as you have run out of options, you've run out of opportunities. Now you've got the potential of another military circle right off the bat, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, true.
Well, hopefully it doesn't end up that way. We see TSM dropping a little bit north of Lunar Galaxy, mostly going for the roads. It doesn't look like anybody's going really near each other. Petrichor Road, though. Who's that? Petrichor Road and
Freaks, they're gonna go. They fly further. They go Russia.
Yeah.
Should be safe. Should be safe. Should be all right. Shouldn't see any big commotion here in the beginning of this one. As yeah, I mean, BO6 is pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. VP came out almost in top yesterday had it not been for the insane performance by Freaks. And here they are trying to get into the Circuit 1 finals tomorrow. And I think a lot of people had TSM as their team to be the, if not the very top of the leaderboard today, then the close there too. They too are struggling to get in.
Well, they definitely had them in the fight. That's for sure. And so far, it's been a little bit of a slow burn, a little slow start here. But hey, every team in this lobby knew the assignment before they got here.
True.
So, you know, you can't go crying if you didn't get it your way on one day. Like they said on the desk, you can't get 20 points in this lobby. You know what? You get to sit around and wait and watch the people who can.
It's the best of the best that are playing this tournament, and they're here for a reason, all worthy of making the top 16 and making their way into the finals. Now our eyes back on TSM. They go, as they should have a very easy rotation up towards the north, most likely going all the way up towards Georgia Paul to get looted, and then I would imagine wrap in from the far north. But look at this Virtus Pro split. That is, I mean, that's a split. I think what happens is that Beamy and EP jumps out early and goes, you know what, guys? I mean, as long as you don't see anyone north of us, because they're obviously parachuting in together, just keep going. Take up real estate. Then when they see the circle pop, they go, you know what? Let's try and maintain this. I will say, though, especially seeing where they are on the leaderboard right now, at least just 2-2. Don't do wide one, like four-man splits in this area of the map. Nixie and Lukrux are not too worried about. It's the middle.
Well, the other thing I'm worried about a little bit is, you know, did Petrichor Road see that? Did Freaks see that? I mean, they are right on their doorstep, and you got one team that's just been dominating the whole lobby, and then you got another team that turned up in the last game, and they are desperately in need of points.
True.
Meanwhile, the Mad right on T1's doorstep. The rest of Eternal Fire finishing up in Lippo. They're all in vehicles and all the way over, so they may actually want this.
He's waiting. He's fed the info across. You saw him very active and talking to his teammates as this T1 vehicle, or these T1 vehicles, I should say, came into this building. I think what he's hoping for is that T1 will try and flex further out. He's, again, spotting, not shooting. Oh, now he shoots.
Okay.
Baits the attention. Maybe it's a bit too soon. Your teammates ain't quite here yet, my friend.
Oh, boy, Ian, you tried to flex on him and do the seat swap, but that did not play out in your favor, my friend. The rest of Eternal Fire slowly starting to make their way up here, but okay, they'll just run him over.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? If he's hiding in the smoke and they got cars to fight with, don't bring a smoke to a car fight. That's not the way to do it. and Matt will be flushed. I'm surprised he opted to shoot there. They
Yeah,
were
I'm very
coming.
surprised about that.
They were coming. Maybe he thought that if he doesn't shoot now, they'll leave, and that's going to be our points gone. But Eternal Fire taking a... I don't want to say... I mean, yes, of course, unnecessary casualty, because you never want to lose people early, but...
Well, no, I mean, neither of these teams...
Avoidable casualty.
Yeah, neither of these teams super desperate in need of points.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Sitting second and third overall, they're completely fine.
They're
but,
vibing.
Yeah, but, yeah, you know, questionable decision. We'll see.
I mean, knowing what they're coming into tomorrow with the pressure that the likes of Cerberus, 17, Sonics, and the Twisted Minds are going to bring, you would want to bring your A game today to have that be the best warm-up as possible coming into the finals tomorrow.
I mean, you know what it might be is you stick around and you see if, like, okay, well, we know who's on the bottom of the leaderboard. Maybe get that first knock, see if it's somebody that we don't want to make it through. Maybe they were, I don't know, maybe they're looking for Virtus Pro. Who knows? I mean, that's not too far off from their normal drop spot. So
that is true.
Look at that mortar damage. Gustav, oh my goodness.
Been active.
Cheating. Check him PC, 271 mortar damage.
Miramar and Rondo, I think, were the two maps that he was very, very active with the mortars on. We'll see if he opts to find one in this game as well. So far, all he's found is bandages, it seems.
Hey, sometimes you need bandages, right?
I mean, true, but 25, maybe that's overkill. He's probably carrying some for his teammates. I'm not sure if teams found an equal amount of what the strat is to go with here.
What if we institute a new crafting mechanic where you got 20 bandages and you could craft a first aid, you know?
You know what? If we are to go off of that tantrum, I would not necessarily be opposed to it, but yeah, mainly because you find first aids everywhere anyway. So if that's how you're going to get one, it's fine by me. But in any case, let's keep our eyes on what's happening here. Weibo, in their current 2-2 split, they should be able to regroup. Issue is, FaZe is now sat in between them. Yeah. And while right now it might not end up really hurting them, should they try and regroup in one of these positions with Vex and Gustav down in the Alamo down below? That could be dangerous rotation.
Yeah, you know, I mean, so many times we see us enter the final game of the day and the wheels kind of fall off and everybody kind of plays fast and loose. But so far, it seems like everybody being real slow playing this. I mean, 4 a.m., they're still down on Millie. I mean, they're in their military base and Novo. I mean, that's how long they're taking. TSM, they're slowly, kind of, you saw them. I mean, they're doing exactly what you said they would do and making that long rotation around as Rello gets down to about no HP. Fortunately, Roth will keep Nixie honest, push him back down.
Rello needs to somehow get into the water, and he does exactly that. Jumps over the side, gets down on the other side, and now I think Virtus Pro, again, with so much to lose by taking casualties here, they have to just kind of concede this point that they could have had they found Rello earlier.
Yeah, no, I think this is the right play by VP, right? They've got a compound dead center. I mean, if somebody gives themselves to you for free, you take it, but you don't want to put yourself at risk just trying to, of losing somebody, just trying to send it for 1 point at this point.
If you're Nixie, you want to get back into the gas station proper, because with T, I'm looking at the map right now and seeing Zenith kind of roaming the apartments on the western side. He has Naya. He could have an angle on Nixie. Up in that intersection would be a big loss for VP here in the final game, who technically, as it stands right now, could qualify through with just a single point, but something tells me they're going to need more.
Just in case you join us later, or just joining us now, keep in mind the top 12 move on to the Circuit 1 final tomorrow. The bottom 4 are out and have to wait for Circuit 2 to start. So that bottom 4 spots, everybody wants to make their way out of that.
Don't want to miss out on tomorrow. Don't want to miss out on points and chances to make their way through to the grand finals. As Samoy, a few more shots fired towards Delvin, who somehow, and the rest of the TE, or Expendables, I should say, are able to get out of here alive, at least as it stands. Tanvu now opting to fully crash into the middle of this rotation. Expendables taking this fight head on, and Tanvu! What a flick onto Samoy!
And immediately running into the smoke cloud as well. Can he get a third one? Why not? No, Trick will find him. And Flood gonna steal that kill away. So all of a sudden, FTM, they were desperate for points here, but they are down to just 1, and they are eliminated. They are out of Series 1.
Can they get Tanvu back on his feet? That would be amazing for them, but nope, not quite to be. And look at that, it's TSM claiming that point. Not only this, but this happens within audible range for VP as well, so they are aware that somewhere towards our northwest, TSM is playing. Good to keep track of their progress in this match, as they they're the ones currently 1 point ahead of them.
Yeah, TSM forcing the Expendables back into this compound to slow things down a little bit. I doubt TSM will stick around or try to aggressively push this. But if they peek any angles, sure, let's take the kills that we can.
Yeah.
But that is 1 point picked up there for TSM.
Not only that, but also confirm that FTF will not be making the finals of Circuit 1.
Look at them, they know.
Yeah. Big loss for them, especially with how close they were. But on that rotation, I think they thought they were going to be safe too after taking the initial shots, missing them, then saying, you know what, we lost it, let's drive away. Tanvu just rolled up and said, you ain't going nowhere, my friends.
Sure did. That is unfortunate that that's who you happen to run into is Tanvu, who's just kind of feeling himself right now. Godby, the rest of 4 a.m. coming in late on this south side after looting up Military Island, not going for any E-pickups, not sure if they even got one or found one, but going for that natural rotation, and it should pay off here a little bit for him as that circle does cut all the way down south.
VP has a compound to go to. TSM does not. Now, the reason I already mentioned the teams above them is because you'd have to imagine Petrichor. I mean, I can't do the math where they don't qualify having 23 points as of now, so I just think we'll ignore that altogether. But the teams at the cusp down below, that's where the real race happens. A lot of teams with a chance to wrap down on the southern side, but a lot of teams also fighting in from the north.
Boy, CT1 now going to run into Eternal Fire. That's Ruin down and Quetpa down, and 2 points, 3 points total picked up by T1. Meanwhile, TSM, they are camping Expendables. They want to make sure that they secure those points. They'll take their time with it. As another knock comes through, Sparking will find Chlorys, gets the knock, gets the flush. And now TSM, they have got the Expendables down to just 2.
Yep, all these points that VP has seen TSM getting ain't what they like to see, that's for sure. Sparkin, able to find him with a headshot too. Sparkin's been quiet today. Finally has come alive.
Instantly in the vehicle and on the move.
Yeah.
Try to go and get that flush, and Sparking has a shotgun rider and Mr. Alo. The rest of the boys.
There's a nade.
It looks like they are coming as well, but those grenades, they got it back on his feet. They've got the nades prepped and ready to throw. Nice shot from Delwyn will find Alo, and he's going to get the flush as well.
Dangerous times to pushing these buildings, even if they get 2 points early. If that's the only 2 points you're going to get this game, that could be game over for you. Nades are locked inside the buildings, but Expendables is doing a good job at avoiding them, and now Falcons are opting to engage in this fight as well. Rello spots one taking out Purdy.
Oh my goodness, TSM. They thought that they were alone. They thought that nobody would be up here at this point of the game. And unfortunately for them, Falcons just in a perfect position to ruin their game here. Sparking and Luke 12, though, they've got to make sure they secure these last kills, and they will. The Expendables go out in 15.
Will it be enough to keep them in the race here? VP 4 points behind currently, but how much more can Sparking and Luke make happen? They are completely surrounded by Falcons players. I don't see how they get out of this comp up, and now our eyes go down towards the last remaining player of Eternal Fire. Marco is able to find time, but still 3 more left to be dealt with, and it's not going to happen. Zenith takes him down, and that's Eternal Fire finishing the day in 3rd.
But what a day from them, man.
Oh yeah.
44 points, good for 3rd place overall right now. T1 also showing out. They've got 1st place in the bag. As it has been just Korean dominance really the last 2 days, as the reports of the region's death have been greatly exaggerated, it would appear, and Paper Thin's pumping his fist in the air as we speak.
You can hear the cheers from the green room all the way onto the stage as James, a few shots towards T1, alerting them to the position of FaZe, or at least one of their members. Maybe it's a bait. You're seeing Fex and Gustav on the other side here, or Corexia make that, trying to hold off, but I mean, T1, 1st place, nothing to lose in trying to take the fight to FaZe here.
Yeah, FaZe just listening. Yeah, Gustav from range is going to take a few shots, kind of force T1 around. And it looks like on the other side, okay, nice shot from Corexia to get the knock on to E-End. Be able to flush him out as well, sure will. And that is another point picked up for FaZe as James gets knocked so low. Falcons are sticking around on TSM as well.
This is an awkward dip for them to play to. They've had to leave Gustav behind in the Alamo because somebody needs to keep their back safe. Now the circle swings off as well. They need to get out of here, FaZe. There's nothing for them to gain in trying to stay down here. Issue is, as you can see here, where does FaZe rotate into from this position? 4am have a chance to wrap down on the southern side with Day Trade, Sat Dead, Center, and Potato Mountain. But how do you encroach in this hill with Waper already in position and BB team on lockdown in the plank houses up high?
It's a huge rotation right here for Virtus Pro. They have to find a new place to play, try to keep as many alive as they can. It looks like they should be able to make it past the apartments. Petrichor Road shooting him in the back, but so far so good. But are they going to send it all the way into danger? Oh no, Luka Rux, he'll get picked out, and that's going to be picked up by BB team.
Big loss early on here as VP run from one team straight into another. They found out early, but they found out with damage gone their way as Nurens is able to take down Nixie.
On TSM, they're still inside that compound, and Falcons are camping them, but they see this in the kill feed. They know they've got to survive a little bit longer here. BB team just from range. It looks like Ibiza and Beamy should escape everything. They're going to find a compound just on that western side of Death Road.
This is when you wait. You spread out, you take a shag each, you play it safe. EB, realizing the 3-stack is safe, should be able to claim that for himself, but how long will it be, should this next circle go south, before teams are going to start to eye that compound too? We can't tell. In the meantime, up towards the north, TSM, well, I mean, there's plenty of loot to be found. A little bit inside the building, plenty outside. The thing is, how long is Falcons going to commit? How much? I mean, they're in. They're guaranteed to be in.
Yeah.
Do you want to try and ruin TSM's chances for a final here in Circuit 1?
100%. I mean, this is the way the game is played, guys. If you
Regional
know
pride.
This, I mean, regional affiliation be damned. This is a team that Falcons would like to not see in the grand finals lobby, despite the fact that it is TSM and that they all are friends. TSM would be doing the exact same thing to Falcons if they were in this situation.
Pop as many tires as they possibly could from where they're sat, so even if they don't get the kills on them, there should be no way for TSM to make this circle on foot. Surprised Rel hasn't opted to shoot the door, but then you look at his ammo count and you go, you know what, kind of makes sense. No util outside of one flash as well, no bandage. Down to his last 2 first aids. Falcons is saying, you know what, we don't care about the outcome of this game. We just want to make sure that TSM doesn't make finals.
They're coming together so they can I think, okay,
they're pulling up on this now.
Yeah, I think they're realizing that they're running out of meds here, so they've got to do something. That's a good grenade from Sparking. That's going to get Roth really low. He should go down. As Snakers is going to get knocked very low as well.
Down to blue he goes. Will they be able to get the points off it, though? I'm not sure. Luke able to find Snakers as well. Now Sparking takes out Flood to what was a nice idea. Has not paid off at all. Relo, solo player up on the hillside. They wanted to take him out. Roth now being denied by Relo. Keep in mind he went down to blue, so that's points again taken away from TSM. And what was a nice hold has turned disastrous for Falcons.
I mean, that is absolutely huge for TSM. What a hold to keep things alive here. And now if they can get rid of Relo, he's got no meds. He's peeking, jiggle peeking the top of the wall here. TSM could stay alive.
Does he deny? He does. He's not going to give the points over. Falcons did what they could, try and deny, but TSM prevails. But keep in mind, just because VP is in trouble, this game is far from over. You still have teams down there with 4EM and Weibo that could easily climb up above TSM if they don't get more points in this match.
How do you lose that fight, Falcons? That is... I mean, I was kind of wondering if they were just going to combine meds onto a couple of different players and just keep them pinned down. But
full send for Weibo here as well. The team was currently sat down in 15th place. pick up this late in the game, try and find a position to play from. They might jump straight down on top of Luna Galaxy.
And you can see the arrows for 4 a.m. They're starting to creep in on that eastern side, getting close to the last 2 players from VP. And Weibo right in the middle of that Luna Galaxy split. Day Trade finding shots on them as well, but nobody going down.
Nope, able to stay safe. Nice collapse onto Haven's position. Was alone with a vehicle to play with. Not really a whole lot other than that. But now, of course, with no vehicles available for Weibo, they have to spread out. They have to try and take some sort of control with Luna Galaxy creeping over the ridge line and already finding Spaceman.
Okay, rest of Luna Galaxy, they're leaving Vinny behind on that western side just to make sure that nobody comes around and backfills them. But first knock comes through, another knock onto Mamu. So Weibo getting taken down, summarily dismantled here by Luna Galaxy as they are trying their best to secure their spot in that top 12.
Yeah, throw stuff down, Summit down, fights happening on the north side of the edge of the circle, as well as Petrichor Road is trying to make their way inside the circle. Adusi able to get one, finds Corexi on approach as well. Solid defense here from BP team, not allowing for anyone to get close to them, forcing Navi off to one side, facing Petrichor off to the other. As we stick here with Luna Galaxy, at least for a little while longer. Weibo losing 2 already now. With Shen and Sai trying to fend off alone, but Shen instantly falls.
Now James all by himself on the rock. And Weibo's going to get eliminated. Nice work there by Luna Galaxy as they climb up a little bit further. James very, very low. Ike's left. We'll find him. Nice spray from him. And now Petrichor Road, they're secure pretty much, you would think. I mean, they've got, it looks like TSM is down to just 1, though.
The only way they could surpass this Petrichor down, TSM surpasses, and 4AM surpasses Petrichor. Or the duo of, I mean, VP, they're not out yet. They're on the southern side with plenty of space to maneuver. If the stars align, all the fights happen in the northern side, and they somehow creep into a top 3. As a duo there, you can do a lot of damage. So we now see Na'Vi trying to wrap further around this. They know that they have BP team inside the compound, but dangerously too, they know that they have a lot of teams around that could easily third-party them.
Yeah, this is very dangerous times here on this western or eastern edge, really, as Na'Vi and BB team going to be scrapping, but Petrichor Road is starting to creep over there as well. Aduzi knows it. TSM will go down in 10th.
That's the cutoff.
BP sees that. They know that they should, if they've been kill feed watching, they should know exactly what they need to do.
Yep. It's good indeed. Chui falls down. Aduzi sneaking around the rock there, able to find him on an off angle. Salvatore goes down. Aduzi able to find Ming as well, as he's dealing with all of Petrichor. Found Summer as well earlier. Now it's just Ikesleft left alive.
He's very low. Nice spray from Ikesleft as he's going to find Aduzi. He's not going down without a fight. Goodness. Okay. Ikesleft now. Na'Vi will finish off BB team. They should be safe. Everybody should be happy there as well. Keeping eyes on VP and 4AM. 4AM has 4 alive, and they have a spot here on the eastern side. They're not getting involved in any of this stuff off to the north, though.
When we say Na'Vi, we usually say Hagatoru, but Diffix, a solid 3-piece there against BB team. Now, though, a little too much to muster as Ikesleft as he falls down, able to give Petrichor more points to really solidify their position in the top.
Once again, Ikesleft just throwing the team in his backpack as he's going to get it, but it's not going to go to him as he's going to die to the blue zone. Ikesleft, can he get the first aid off in time? No, he can't. Zenith will finish him off, but great work on Erangel by Petrichor Road. Should secure them a spot in tomorrow's final.
Now, top 6 guaranteed. 4AM still with all 4 alive. Again, it's 23 points to go to the top, but EB finds one, goes down. It's just one left alive now on the side of VP. 4 points needed to tie with TSM for VP to make it through to the finals of Circuit 1.
Well, the good thing for Beanie is that 4AM started pushing in at the same time, so Day Trade has to turn their attention over towards that. They can't even get the res on the Norns just yet. Now Luna Galaxy, actually, they have an angle on this from range as well, so Beanie able to sneak away and stay alive for a little bit longer here.
Xiaopian playing it slow, knowing what's at stake here. 0 kills up until this point, having seen points going the way for TSM to the extent they have. They know that the cutoff is still a bit away from them, but Beanie, all eyes on him for VP fans to try and make something happen as Belma finds Popo.
We're not even going to talk about the fact that Freaks have 4 alive in the dead center.
They're winning
They've just got a repeller shield on top of them. As Kraken will come in, he'll find Day Trade. That's another more points picked up by Luna, but that's less points available for Beamy.
Exactly.
He needs to get a few more, and actually 4AM as well. They've got T1 creeping up on their backside, but it looks like HSM's going to spot him. Oh, there you go.
We love to see the suppressed arm in action. Pops the head off. We've seen it. It's now Xiaopian forced to try and fight the other way as well. T1,
there goes Beamy.
Mangled. Beamy falls down. That's VP out of the equation. 4AM still with a chance to surpass. 3 more points needed to tie.
3 points away. But Luna Galaxy is collapsing. Kraken is down. Haven holding the line. Haven going to win the 1v1 against Godvi, but HSM will clean that back up. But they've got to secure these kills. They've got to make sure they get these flushes there. Okay, good work by Xiaopian. And he should be able to get Godvi back on his feet.
If they get Luna down, they get the placement points plus the 2 kills. That's them surpassing TSM. Right now, Freaks really are the ones that could deny them, that could allow for TSM into the circuit. Final shots out of distance, but it's Guman wrapping around the side, finding HSM.
Oh, Freaks are playing Kingmaker here as they find the HSM as well. It's all down to God V. And he's going to try to survive a little bit longer, but it might be all over as 4AM tried to come in live at the late game, but it's not going to be enough. Oh my goodness.
Tied at 21 with VP. They both fall just short of TSM. They get to live with the scare, maybe not even realizing just until now how close this was, because they spent the entire early game outside the circle fighting for dear life against Falcons. And keep in mind, had Falcons not missed that opportunity to take him out, those 2 kills that they got off of it could have meant them not qualifying. But that's the tale of all times now, as we see Freaks here looking to try and get their 6th win in 12 matches. Unheard of.
Just unbelievable stuff now. I mean, they've had just a repellent shield around them this whole game. Like, nobody's come anywhere near them. And I got to give credit where credit's due. Luna Galaxy has shown them just shown up as a completely different team here, as the Freaks will try to find them in the smoke. He'll get them, and there you go. Another win for the Kwangdong Freaks.
Insane performance by this Korean squad. A lot of people thought they were going to go and put up a big performance in PGS 6. Didn't really happen, but here they come at PGC and show everyone from day one what they're capable of. Then people doubt them, saying, this is not the best lobby, we need better teams. We had better teams, and they get 3 wins again.
Jeez, what do you even say at this point? Now they got to turn around and look tomorrow as they are in the grand final. I mean, you want to talk about a team that's going in hot, but now you got 4 more big hitting teams coming into the lobby tomorrow. Talking about Twisted Minds, Sonics, 17 Gaming, and 1 more.
Yeah.
Cerberus.
Full mental reset needed for these teams. It's back to zeros on the leaderboard tomorrow. Best of 6 finals. Going to be impossible to predict who is going to come out victorious, but these boys in Kwangdong Freaks sure made a story for themselves to be looking to go to the top. Now let's hop back to the list for the final time today and let them break down match number 6. It's an absolutely barbaric performance from KDF in the 2 first days of the World Championship. 3 wins yesterday, 3 wins today, 6 in 12 games. This is monstrous from Kwangdong Freaks.
I think our production team's gonna have to re-record the victory video because we've seen it so many times. It was never designed to be seen 6 times in 2 days, but it is just absolutely wild what these guys have been able to do. It sets the stage. I mean, tomorrow, I think these guys very much easily top 3, probably even get themselves on a great track to the grand final of PGC if they just keep this momentum. They seem unstoppable. It's crazy. All 4 of them are playing out of their minds. There's no weak link on the team to point at. If there's a story about peaking at the right time, it seems like this might be them hitting that peak.
I'm a big fan of watching a team say at the start of a day, yeah, we're going to win today as well.
Yeah.
And then just like claiming what they have observed. It is a brilliant thing to watch. So Kwangdong Freaks, of course, huge congratulations to them. I mean, of course, they technically have not won any money yet. Have not really gotten any points even towards the grand final. But what a statement. What a statement to come out at the beginning of the World Champs.
True, but that's also the terrifying thing about this format. They really haven't done anything yet, right? Tomorrow is where you get the points for the big final, which means that tomorrow is a very big deal. And for some of our teams, they didn't get to that point, right? We just saw that happen with 4 AM where they were on the cusp of it, but they're not going to be able to perform tomorrow.
Oh, indeed, indeed. Let's take a look back then at some of the final moments from this game as well. Now, a huge seismic moment, of course, for this game was the fact that 4 Angry Men had an opportunity to be able to struggle out of that bottom 4, and yet, no, they were put down at the last moment. That's got to be pretty difficult to deal with for 4 AM.
I mean, with the aggression that Luna, Daytrade, and KDF all showed towards them, it felt almost vindictive to a certain sense of like 4 AM. They were at 15 when TSM went down, and they managed to get themselves all the way up to 21, but it was just an onslaught, team after team after team hunting them down. Came down to just God V at the end, but he did not have the clutch power or potential to sort of do that for his team and get those last points.
No, heavily pinched and shut down considering everything. But anyway, we are ready to wrap things up. Let's head over to an interview over on the stage with Bella.
Where should I look? That way? Okay.
Show. Hi guys, it's Bella with the post-match interviews. I am joined by TF Sims King Sparking. Hello, Sparking.
Hello, how you doing, guys? I don't know why guys choose me. We got 12. I don't deserve to be here, but here I am.
That is what I wanted to talk to you about. So, you guys made it just in time to play tomorrow. So, what was your take on the day?
I mean, the first take is definitely to forget how today was and do everything the opposite tomorrow. But, you know, we need to be top 12, and that's what matters. We're going to keep practicing to fix the mistakes we did today, and tomorrow, hopefully, be better.
Yeah, coming in last, it can be both like motivating and stressful at the same time. So what was like the team's reaction? What do you guys want to do specifically tomorrow? Like, do you have any thoughts?
Definitely not play like today. That's all I can say. So
I guess we'll have to see and find out tomorrow.
yeah.
Yeah, rise to the top, you can do it.
Yeah, every point matters tomorrow. So
Yeah, it is actually the only day that actually matters.
exactly.
Yeah, so if you show up at the right time, then who knows? It'll be different.
Exactly.
Yeah, all right. Thank you for that, Sparking. I will let you go
Thank
so that
you.
you could brief with your team. And for our second interview, I will be joined by T1's E-End on the stage. 안녕하세요. 여기서 주시면 됩니다. All right, E-End, how does it feel? You know, yesterday was a little rough. You guys made it 12th, and then you guys ended today as second. So I want to ask you, how are you feeling? 이엔드, T1의 이엔드 선수 만나보겠습니다. 어제 1일차에서는 12위로 이렇게 딱 진출을 하게 됐는데 오늘은 2위로 마무리하셨어요. 좀 소감 한마디 먼저 부탁드릴게요.
일단 저희가 국제 무대에서 좋은 모습을 많이 못 보여드렸는데 이번에 또 준비를 열심히 해서 저희가 발전하고 있는 모습을 이제 보여드릴 수 있고 이제 더 좋은 모습 보여드리고 있는 것 같아가지고 이번 성적에 좀 만족스러운 것 같습니다.
I wasn't really proud of what the team was working on during our global stages, but hey, I think the work that we put in this time, it actually showed. So I can say that I'm pretty satisfied with our team's performance. And also, Type mentioned in a previous interview with me that you guys decided to choose the more aggressive style. And I want to ask, what are you going to bring tomorrow then? Is it just going to be the same aggressive, or are you going to add a little bit of spice again? 이제 아까 타입 선수와 인터뷰에서 조금은 좀 더 교전 위주의 이런 방식을 골라서 오늘 그게 잘 먹혔다고 이야기를 했었거든요. 근데 이제 그거 더불어서 내일은 좀 어떤 식으로 경기를 풀어나갈 예정인지 한번 말씀해 주세요.
내일도 마찬가지로 이제 저희가 지금까지 준비한 모습 그거를 이제 고정적으로 좀 풀려고 하는 모습을 많이 보여드렸는데 저희가 그 모습으로 이제 더 좋은 성적을 낼 수 있다고 생각해서 그 모습이 보이면 그래서 더 준비를 더 오늘도 잘해가지고 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
이제 마이크가 나오네요. He said that I think what we did today really worked out. So on top of the aggressive style and like the T1 way that we pulled off today, I think we'll be studying and reviewing all the players and the teams that we'll be playing tomorrow. So yeah, adding a little bit of spice would be the right way to say it. And this is the first PGC as T1 with this roster. So I want to ask, what's the experience been like? 이제 이 T1 로스터로는 처음으로 출전한 PGC잖아요. 좀 어떻게 즐기고 계신지 소감도 한번 궁금해요.
다들 너무 착하고 또 실력 좋은 선수들이라 충분히 좋은 성적 낼 수 있다고 생각하고 다들 열심히 해줘서 고맙고 좋은 성적 낼 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
All the players here and the staff, they're all so nice, and I think our team chemistry has been really good. So, you know, we're gonna do our best to show what we got, and thank you for all the love and support that you've been sending. 감사합니다. 오늘 너무 수고하셨습니다.
감사합니다.
That was TN's EN for our last post-match interview. I'm Bella. That's all from me. So we're gonna head over to the desk to get a final recap of the day.
That's right. Thank you, Bella, as we got ourselves. I'm going to keep saying that. Bella. Yeah, we have obviously had quite the day, to say the least. Good to hear as well from Sparking being able to take that interview, because especially when you're really on the cusp and you have not had a good day, it is good to get the perspective of what they want to actually achieve from tomorrow going in. I think that they can quite easily surpass what they did today.
And I like their morbid honesty. You know, he got up there hilariously. I don't even know why I'm standing here. Bella's asking the tough questions. What are you going to change tomorrow? I'm sure they have no idea yet. They're just glad that they survived that hunt by 4 a.m. at the very end. But they're a team that I know will go back to the drawing board. They'll have a good discussion about what went wrong today and then let it go. And that's the good news. Tomorrow is a clean slate. Tabula rasa, nothing is off the table, right? So even if you struggled today, it doesn't really matter. Tomorrow, you just say, okay, we got warmed up. Let's do it again.
That's where the onus is, right? Surviving these early days. Okay, you get through, tomorrow is when we are back to what we really do know and what these teams really do know. Points is what matters. Only for that, but it will be once again Guangdong Freaks. Yeah, we've said it 6 times in 2 days. Number 1 for 7 kills along with it, and Luna Galaxy, some great points again today. I think they've done well today.
Yeah, Luna, so I talked to them this morning. They said all we wanted to do is focus on getting those points, getting the kills when they're available, not sort of over focusing on this, oh, we got to get the position and try to get that chicken dinner. And it's worked really well for them. We saw them aggressively pushing in the back end of fights, being third parties whenever they could.
Yeah.
If this is the Luna that they're going to play for the rest of this event, I like the look of it.
T1, of course, within a 6 kills. We heard from Ian as well there, who I think they seem hopeful. I mean, especially considering I think that by the end of today, when we see that overall leaderboard, it's going to be a South Korean 1-2.
Yeah.
Never mind the fact that we had South Korea 1 in the previous day, as Yumin, Heaven, and Salute taking 2 apiece here. Been with the cheeky 1 overall, but it was actually very close for the man of the match tie-up here between Heaven and Yumin.
Yeah, but I think that, again, just speaks to the fact that this team is so deep. Being Anchor, I totally get his position, but as far as Salute, Heaven, and Human go, they have been going back and forth as to who has the MVPs, who's having massive impact plays. Human gets the MVP here. He was the MVP of the first game of this event when he came out and got that 2v1 up against 4AM. Or, sorry, not 4AM, New Happy. This team has just been playing out of control, and honestly, even Bean's playing really. The whole team is on power.
I think off the top of my head, as we take a look at some of the big numbers from today, and it will be T1 actually rocking the boat against Guangdong Freaks. I think it's been 2 Gumin man of the matches, 3 Heavens, and 1 Salute.
Right.
Which, I mean, the fact that I will say that sometimes during PGS6 they looked a little bit lost without Salute when he would die early. Man, the other 2 here have been really able to step up.
Yeah. I don't know if it's sharing breakfast with him, if they've been picking up some pointers, but it seems like they've really all come into their own. And again, PGC consistently is about having a team that you build to peak at the right time, to be ready when December rolls around, to be at the best of your PUBG year, if that makes sense. And KDF looks like that right now.
All right, well, here's the points coming in from the previous game, of course. The ramifications down towards the bottom. 4 Angry Maid did try and make a sprint for it with 8 points. However, we do believe, before we see that that leaderboard overall, that it is not enough.
Yeah, I don't. We'll find out.
All right, yep, 21 points. The cutoff ended up being 23 on the nose again. TSM does survive, as we heard from them in that 12th position spot. For Virtus Pro, they had a great day yesterday, but not able to materialize enough to be able to get into tomorrow.
Yeah, shocked to see Virtus Pro get knocked out right there. And again, TSM gets through by the skin of their teeth, even with the fact that the Falcons, I think, tried to make it even harder for the TSM to get through. We saw them, I think it was Roth got knocked by the blue, and they flushed him to make sure the TSM couldn't get those points when they went down. And that said, they really had to sit there and watch 4 Angry Men, and that had to be a stressful moment.
I will say, you know, from Falcons, I kind of liked the targeted play up towards the top. That was a little bit exciting there. I mean, Rella stayed in the blue till the very last second, even took a shot just before he was going down, just in case a peek was to happen.
And you gotta do it. And they also knew that they were close to TSM, so every denied point is a point that sits in your pocket, right? And they did well for that. I will say, the stressor of watching 4 Angry Men with 4 up when you are down cannot have been enjoyable in any way, shape, or form. And there was a moment where, you know, they got 3 knocks on 4 Angry Men. We thought maybe God V, he's not really right there where the rest of his team was killed, could pull something out. All he's got to do is squeak out 2 more points, but it was not meant to be.
That means we now know our lobby for tomorrow. This is the lobby that will be trying to rack up points, the first points that will contribute to try and get to that PGC Grand Final. And oh boy, are we in for a rough one for some of these teams, because now Twisted Minds, Sonic, Cerberus Esports, and 17 Gaming joins the fray, and every single one of their, not just the teams, every single player on these teams is an absolute killer. So it's going to be dicey.
Deep experience at PGCs, exceptional winning pedigrees, exceptionally aggressive play, some of the best drops in the game, all entering tomorrow. And I think Sparking put it best in the interview where he said, tomorrow, every point matters, because you don't know what's going to happen in Circuit 2. You don't know what's going to happen in Circuit 3. So literally that denial that you make tomorrow could be the difference between going to the PGC Grand Final in 2 weeks.
Yeah, scary times. You don't want to leave, if, for example, if you just suddenly do well in the first 2 circuits and then don't qualify for the last one at all for the final. You don't want to leave it to chance at the very end. But anyway, tomorrow we're starting things off with Erangel, and we will end up with Miramar with, of course, those wild cards in the middle. So it bears repeating, points are extremely, extremely important tomorrow as all of these teams are looking to rack them up. Again, though, scary times for the likes of Twisted Minds coming back in. We've seen the butterfly effects that it has had across the whole scene, that this team has looked nigh on unstoppable in recent memory.
And the problem with that for everybody else is often when you have a team that is the best, right? They start to let off the gas. They're great. And it's always hard to hold how good you are because everyone's always chasing, right? They're not that kind of team. They're smart. They've got one of the best leaders in PUBG history, and they are evolving ahead of the rest of the field. So this is one of those situations where if they come out strong tomorrow, I think some of these teams are going to be like, well, maybe we're just playing for second here at PGC.
It's scary stuff.
It is.
Scary
It's
stuff.
terrifying.
Especially if you cast your mind back to group stage of PGS5, right? Where suddenly, again, across 2 days worth of games for them, they were 50 points ahead over second place. That's a scary margin to try and deal with. Well, anyway, we will see how that's all going to unfold tomorrow. Of course, we thank all of our partners joining us here for PGC 2024. We have OP.GG. You can overpower your game, I should say. If you head over there, they are our main PUBG Esports partner. We also have the Tropicana Garden Mall as well. We are in the venue right now as our official venue partner, so thank you very much to them for joining us here for the World Championship. We also have TT Racing joining us here as our official furniture partner for all of the action that's going on behind us. All of these players are comfortable, set up, good to go, and ready to try and strike out at their opponents at a moment's notice, thanks to TT Racing. And finally, we have Okupa, who is supplying all the warmth in my heart.
So much warmth.
It got very warm, and I was very happy because we had a little bit more air conditioning than usual, but these guys are able to provide all the hand warmers, keeping these players all fresh and ready to be able to jump into action at a moment's notice as well. We also have the Neo Media icon lights that you can see right here that you can check out as well. So if you scan in that QR code, you can actually bag this for yourself. Have it as a nice little trophy alongside you. You're not going to be able to win the PGC trophy yourselves, but you could have a trophy like this at
And if
home.
you order it now and come here to watch the grand finals, you can get the winning team to sign it for you.
That'd be
and
kind
have
of
a
cool.
keepsake forever. Absolutely.
Yeah, that would
be sweet.
Kind of cool.
I'm going to do that tomorrow.
I would like that. Any final thoughts before we wrap up day number 2?
I can't wait to see what these 4 teams bring. Some shocking knockouts when we talk about teams getting knocked off in the first 2 rounds of circuit, which I think sets the stage for a wild 3 circuits going forward. So it's been crazier than I expected it to be, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
Before we wrap up, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what is it?
Do you think Kwangdong Freaks gets 9 games in 18?
3 more? Twisted
It's
Minds,
tough in the next
Twisted
lobby.
Minds is joining the lobby, man. Twisted Minds joins the lobby. 17 has looked really good lately. No, I don't think so. I think they get 1 tomorrow.
It is tough. It is tough. All right. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, Toffees. Thank you to everybody around the world for tuning in. We are done for day number 2. Tomorrow, the points are extremely important here for PGC 2024. We'll see you then.
Блять, он остался,